The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? In this holiday season, O generous one, may our eyes be open to the abundance of blessings you have bestowed on us. As we spend time with family and friends, may we appreciate the gifts they truly are to us, companions in life, counselors in perplexity, comrades in adventures. And as we celebrate religious holidays and traditional festivities, cause us to discover the less obvious reasons to rejoice: the return home of an estranged son or daughter, the coherence, albeit fleeting, of a loved one lost to dementia, the exhilaration of a favorite family board game. With these blessings and delights before us, may we acknowledge our responsibility to foster these fellowships throughout the year, to cultivate and cherish the moments we've been given, and to own up to our commitments to the flourishing of these relationships. We are those to whom much has been given. May we meet the expectations that attend these blessings. By your grace and in your merciful name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. The Chair has examined the Journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the Chamber her approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the Journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
The flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? For that objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to honor the legacy of a local Houston legend, the late Lupe Fraga. Lupe Fraga, known affectionately as Champ, was a community legend who grew up in Houston's East End in my district. Over the decades, Champ became known as a pioneer in the Latino business community, a dedicated public servant, and an honorable veteran who served in the United States Army. Champ founded Texas Office Products in 1962 to provide Houstonians with high-quality and affordable office supplies. As a business owner, he also supported local school supply drives and helped support minority-owned businesses in our region. He eventually served on the Houston branch of the Federal Reserve Bank, was a regent at the Texas A&M University, and a member and director of the Houston Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Champ was one of Houston's best. He was a true leader. Champ and his friendly smile will be missed by everyone. My condolences and best wishes to his family as they put him to rest in Houston today. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House, Madam Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize Jerry Brooks, the Chief of the Clemens Volunteer Fire Department in Forsyth County, North Carolina. At the end of this month, Jerry will be retiring after 51 years of service to the Clemens community. Everyone who knows Jerry can attest to the caliber of his character, his unwavering servant's heart, and his profound love for our great country. Since the September 11th attacks, Jerry has led the Clemens Volunteer Fire Department in honoring those who lost their lives that day by displaying a magnificent 40 by 60-foot American flag every year. Madam Speaker, I consider Jerry Brooks to be a true patriot in every sense of the word. Congratulations, Jerry, on your well-earned retirement. May God bless you, your wonderful wife, Karen, and your entire family as you enter this next chapter of your life. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to address the People's House for one final time. It's hard to sum up the lessons that I've learned over my decades of service in 1 minute. So instead, I'd just like to say thank you. Thank you to the 13th District of Illinois for allowing me to represent you for the last 10 years. Thank you to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle who were willing to work together to make life better for our constituents. Thank you to my hardworking staff over the years who have been in the trenches alongside me. And thank you to the dedicated men and women who serve our legislative branch and keep our House operations running. Thank you to our brave Capitol Police who saved my life on more than one occasion. And thank you to my kids, Torrin, Griffin, and Clark, and my best friend in the world, my wife Shannon, for going on this journey with me all these years. While I'll no longer be a member of Congress come January, I will continue to be this institution's biggest advocate and know that the great work will continue because of all of you. So, as I leave, I'd like to offer some advice to the incoming freshmen. My friend Lee Bryce sings in one of his best songs, Love Like Crazy. Don't outsmart your common sense. And I hope I remembered every time that I got in front of a microphone here or in a committee hearing that I had 5 words come to my head, sung by one of the greatest rock bands ever, Nickelback. These 5 words in my head scream, are we having fun yet? So thank you, Congress. It's been an honor. And I yield back for the very last time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, last week, during a telephone town hall, a woman in my district asked what Congress was planning to do about the cost of her fuel bills. She could no longer afford to heat her home, and she has been forced to use a wood stove just to maintain a normal temperature in her home. The temperature in my hometown in Altoona, Pennsylvania, tomorrow night will be 1 degree Fahrenheit. For months, we've warned of constituents being unable to heat their homes when truly cold nights come this winter. And guess what? Now they're here, and the Biden administration has still refused to act. President Biden has refused to slash red tape and get pipelines and liquid natural gas facilities online that could address these soaring energy prices. That's why we need to enact in Congress our commitment to America and return not only to energy independence, but to energy dominance. We, as Republicans, will cut through government regulation. We will work to solve permitting reform, and we will finally bring the change that brings it possible to utilize the energy sources that are under the feet of my constituents. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to thank, celebrate, and congratulate my dear friend and colleague, Jim Langevin, who will be leaving us to enjoy his much-deserved retirement. It has been an honor and a privilege to work so closely with him for more than a decade, especially in our efforts to advance career and technical education for Americans of all ages. We've made great strides to improve access and public awareness to the many benefits of career and technical education. By giving students the ability to explore career paths and build transferable skills, we are one step closer to developing a stronger, more skilled American workforce. And Jim, thank you for making such a difference in our work on that. I want to send my very best wishes to Jim as he enters this next stage. I will miss our conversations, our dinners, and your presence around the halls of Congress. Jim, thank you for your friendship and leadership over the years. You will be sincerely missed. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to our colleague and my dear friend, the representative from Ohio's 7th Congressional District, Congressman Bob Gibbs. Throughout his more than 20 years of public service in both the Ohio legislature and Congress, Bob has been a steady and strong advocate for his constituents and a trusted voice on agriculture and waterway issues. While we'll miss seeing him here on Capitol Hill, I know he's looking forward to many new adventures and time spent with his grandkids back on the farm. To his bride, Jody, get that honey-do list updated. He's all yours now. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, as Majority Leader, there has been no benefit of this job that I've appreciated, very frankly, more than my magic 1 minute. I intend to take it now. My friends on both sides of the aisle may be glad to know that this is the last time, perhaps, that I'll be able to avail myself of that privilege. I intend to use this extended minute to reflect on what we've achieved together during recent years and on a principle that I'm eager for us to continue to apply in the years ahead. As Democratic Caucus Vice Chairman and Chairman, as co-chair of the Democratic Steering Committee, as Democratic Whip, and as Majority Leader, I approach my work and leadership with one principle in mind: the psychology of consensus. What is this psychology of consensus? It means having a greater sense of us being in this work together than apart. It means waking up and saying, I'm on the team, the American team, privileged as citizens to serve in this body on behalf of all our fellow citizens. It means setting out with the intention to make progress, not to block it. And it means focusing on what unites us as Americans. Democrats have put this ethos into practice to hold the party line when we needed every vote on nearly every vote. Our members remind one another, consider how we can better be with us before deciding whether to vote the other way. Let me share some examples of this success. In 2008, President Bush asked us to take emergency action to prevent a financial catastrophe. He was joined by the Secretary of Treasury and the Chairman of the Federal Reserve. Sadly, in our first effort on that effort being asked by President Bush, less than 1/3 of the President's party were initially willing to take that action. We needed to ensure that we had enough Democratic votes to work with President Bush and the Senate to enact that legislation. And we did. Not long after, in 2009, our economy was in free fall. The American people were struggling, and Congress was divided on how to respond. But despite that challenge, Democrats came together to pass the American Rescue and Recovery Act. That legislation set our economy on a path to recovery, saved and created millions of Americans' jobs, and restored confidence in the American dream. The psychology of consensus also helped Democrats deliver a major victory for the people in 2010, the Affordable Care Act. For all Americans, irrespective of party, access to affordable, quality health care. Although there were disagreements on the specifics on how best to reform our health care system to make it more accessible and affordable, we all recognize the urgent need to take action. We worked together in good faith to secure the votes for that landmark law which made affordable health coverage attainable for 35 million more Americans, banned discriminatory practices, and dramatically slowed the growth of health care costs. Interestingly, the model for that was a bill signed by George Romney, then governor of Massachusetts, now a United States senator representing Utah. 7 years later, consensus among Democrats also proved essential as we defended the Affordable Care Act against the president and congressional Republicans who were determined to repeal it. The psychology of consensus benefits not only our Democratic caucus, but I would suggest the entire Congress. We are seeking the psychology of consensus as we speak. If we focus on what unites us as Americans who serve in the people's house, surely we can carry out better the people's work. Surely we will not achieve consensus on every issue. If we search, however, for common ground before running to our respective corners. Compromise and progress become far more likely. I learned this lesson early, not only as president of the Maryland State Senate, but also working together with Democratic and Republican House colleagues to achieve bipartisan victories. The Americans with Disabilities Act, one of the most consequential pieces of legislation in our lifetimes, shines for me as an example of that working together. In 1990, I joined with Tom Harkin, Bob Dole, Ted Kennedy, Steve Bartlett, a Republican who was the mayor of Dallas after he left here, and others, and then President George H.W. Bush, who signed that law into being. As a result, those with disabilities must now receive reasonable accommodation, have greater access to opportunity, and are treated with greater dignity. All of us in this House can take credit for that on both sides of the aisle. We achieved that by asking ourselves how we could get to yes on legislation that would benefit literally millions and millions of Americans. We did it again after the 2000 election revealed serious problems with our voting infrastructure. Colleagues from both parties, skilled legislators like Bob Ney, my dear friend, Chris Dodd, my good friend, and still to this day one of my best friends, Roy Blunt, and others sat down together, and we ultimately secured the Help America Vote Act of 2002. The psychology of consensus, coming together, working together, being together, making it happen together, made it possible. It has also led many of us to cooperate to promote freedom and human rights around the world. As a former co-chair of the U.S. Helsinki Commission, I've been honored to meet with those who risk everything to promote freedom and democracy in our countries. Democrats and Republicans have worked together successfully to support them in that effort and to ensure that America remains a bright beacon to all those living in darkness. As Reagan pointed out, the shining city on the hill. The psychology of consensus is needed to keep that city and that beacon shining. As part of that commitment to democracy and human rights, I've been proud to be a leader of the broad bipartisan coalition supporting the U.S.-Israel relationship and Israel's pursuit of security and peace in that region. That effort exemplifies how to build and sustain consensus in this House. This bipartisan approach must continue. And I will keep working next Congress to ensure that both parties stand firmly with Israel. Recently, the pivotal 117th Congress gave us an example, after example, after example, of how this philosophy helps cultivate bipartisanship. Both of our parties ought to pursue that. Frankly, we are seeing an example of that being elusive for our friends on the other side of the aisle as they try to elect a speaker. We came into office facing a cratering economy in 2009 and 2007, a deadly pandemic and a grave threats to American democracy. Halfway through, we also had to respond to the most serious threat to global security since the Second World War, Vladimir Putin's criminal, unjustified, unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. The margin of our majority was slim, 222 to 213. Many predicted the math would make our efforts to govern unworkable. 2 weeks after the election in 2020, the Republican leader told reporters, we might not be able to schedule the floor, but we are going to run the floor. On our side, our psychology of consensus, however, made this one of the most productive Congresses in recent history and in which I have served. Not only by striving for consensus among our caucus, which proved the naysayers wrong, but by reaching across the aisle to Republicans, to fellow Americans, when we needed their help to deliver results. Indeed, however, we ran the floor because of the psychology of consensus. Coordinating with the Senate and the Biden administration, our House majority enacted major legislation, even against unified Republican opposition. Our members stuck together on very tough votes. The American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act were the result. These laws arrested the economic freefall, deployed hundreds of millions of life-saving vaccine doses, reopened businesses and schools, created a historic number of new jobs, and set us up to tackle the climate crisis head-on while enabling American workers and entrepreneurs to make it in America. Much of our success in the 117th Congress, however, resulted from bipartisanship. We encouraged Republican colleagues to ask themselves how they could get to yes. And enough did that we enacted bipartisan infrastructure law, the CHIPS and Science Act, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the Respect for Marriage Act, and other crucial legislation to our country. We also resoundingly expressed American support for the people of Ukraine by providing critical military and humanitarian aid during their hour of danger. Our hour of danger. The world's hour of danger. Last night, we welcomed and cheered Ukraine's courageous president, who guards the front door of freedom, international order, and a peaceful global community based on the rule of law. We must continue to support the Ukrainian people for however long it takes to ensure that they remain democratic, free, and sovereign. John Kennedy, a great hero of mine, an inspiration for my entering politics, said at an inaugural address that goes down in history as one of the greatest, "We will pay any price, bear any burden to defend freedom here and around the world." That psychology of consensus made the 117th Congress a success. The same ethos ought to characterize the next Congress as well. And I will work towards that end with my Republican colleagues. Our majority will soon come to an end, or, as I believe, a 2-year hiatus. The time has come, as President Kennedy said to my generation when we were ready to step up and serve, for the torch to be passed. I will not be in the elected leadership of my party next Congress. I will, however, remain here serving the country and this institution that I love. I will keep urging bipartisanship wherever possible and work to unite Democrats in opposition whenever circumstances demand. I offer Mr. Jeffries, Ms. Clark, and Mr. Aguilar my strongest support, the counsel of my experience, and whatever assistance they may seek. I am excited for them to take the helm. I know they are ready to lead us back to the majority and help our members deliver for the people. My colleagues still will see me on the floor regularly as I speak, albeit more briefly, sadly, on behalf of the people I proudly represent in Maryland's 5th District. It is because of their support, their encouragement, and their allowance that I have been able to serve in the leadership since 1989 and serve in this body for over 4 decades. I am so thankful to them and look forward to continuing our work to make Maryland's communities safer, stronger, and more prosperous, and to make America safer, stronger, and more prosperous, and to make our alliance with the rest of the world, freedom-loving peoples, stronger, safer, and more prosperous. We still have much more to do on projects that will benefit our districts and state, and I look forward to returning to the Appropriations Committee as a senior member to advance those efforts. My work in the House will continue with the same energy and enthusiasm and dedication as I hope I have demonstrated over the last 42 years. I also want to thank my Democratic colleagues who have supported me in leadership. I hope that I've kept the faith. I hope that I have done as they would have hoped. I hope that they believe I have represented our Congress, this institution, America, and yes, my party, as they would have expected. And I want to say how proud I have been to serve with the first woman to be Speaker of this House, the indefatigable Nancy D'Alessandro Pelosi. Our journey of service together began as interns more than 5 decades ago after we heeded President Kennedy's call. We sat together in a small office in the Russell Building working for Maryland Senator Daniel Brewster. And we end 2 decades of partnership in leading the House Democrats, along with our good friend Jim Clyburn, who I've known for 50 years. I salute Speaker Pelosi and her trailblazing tenure. We, my colleagues, have had the great privilege of serving with 2 historic members of this House, John Lewis and Nancy Pelosi. Throughout my years in House leadership, I've had the honor of employing whom I believe are the finest, most capable, and most professional staff on Capitol Hill. Nancy said the same of her staff. America, we, yes, but America is blessed by the extraordinary patriots that serve as staff of this institution and of individual members. They are extraordinarily able people, and they are great patriots. Whether with me for 2 decades or just a few months, they have displayed unrivaled dedication, ability, and integrity. I thank each and every one of them. They have my gratitude and my deep affection. If I sang the praises individually of each member of my team, my magic minute would turn into a magic day. So I won't do that. Suffice it to say, any praise earned by me belongs equally to them. A number of them were here in the Capitol on January 6, 2021. A day like December 7, 1941, will live as a day of infamy in the history of this nation. They were housed in a small, insular office in my office, terrified by those without and in our hallways who called for the death of the Speaker and of the Vice President of the United States of America. They are an extraordinary group of talented public servants. Notwithstanding that terror, they came back the next day to do America's work. I thank them for who they are and for what they've done. Another group of individuals who I've come to know well and who have been at my side deserve recognition. The men and women of the U.S. Capitol Police who have served on my protective detail are among the finest law enforcement professionals in our country. They are my friends. They are part of my family. I will love them always. I've been privileged to get to know them and their families. They are dear, dear friends, and, like so many, are great patriots. They are part of a department that has faced enormous strains over the past 2 years. We must never waver in our support for the U.S. Capitol Police officers who every day protect all who work in and visit this Capitol complex. They are the frontline defenders of our legislative branch. They are frontline defenders of our great democracy. We owe them more than gratitude. We owe them support. Most of all, I want to thank my family. My wife, Judy, who died much too soon. My daughters, Ann, Susan, and Stephanie. My son-in-law, Lauren. My grandchildren, Judy, James, and Alexa. Along with Judy's husband, Chris Gray, they are the parents of my 4 great-grandchildren, Ava, Braden, Brooklyn, and Savannah. Your love and support have sustained me throughout these years. I hope the lessons of my time in leadership and the victories we achieved together, Republicans and Democrats, members of Congress, 435 people sent here by their neighbors and friends to represent them on issues directly affecting them, their families, and their country. I hope that those lessons achieved together under our Democratic majority will guide the House in meeting the challenges still ahead. The psychology of consensus provides us with a blueprint for success. We in this House, after all Americans whose common heritage should drive us to a common purpose. In 2 weeks, there will be a new majority. It will be, like ours, a very narrow one. Indeed, the same margin we have had, 222 to 213. The challenge it poses to both our parties and to each of us, and to the next Speaker, Majority Leader, and Majority Whip, is all too familiar. Democrats overcame it through the psychology of consensus. All of us, all 435 of us, ought to overcome it with that same kind of psychology. One nation, under God, indivisible. Guided by a dynamic new leadership team of shared vision and experience, House Democrats will approach our brief time in the minority the same way, ready to continue standing up for our principles, for our ideals, and for America with a united front. Hopefully not just a partisan united front, but a united front, indivisible. Republicans would be wise, I think, to take the same approach and seek common ground with Democrats. Did we do it often enough? Maybe not. Did we do it successfully? Not always. But together, we must achieve consensus. Democrats may not schedule the floor next year, but I hope that the successful approach we model will continue to run the floor. Madam Speaker, as we close this 117th Congress, let us look ahead with determination and dedication to the cause that brought each of us to this Capitol, to serve our constituents, our communities, and our country, to preserve and defend our Constitution and our democracy, to keep faith with those who protect our nation and the allies who stand alongside us, to represent the American people, to affect their will, to reflect their generous spirit and deep sense of justice to the best of our ability. In short, to work together to create a more perfect union. With great reluctance and even greater hesitation for this special privilege I am about to lose, though with great hope that in the future I'll at least be able to talk, but for all your sakes, not as long. I yield back the balance of my time.
Back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, seek recognition?
Great job, pal. I need another courthouse. Madam Speaker, let me just quickly lend my voice to having witnessed a superb legislator over a long career here, and that's exactly what Mr. Hoyer was and is, a superb legislator. Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1529, I call up H.R. 9640 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9640, a bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to provide for examination and disclosure with respect to presidential income tax returns.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1529, the bill is considered read. The bill should be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means, or the respective designees. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Brady, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill that is under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I might consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, we are here this morning to affirm that in America we are a nation of equal citizens. No person is above the law. And by doing that, we honor the acknowledgement of congressional oversight and responsibility. Congress has a responsibility that dates to Magna Carta, and I'd be prepared to go back to the Battle of Hastings, if necessary, in 1066 to make the argument that I've just offered. The Ways and Means Committee is entrusted with the oversight of our revenue system. The Ways and Means Committee and staff members all honor that very profound tradition. But at the root of it all this morning is our federal tax system that funds the democracy that we all love and cherish. We rely on voluntary tax compliance from all Americans, and perhaps especially the President, who always should model the highest order of compliance. On December 13th, 49 years ago this month, President Richard Nixon asked the Ways and Means Committee chairman through letter to have the Joint Committee on Taxation review his tax returns. Let me say something about the Joint Committee on Taxation. Both political parties hold the JCT in the highest personal and professional esteem. This examination established the precedent for congressional oversight of a presidential tax compliance. 4 years ago, our committee began reviewing the mandatory audit of presidential tax returns to see how the IRS was handling the stress of a president with complex finances. The committee expected to find that mandatory examinations were conducted promptly and that more staff had been dedicated to the program to meet the more rigorous demands. I would remind all that this morning's New York Times and last evening that I read online highlights the fact that Barack Obama and Joe Biden both had their tax forms reviewed. Instead, after years of stonewalling and litigation that ended at the Supreme Court, 4 federal court decisions from 3 courts, our committee found that for all practical purposes, the mandatory audit program was dormant. It wasn't just functioning poorly, it wasn't functioning at all. In fact, the IRS did not even start its mandatory audits until receiving a letter that I sent requesting a president's tax forms. The IRS has failed to administer its own mandatory audit program policies, so the best available recourse is for Congress to fill this void with the legislation that eliminates the IRS's discretion in the matter. That is precisely what we are asking of this institution this morning. I can't imagine that anybody, given the controversy of recent days, would be opposed to this legislation. We would require the IRS to publish the president's tax returns, audit them in a timely manner, and keep the American public updated on the results. Because the president is not an ordinary taxpayer. A reminder, our legislation is about the presidency, not about a president. No other American holds this power or influence as the leader of our executive branch. We arrived at this legislation through a deliberate and cautious process, as always. As always. These improved guardrails will provide Americans the assurance they deserve that our tax code applies evenly and fairly to all of us, no matter how powerful. The Ways and Means Committee oversight staff pursued the facts about mandatory examination procedures with professionalism and diligence. They did a great job. I emphasize that there were no leaks by the committee leading up to this decision to release our report on the mandatory examination process. Imagine that in Washington for something this complex. no leaks. We adhered carefully and scrupulously to the law and resisted entreaties from the fringe of both political parties as we proceeded with great patience and deliberation. No leaks as to how we were to move forward. This bill, combined with investments in the IRS that we made as part of the Inflation Reduction Act, will preserve the integrity of the executive and our system of tax and ensure that no one in the country is above the law. Today's legislation, I repeat, is not about a president. It is about the presidency. It is not about being punitive or malicious, and for those on the other side and those who are witness here today, they've worked with me for a long time, and they know what I just said is entirely accurate. The bill we consider today, once again, is about the integrity of the presidency and the integrity of our tax system. Madam Speaker, finally, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record a technical explanation of the bill prepared by the staff on the Joint Committee on Taxation, and I urge our colleagues to pass this legislation, and for the moment, I reserve the balance of my time.
Without objection, the gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The chair will receive a message.
Madam Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Madam Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S. 1541, an act to amend the Communications Act of 1934 to require the Federal Communications Commission to ensure just and reasonable charges for telephone and advanced communication services in correctional and detention facilities, in which the concurrence of the House is requested.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
I first want to thank Chairman Neal for his leadership of this committee, his friendship. You care about the institution. You care about this committee. Your word has always been good, and together our committees have done good things. Banning surprise medical billing, the new trade agreement with Mexico and Canada, repeated efforts to help people save, and it's been an honor to serve with you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I intend to peel the bark off this bill in front of us right now. So, Madam Speaker, this bill is a charade. It's a flimsy excuse that for years has been used to justify the political targeting of former President Trump. And this week, Democrats in Congress finally accomplished their goal, for the first time in history, making public the full actual tax returns of a private citizen. This unprecedented action jeopardizes the right of every American to be protected from political targeting by Congress. We're told President Trump's returns must be released in order for the IRS to conduct its presidential audits. That's absurd. That's like going to the doctor and being told your private medical records must be released in order to be examined. One has nothing to do with the other. And then you would quickly realize someone just wants to release your medical records, and any excuse will do. Let me be clear. Our Republican concerns are not whether the president should have made his tax returns public, as has been traditional, nor about the accuracy of his tax returns. That's for the IRS and the taxpayer to determine. Our concern is that this politically motivated action sets a terrible precedent that unleashes a dangerous new political weapon reaching far beyond any president and overturns decades of privacy protections for average Americans that have existed since the Watergate reforms. Our current law was put in place specifically to prevent presidents and members of Congress from targeting political enemies through their tax returns. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court chose not to intervene to stop the flimsy and admittedly partisan Democrat efforts to target the former president. And now, as a result, thanks to this week's actions, longstanding privacy protections for all taxpayers have been gutted. Going forward, the majority chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee and the Senate Finance Committee will have nearly unlimited power to target and make public the tax returns of private citizens, or political enemies, or business and labor leaders, or even the Supreme Court justices themselves. No party in Congress should hold that power. No individual should hold that power to embarrass, harass, or destroy a private citizen through disclosure of their private tax returns. After nearly half a century, the political enemies list is back in Washington, D.C., and it will unleash a cycle of political retribution in Congress. Many of us in Congress believe the current law was strong enough to protect private citizens against this political targeting, but it is no longer, and that is frightening. Republicans will continue to fight to protect American taxpayers from this abuse of power that will surely have severe consequences for taxpayers and democracy for years to come. We have urged our Democrat friends to turn back, because making private tax information public will be a regrettable stain, both on our committee and on Congress. It will make American politics even more ugly and divisive. In the long run, we believe every member of Congress will come to regret this. So we strongly oppose this bill today, not because portions of it doesn't have merit, some do, but it has serious flaws, of course, because it didn't exist 48 hours ago. And had it been brought forward 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, as an honest attempt to improve presidential audits, I'm convinced we could have found common ground, with no need to expose private tax returns of anyone. But not now, not this bill, and not this way. Republicans will not support any measure whose only purpose is to provide cover for the political targeting of a private citizen. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I still intend to say kind things about the ranking member, despite peeling the bark off of my legislation. Let me yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, a leader on this issue of tax compliance, Mr. Kildee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this legislation, the Presidential Tax Filings and Audit Transparency Act, legislation that ensures that we protect our tax system and ensures that it's fair and transparent for all Americans. As we've heard, the purpose of the Ways and Means Committee investigation and the purpose of this legislation is to ensure that no American is above the law, even the President of the United States. But shockingly, under the former president, the IRS was not examining the president's tax returns as required by their own policy, as it had for other presidents before and since. It did not follow its own rules. Because of this, there are still glaring questions about whether the former president was abiding by our tax laws. And that's why we needed the information, and that is why we need this legislation to require the IRS to examine presidential returns in a timely and complete manner. The American people must have confidence that our tax laws apply evenly and justly to everyone. So thank you, Chairman Neal, for your leadership on this. In passing this, we will ensure integrity in our tax system. I yield back.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter this article from yesterday's LA Times confirming the release of tax returns does nothing to evaluate the IRS auditing process or advance any legitimate oversight goal. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if I might also, with this, thank the gentleman for yielding me time. Certainly, I want to thank him for his diligence and his dedication as ranking member. This is probably his last time managing a bill, and I just want to thank my colleague for his dedication and diligence. I rise today in strong opposition to this bill. I think one of the most unnecessarily divisive efforts in modern history. It has been rushed to the floor with no notice, no hearing, no markup, and certainly no opportunity to amend it. We are only here as an excuse for Democrats' last-minute rush to weaponize private taxpayer information against their opponents. Much of the oversight of the presidential audit program Democrats claim to have been seeking could have been conducted without accessing or releasing anyone's confidential tax information. The Inspector General and the Joint Committee on Taxation could have provided an analysis of the start and completion dates of presidential audits without Democrats obtaining or releasing confidential tax information. The JCT could have provided us an analysis of the efficacy of presidential audits without Democrats obtaining or releasing the private tax returns. Instead, we are debating a bill which will never be considered in the Senate or become law solely to paper over the bad decision that Democrats made only 2 nights ago. Let's defeat this bill today and start over in January with a bipartisan effort to ensure the presidential audit program is working as intended, making sure the president and his family are following the law without rushing to cancel anyone's 6103 protections. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A reminder, 9 out of the last 10 presidents of the United States have offered publicly their tax forms. Let me yield 1 minute to one of the leaders on this issue as well, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davids.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for putting this bill together. We live in a country that is governed by a constitution, laws, rules, regulations. There are no exemptions. There are no people who could be let off because of a position that they hold. Tradition has it that we've seen the public is desirous of information. They want to know. And I think it's our responsibility to make sure that they do. I strongly support this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to yield 2 minutes to the Republican leader of the Tax Policy Subcommittee, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. So this phrase keeps coming up that no person is above the law. And that's true. But also, no person is denied protection under the law. Why would we wait 4 years, and why would this come up at this time that we have to check the former President of the United States tax returns? And the answer is because we want to make them public. And why do we want to make them public? Because we need to have every single citizen understand just who this person is and what's in their tax returns, with no regard to the protections that are already in place, that these kind of things don't happen, that they do not become a political weapon. And yet now, in the very last days of this session, we have decided that this is the most important thing this Congress can do. No other president has ever gone through this type of a scrutiny. And we keep saying he's not above the law. He's not above the law. And the truth of it all is he's not protected by the law because we're going to change the law. We're going to make it a weapon that we can go after. I'll just tell you this. The American people continue to lose faith, trust, and confidence in a system that cherry picks what it decides to go after, and go after in a way that is detrimental to the very form of government that we have. To be here today talking about this in the last hours of this session has nothing to do with what's good for the American people. It's a political hit job. It's sad, and especially in this
Gentleman's time has expired.
In this agency, for the Ways and Means to be doing this at the end of the year, horrible.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We were not granted this information until the Supreme Court ruled on November 23rd, and we did not pursue this legislation at the last minute, and we went through the regular order here. Indeed, with the gentlelady from California who did a great job on this. She represented the committee at the Rules session yesterday. I want to thank her and recognize her for 1 minute. Ms. Chu.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of H.R. 9640, the Presidential Tax Filings and Audit Transparency Act of 2022. This week, I was shocked to find that the IRS did not comply with its own mandate to conduct annual audits of the President's tax returns. This mandatory presidential audit has been in place since 1977, and yet, during Trump's 4 years in office, only one mandatory audit was even started, and none of the audits were completed. The majority of the audits weren't even started until Trump left office. The American people deserve transparency and checks and balance for the president, the most powerful person in the world. The bill before us would ensure the integrity of this audit in federal statute and show the American public that no one is above the law. I urge my colleagues to vote yes.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record one page from the Democrats' own report showing that, contrary to what we just heard, every single year tax returns at issue are under audit, debunking this claim that the IRS hasn't examined the tax return.
Without objection.
With that, I am proud to yield 5 minutes to the Republican leader of the Budget Committee, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman from Texas. We are 12 days until the Democrat majority does not exist. In 13 days, the Republican majority will be in charge. Americans are facing the highest spike in prices in 40 years because of the one-party Democrat rule in Washington, because of their reckless spending. The Ways and Means Committee is the committee that affects the economy more than any committee in all of Congress. And what does the House Democrats feel like their last 12 days, their biggest priority is not solving issues affecting working class Americans, but issues in targeting their main political opponents. This legislation is only cover for what they have been campaigning on for years, and that is to get Trump's tax returns. Let me tell you, if you don't believe me now, this is called the Mandatory Audit Program. It's about auditing all current and former presidents to make sure their tax returns are audited. But the chairman of this committee only requested how the Mandatory Audit Program has worked for one president. One. And it was a Republican president. His name was Donald Trump. I asked on Tuesday, did you request a mandatory audit review process on Joe Biden? No. Did you request one on Obama? No. Clinton? No. Bush? No. Carter? No. But yes, only Trump. This is a cover for their political objective, and that is to target their political opponents. We've heard over and over that no one's above the law. That includes everyone in this chamber. On Tuesday, when we sat in this markup, I raised the point, how can you release the full tax returns with all the private personal information of the private citizens, their social security number, children's social security numbers? And I said, we need an amendment to redact that information. I was told we're not going to vote on amendment. But everyone says that no one's above the law. We were told good faith would redact the full transcripts, and it would be decided by the majority staff. Has the minority staff been able to participate in it? No. We don't even know what the final documents of the tax returns that's going to be released, what they're going to look at. This was another example where you had to pass something before you know what's in it. That's what Pelosi's done this entire Congress. That is exactly what the Ways and Means Democrats did. They've charted a new territory for the Ways and Means Committee. It's the oldest committee in Congress. It's supposed to be the most bipartisan committee in Congress. But they ignited a new political tool that future Congresses will now utilize. I've traveled all over the country, 42 states just this year alone. And one thing that constantly kept coming up to me is, Congressman, look into President Biden's family and how they have been enriched by his position. In fact, banks have flagged over 150 red flags to Treasury. These are suspicious activity reports. Usually it's because they believe there's fraud or money laundering. And that's the Biden family bank accounts. What about the fact that foreign governments are paying to have their principals in the same room as Joe Biden? Or the sale of U.S. natural gas to China, of which the Bidens held a 10% equity stake. Or business plans to sell one of the largest sources of cobalt for electric vehicles to China, and $11 million made from Hunter Biden's, quote, work with a Ukraine firm and a Chinese businessman.
Is it done?
Like I said, over 150 red flags or suspicious activity reports filed by banks.
Gentleman's time has expired.
With
Members
that,
are
Madam
reminded to
Speaker,
refrain from
I
engaging
think
in
I've said enough.
personalities towards the president or vice president. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did indicate, I think perhaps earlier, maybe the gentleman was not here, that Mr. Obama and Mr. Biden both have had their tax forms audited. And the majority staff has offered the minority staff, who I have great regard for, the opportunity to participate in the redaction process. They chose not to. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, another leader on the issue of tax compliance, Mr. Evans, for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to strongly support this legislation. I'm proud to serve on the Ways and Means Committee, which under your leadership, strong leadership, oversees and protects our nation's tax code. Tax fairness is a top priority for me and the Democratic members of the Ways and Means. Mr. Chairman, your legislation sends a real message of fairness, something we haven't seen before. I say to you, I encourage you and all my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my round. Thank you.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would note that our professional staff was ready to join in redaction. However, we were forced to prepare for this floor action and offered to do that together after we were done this morning. And I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record a recent law review journal or legal journal that notes that because Ways and Means Democrats did not pursue the presidential audits of any of the other 8 presidents in that system, that the committee undermines their own credibility by releasing the returns outside the context of a comprehensive review, an honest review of the presidential audit program.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, I thank my friend from Texas for yielding. And Madam Speaker, what a shameful way for the majority to end their reckless tenure in House leadership. Today, we're debating and voting on rushed bills that will cost Americans trillions of dollars, expand the federal government, and eviscerate personal privacy. The timing of this atrocious bill is an assault on the institution and further undermines the public trust in the United States House of Representatives and federal agencies. Let us be clear, this bill has one purpose: to help the majority party justify their prejudiced release of personal and private data of the former president, his wife, and his 16-year-old son. The supporters of this bill claim that releasing personal tax returns is needed to prove the presidential mandatory audit process works. It does not. Congress should oversee the presidential mandatory audit process to ensure it does work correctly, but this invasion of privacy does not do that. Another point, the presidential mandatory audit process is completely separate from the voluntary release of tax returns done by 7 of the last 9 presidents. Democrats have supercharged the IRS weapon to not only go after political enemies, but their spouses and minor children too. Minor children aren't even exempt from the Democrats' desire to take down their opponents. Regardless of one's political preferences or attitudes towards the former president, every American should be vehemently opposed to this un-American attack on privacy, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The former commissioner of the IRS has indicated in the last 24 hours that he had no idea as to how the actual audit of a president's forms played out. That's not from me. That's from the public record. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from California who's had a profound interest in this issue as well for 1.5 minutes, Mr. Panetta.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me start off by expressing my gratitude for Chairman Richie Neal, for his seriousness, his sincerity, and his solemnity in his leadership in the Ways and Means Committee and in the way he conducted this request and release of the former president's tax returns and the writing of this legislation before us. Because of him, throughout this odyssey, the members of the Ways and Means Committee always knew and felt the gravity, the implications of what it meant to release an individual's tax returns. In fact, prior to this weekend, which was prior to my review of the former president's tax returns, I admit I had no intent on voting to release them. However, that changed. That changed once we were able to obtain the returns based on a valid legislative purpose and confirmed by the Supreme Court, go through the returns, and see the complete failure of the IRS when it comes to the presidential audit program. A program that is absolutely necessary to ensure that the world's most important public servant is abiding by the law, paying his or her taxes like you and me, and free from any conflicts of interest. But clearly, the IRS doesn't appreciate, nor does it prioritize the importance of this program, especially during the last administration. Because as applied to the former president, not one audit was completed, despite what the president said to the American public. That's why I support this legislation, so that any president's personal and business tax returns are audited and made public, and we are aware of those returns that are audited. I'm proud to say that under the leadership and seriousness of Chairman Neal, now Congress must do its job and pass H.R. 9640, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself 20 seconds to note that every year President Trump's tax returns are under audit. And I ask for unanimous consent to submit for the record an article explaining the purpose of the taxpayer privacy law the Democrats have dismantled this week, exposing all Americans to political attack via tax information.
Without
I reserve
objection.
the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
A real leader on this issue who gave one of the most moving addresses as the caucus ensued was a gentleman from Nevada, Steve Horsford, and I want to recognize him for 1.5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the distinguished chairman, Mr. Neal, for yielding time and for leading this important legislation, and also thank him for the opportunity to serve on this important committee. Also, I want to thank the ranking member for always showing respect in our deliberations, and all the best to you in your future deliberations. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 9640, the Presidential Tax Filings and Audit Transparency Act of 2022. As the chair has said, since 1977, the IRS adopted a policy of conducting mandatory audits on the president while they are in office as a check on their power. Disturbingly, our committee found that the IRS had all but given up and ceased this program under the previous administration. As our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have chipped away at the funding for the IRS, their talent pool has shrunk, and that has been unable to retain the kind of tax and financial experts that are actually needed to review the complex tax returns of some of the wealthiest. Meanwhile, those on the lower income spectrum, especially those with children who claim the Earned Income Tax Credit, are more likely to be audited. In fact, with reports from our committee, 5 times more likely to be audited those individuals on the low income spectrum than the most wealthy. So the evidence is clear. Congress must step in.
Time has expired.
Now is why this legislation must be passed. I urge my colleagues to vote aye on this measure and to put confidence of the American people in our tax system once again. I yield back.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to submit for the record an August 2, 2022 blog post from Ways and Means Committee entitled "The New Schumer Manchin Bill Will Supercharge Long Histories of IRS Abuses." With that, I'll reserve my time.
Without objection. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, who has energetically spoken about this issue in the past and will, I'm sure, in the future.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I rise. And I rise today because I believe we have a duty, a responsibility, and an obligation to protect the great and noble American ideals that are the foundation of this country. We have a duty to protect what John Adams, the second president, brought to our attention. We are a country of laws, not men. What the 26th president brought to our attention. Teddy Roosevelt, no one is above the law. The president has awesome authority. The IRS is under the auspices of the executive branch. We must put in place laws to assure us that there are no conflicts of interest being perpetrated by a president who has control of the agency that's supposed to audit his taxes. We have a duty, a responsibility, and an obligation. I thank you, Mr. Neal, for living up to the duty, the responsibility, and the obligation. And I respect my friend from the other side from Texas. We disagree. I wish him the best. But we have to go on, and the country needs this legislation. I encourage my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to enter the record a 2017 House report where the chairman said committee Democrats remain steadfast in our pursuit to have President Trump's individual tax returns disclosed to the public. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Without objection, the gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Sheila Jackson-Lee, who has been outspoken on this issue as well, for 1 minute.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
It is good in this season to be surrounded by truth. Let me rise to support H.R. 9640, the Presidential Tax Filings and Audit Transparency Act of 2022, because this is a necessity. When the Ways and Means Committee investigated the IRS execution of its mandate to audit the taxes of a sitting president and found that during the Trump administration, the IRS has been in serious dereliction of its duty to audit the taxes of Donald Trump when he had been president. In fact, we have found and believe that in one time he's paid zero. I don't want to necessarily focus on Donald Trump, but he happens to be at the core issue of the fact, are we an equal society? The Ways and Means Committee has emphasized that it is. It leads us to the obvious questions why. Did the IRS simply forget to do it? Did someone misplace his tax returns? Did the auditor of presidential tax returns retire? I think this legislation is imperative because it must be a general perspective that transparency is for everyone. And let me be very clear. There are hardworking members of the IRS, hardworking members of that
time
team.
has expired.
Gentleman, another 30 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized for 30 seconds.
We know and see them all the time, but Mr. Chairman, in addition to the dereliction regarding the audit of Donald Trump, we have heard that if you are a school teacher, you are audited. I want to say to the IRS commissioner, you're derelict in your duties. You're derelict in your sensitivity to constituents, to calls from members, and you're derelict in your duty, and what you were supposed to do is related to the President of the United States, not only because he was president, but because he was an individual who continued to ignore the laws of the land. I said today was a day of truth in this holiday season. This legislation will bring truth and respect. Let's see those tax returns and let the IRS do its job on behalf of the American people. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair and not to a perceived viewing audience. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yielding myself 30 seconds, I would note that every year President Trump's tax returns are under audit, that the tradition of making presidential tax returns public is just that, a tradition, not a law, and unrelated to the presidential audit program. I would also note that while I've loved serving with my colleagues from Houston, I would note that they were among the very first members of Congress to introduce impeachment resolutions against this president in the very first year of his presidency, revealing that this is political targeting and nothing else. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could we have an indication from the minority as to how many other speakers they have? We were close to preparing for.
Yeah, we are as well. We have no more speakers, and it's appropriate time prepared to close.
So before I finish my time here, I do want to thank Kevin Brady. And we had an excellent relationship at the committee, and I can speak for all the Democrats on the committee. They had high regard for Kevin Brady when he was in the majority and when he was in the minority, for the way he allowed the minority for us at the time to use the time that was allocated to us. And I never thought during that time that Mr. Brady did anything that was mean or malicious. And in addition, I think what's important to point out here, as he did in his comments, we did big things during that time. When you stop and consider the CARES Act, when you consider what we did in the health space, retirement savings, what we were able to do with USMCA, all that was done in a bipartisan manner. And I think part of it is a reflection of his personality, which fundamentally lacked malice. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd yield myself so much time as I may consume. And I ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record an October 2018 article, 4 years ago, from the San Francisco Chronicle, where the Honorable Nancy Pelosi said, quote, "Expect Democrats to immediately try to force President Trump to release his tax returns if we take back the House in November," exposing the true purpose of this effort. So, Madam Speaker, Nancy Pelosi is not alone. Democrat after Democrat on this committee and in this Congress made it clear years ago that they were targeting President Trump to try to force his tax returns to be made public, even though the law doesn't require it. The law doesn't require it at all. And that has nothing, as was revealed in our committee hearing, has nothing to do with the presidential audits. In fact, in our markup, again and again, we heard from members who said we must force these private tax returns to be made public so we can see his dealings, so we can see his taxes, so we can criticize. Nothing to do with the presidential audit process. And this is our concern today, that under the new standard that's been set and the Supreme Court has affirmed, two individuals in Congress, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, chairman of Senate Finance, will have nearly unlimited power with almost any excuse to obtain, to investigate, and make public those very private tax returns. We are not alone in our concerns. Other scholars have made the point that we have a voluntary tax system, and that if Americans don't believe and can't trust that their tax returns won't be kept private, if they have to worry that if they end up on the enemies list in Congress, that they too can be a target. And under this new process and this new standard, the privacy protections of the last half a century are gone. My worry, I think every Republican here, and I hope some of our Democrat friends are worried as well, that this will provide a dangerous new political weapon that invites political retribution, where that cycle will continue and continue and continue, and our politics will be worse. They will be harsher and uglier and more divisive because of this action. Again, at the end of the day, whether a president makes their tax returns public or not, today is not the law. And while I would recommend it for all, the truth of the matter is, at the end of the day, this is political targeting. It can be applied not just to the president, but to every American. And I am worried that it is not just public officials at risk, it is private citizens. It could be supporters. It could be business or labor leaders. It could be the Supreme Court that some have sought to delegitimize. That's our concern here. This is why we are fighting this fight as Republicans, to protect the privacies of every American, to make sure they are not targeted by partisans in Congress. And I will tell you, I am very worried that every chairman of those two committees will face incredible pressure to target Americans, political enemies and opponents, and I don't think we should ever go down that road, but regrettably we are, and that is why we're here. So I've respected Chairman Neal for many years. Again, treasure our working relationship and the accomplishments we've done, and I'll miss you, friend. I also want to, before we conclude today, want to say a special thank you to several members of Ways and Means Republican staff that have worked so hard on this issue for years. Sean, Clerget, Derek Tyre, Caroline Jones, Molly Fromm, Brittany Havens, Paige Decker, J.P. Freer, and of course, the remarkable staff director of the Ways and Means Committee, Republicans, Gary Andrews. You've done a great job for this committee in this country. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, so I am prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
The constant theme that we've heard today from our Republican colleagues is that this is about targeting an individual. This is a chance to clarify the law that they suggest is currently in a convoluted stage, which means that there's, in their judgment, sufficient confusion about the law as to whether or not the process should play out. What this legislation argues, I think, with great proficiency is the following, and that is that we should codify the system that we have discovered in recent days is not only dysfunctional, it's non-existent. 9 out of the last 10 presidents of the United States have voluntarily released their tax forms. It dates to Richard Nixon in a letter to the then chairman of this committee, Wilbur Mills. Barack Obama and Joe Biden have both indicated they have been fully audited. What we're suggesting today that this is an opportunity to clear up the question of how the mandatory audit that is highlighted in regulations at the IRS plays out. And by the way, when we say it's not in law, this institution here functions on the basis of rules as well as law. The rules in the IRS manual said that the audit ought to take place. We've discovered that not only did the audit not take place, none of them have even been completed. A reminder, this is not about a president, this is about the presidency going forward. This was not done with malicious intent. It was not done in a clandestine manner. It was this chance to say, okay, if there's a legitimate argument about how the mandatory audit system plays out, let's straighten it out this morning. Easily done and accomplished. Paying no taxes and paying taxes is a core responsibility and reflection of our faith in common citizenship. Despite the idea that we talk about a voluntary system, treasure the idea that about 87% of the American people pay their taxes on time. That really speaks, I think, to the intent and sincerity that they feel about a functioning government. All of us are expected to fulfill that responsibility. In exchange for voluntary compliance, we have to be assured that a fair and well-functioning system ensures that everyone else is cooperating too. This shouldn't be the kind of country that allows those with power and privilege to be held above the law that applies to everyone else. That's not part of our national character. That's not our ethic as a people. Here, no one, no matter how powerful, should be out of the reach of the tax system, least of all, not in compliance with our tax laws. The IRS failed its own policy to audit a president in an affront to our shared sense of justice and fairness. Everybody on this occasion acknowledges that the audit did not take place. And no audit has been completed 3 years later. So the legislation before us, H.R. 9640, rectifies the situation. It offers great clarity. And I urge all of our colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 1529, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to provide for examination and disclosure with respect to presidential income tax returns.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Speaker asks for the recorded vote.
The gentleman requests the yeas and nays.
Yep.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Purposes, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko, seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, I rise to address S 1942 before the House and its immediate consideration. Resolution 1529.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1942, an act to standardize the designation of national heritage areas and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1529, the bill is considered read. The bill should be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on S 1942.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. I realize we are quickly reaching the end of the 117th Congress, and there is necessary business to finish before the end of the year. So I do want to express my immense gratitude to Speaker Pelosi, Majority Leader Hoyer, Chairman Grijalva, and Ranking Member Westerman for recognizing the importance of S 1942, the National Heritage Area Act, and finding the time to allow it to be considered today. National heritage areas are far too often overlooked, but they are so important to so many members and their communities that they serve. There are 55 national heritage areas across our country, sites of cultural and historical or natural significance that help tell our unique and very diverse American story. In New York's 20th Congressional District, these legendary sites include the Erie-Canalway National Heritage Corridor and the Maurice D. Hinchey Hudson River Valley National Heritage Corridor, named after our late colleague. For decades, these sites have opened wide the doors of economic opportunity and community engagement for constituents in my district and well beyond. I'm so grateful to Bob Radcliffe and Meg Downey for their leadership and commitment that drives the success of the sites in my district. Across our country, heritage areas touch 34 states and nearly 600 counties. They create local jobs, they boost local economies, and certainly bind communities together in every corner of America. In total, heritage areas have a nearly $13 billion annual economic impact and support almost 150,000 jobs nationwide. They also return an average of $5.50 for every federal dollar appropriated by effectively leveraging public and private partnerships in the communities which they serve. Despite broad bipartisan support and continued interest in the areas from communities, these sites have faced inconsistent treatment before Congress. There is no standardized programmatic system of administration for our heritage areas, which has required each area to pursue individual funding extensions and reauthorizations, often with last-minute congressional action. Even in this year's omnibus agreement, several sites required extensions. This stopgap model puts a burden on local coordinating entities. Heritage areas have been made to function over the past few years through multiple short-term stopgap reauthorizations, while Congress has failed to provide long-term certainty. We cannot let that continue into next year, as some 45 of our 55 areas face expiration dates during the upcoming 118th Congress. For years, I have worked alongside my colleagues in the House and passionate partners from local heritage areas to pass the bipartisan National Heritage Area Act, beginning with the efforts of our former colleague, Representative Charlie Dent of Pennsylvania. And that effort has continued to grow as more and more members have begun to understand the rich value that heritage areas play in their given districts. H.R. 1316, the House companion to the bill we are considering today, was introduced with Congressman David McKinley, Glenn Thompson, and 135 other members, and it has already passed the House this Congress as part of the Protecting America's Wilderness and Public Lands Act. In the 116th Congress, it was passed as a suspension. This bill is not controversial. It has widespread support, and importantly, it will finally bring stability and, very importantly, predictability to these sites, allowing them to continue to serve their communities and strengthen surrounding economies with minimal federal support. The National Heritage Area Act would end the current system of piecemeal reauthorizations through a 15-year authorization of all existing areas. It would establish the first-ever standardized criteria for designating new heritage areas. It would include new study authorizations and designations, most of which have already passed the House on suspension, and finally would ensure that private property rights are never affected by heritage area activities. National heritage areas are an incredibly popular, bipartisan way of preserving American history and culture while supporting local economies, creating a deeply rooted sense of destination. Congress now has the opportunity to ensure these sites can be enjoyed for generations to come by finally making our National Heritage Area Act law. Madam Speaker, I encourage members to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I rise today in support of S. 1942, the National Heritage Area Act, I also have serious concerns with the process by which it came to the floor. Americans have long been known for our ingenuity. From hearing aids and cardiac defibrillators to traffic lights and microwave ovens, Americans have been developing effective solutions to problems for hundreds of years. George Washington Carver discovered more than 300 uses for peanuts and more than 80 uses for sweet potatoes. Americans invented Coca-Cola, Whoppers, Big Macs, the Chick-fil-A sandwich, and chocolate chip cookies. You would think Congress would hold to a legislative process that was more appetizing and didn't end up trying to force-feed us a 4,000-page stink sandwich at Christmas. Americans invented countless methods to efficiently and effectively move people across the country. We invented automobiles, airplanes, and the GPS system. We put people on the moon and built the Panama Canal. So why can't Congress invent an efficient way to move bills through a hearing, markup, over to the Senate, and finally to the President on time, on budget, and with transparency and clear direction. Americans invented the team sports of football, baseball, and basketball. Why can't Congress work together to solve our problems of the day instead of having a small group determine what the Congress must pass without giving us an opportunity to actually legislate as we all were elected to do? Americans discovered electricity, invented the light bulb and the laser. Why can't Congress operate in the light and be transparent with Americans instead of producing 4,000-plus page bills like the omnibus that will be before us in the final days of session? Americans have invented countless ways to communicate. We invented the telegraph, the telephone, radio, TV, Al Gore's internet, the iPhone, voicemail, email, Google, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. You would think the House of Representatives could come up with a better process to communicate with the Senate and the White House so we can pass appropriation bills by September 30th and stop the madness that has become the omnibus process. If we did that, maybe we wouldn't have to be here today debating bills that could have and should have been completed long ago. There is a glimmer of hope before us today. This National Heritage Area bill could have easily been buried in the omnibus, adding even more pages. But here we are, with the clock running out, doing something that, again, could have and should have been done months ago. It's amazing that when this bill was not agreed to in the omnibus, the Senate magically found time to pass it and send it to the House. I can find many shortcomings in the process that got us to the point that we are today. But I would like to focus on the positive we can take from it. As my friend Mr. Tonko said about this National Heritage Area bill, it's important to many of my colleagues across the nation who have very successful national heritage areas. These areas have private entities that work very hard to promote their local communities and conserve their unique heritage. This bill, as proposed today, has bipartisan support. And while the process that brought it to the floor leaves much to be desired, again, at least it was not tucked into yet another omnibus spending bill. In fact, if all the authorizations were removed from the omnibus, it would have been 2,238 pages shorter and would be truly about funding the government. Let me repeat that. If we took the authorizations out of the appropriation bill, it would be 2,238 pages shorter. Maybe somebody would have time to read it then. Considering bills on the floor shows us a process that can work the way it was intended. My commitment as the chairman of the Natural Resources Committee in the next Congress is to work extremely hard, to have hearings, markups, and pass authorization bills out of the committee, off the floor, and send them to the Senate using a regular order process. Moving legislation the right way will also prevent the need for authorization bills to be tucked into massive spending bills. But that is only part of the equation. We have to work together to fix the process that gives us bloated omnibus bills in the first place. We should all commit to passing a budget, passing individual appropriation bills, and sending them to the Senate with the understanding that the ball is in their court, and there's not another option except possibly a continuing resolution, which we all know is not a popular way to fund the government. I've talked to many House members and senators on both sides of the aisle throughout this omnibus process. Interestingly, not one person has told me they like this process, and everyone thinks it seems to be changed. Maybe I just haven't talked to the people who are benefiting most from this broken process, but I do believe that those of us whose constituents are suffering from it make up a vast majority and can change it. Our constituents think that Washington is broken. It is time for us to work as a team to develop another effective and efficient solution to American problems. With all that being said, I support S. 1942, the National Heritage Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Horsford, who represents the 4th District of Nevada, includes in his terrain the Great Basin National Heritage Area and Mormon Pioneer National Heritage Area. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Nevada.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, Mr. Tonko, for yielding the time and for leading on this legislation on the floor today. I come here today to discuss my bipartisan, bicameral legislation, the Great Basin National Heritage Area and Mormon Pioneer National Heritage Area Extension Act, which was included as part of the National Heritage Area Act, which we are debating today. The overall bill would reauthorize all 55 national heritage areas for 15 years, providing the certainty that NHAs need to build long-term partnerships and leverage public and private dollars, while increasing transparency and accountability for the program. The Great Basin National Heritage Area is a remote region spanning the border of Nevada and Utah with rich cultural roots, rugged landscape features, and home to many historical sites. While the Great Basin National Heritage Area region is sparsely populated with only 21,000 people, calling these two counties home, what the area lacks in people, it makes up for in historical sites, sweeping landscape formations, and cultural attractions, including some of the best stargazing people and outdoor recreation can see. Since the initial designation, Great Basin and Mormon Pioneer have received $6 million in federal funds, which have produced projects and programs valued at over $50 million. National heritage areas are critical for our rural communities that are vast, beautiful landscapes that protect our lands and bring tourists from around the world. This designation does not result in any change in land use regulations or ownerships. Reauthorization of the NHA distinction would also not affect water rights, grazing rights, or mineral rights. This would only allow for a continuation of national heritage areas, including Great Basin National Heritage Area, which just this past year—
Gentleman's time has expired.
May I have 30 more seconds?
Yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you for the courtesy. This would only allow for a continuation of national heritage areas, including Great Basin National Heritage Area, which just this past August celebrated its 100-year anniversary, and I was proud to attend. This legislation is critical to protect and promote national heritage areas across the country, so I urge my colleagues to vote yes in favor of this legislation, and I'm proud to stand up today for the National Heritage Area Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserved the balance of his time. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my good friend from Arkansas for his leadership on this. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of Senate 1942, the National Heritage Area Act. National heritage areas provide countless economic benefits to the communities that they serve while preserving important cultural, historical, and nationally significant areas across the country. In my district, I'm proud to represent the Oil Region National Heritage Area, which is home to the birth of the petroleum industry, located in Venango County, Pennsylvania. The Oil Region National Heritage Area includes oil artifacts, scenic communities, farmlands, woodlands, and industrial landscapes, which provide valuable information and insight into the world's first successful commercial oil well, the Drake Well, and the legacy of the petroleum industry. This successful public-private partnership has maximized federal dollars, increased economic investment, and preserved places of local and national significance throughout northwestern Pennsylvania. This legislation before us will provide increased certainty to the oil region and all national heritage areas by creating a national heritage area system to extend technical and financial assistance to the entities that support the maintenance and operation of existing heritage areas. This bill will also provide a clear set of criteria for establishing new national heritage areas, and this bipartisan legislation is long overdue. And I urge all of my colleagues to support the passage of S. 1942. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank Ranking Member Westerman for his leadership and for all that he does for our efforts on the Natural Resources Committee. I rise today in support of S 1942, the National Heritage Area Act. S 1942 includes my bill, the Northern Neck National Heritage Area Act. The Northern Neck of Virginia lands and waters showcase natural beauty unlike any other. As a longtime resident of the Northern Neck, I know our heritage is unique and worth preserving. With a history profoundly intertwined with that of the entire nation, it is only right for us to recognize the Northern Neck as a National Heritage Area. The Northern Neck National Heritage Area Act will deliver critical federal resources, it will encourage public-private partnerships, and assign a specific entity, the Northern Neck Tourism Commission, to help protect the Northern Neck's natural, cultural, scenic, and recreational resources. Under this legislation, the National Heritage Area designation would apply to the land between the Potomac River and Rappahannock River, spanning King George, Lancaster, Northumberland, Richmond, and Westmoreland counties. The Northern Neck has been working together for over 20 years in pursuit of the National Heritage Area designation. With this designation, the Northern Neck region will have a greater voice in sharing its stories, which contribute to the understandings of the early origins of our nation. It also aligns with the region's tourism strategy as an important economic driver in this rural part of the Commonwealth. I was proud to have worked with Senators Warner and Kane on this bipartisan effort and thank them for their work in bettering the Northern Neck. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'll continue to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I encourage support of this bill, which should have been done a long time ago, could have been done a long time ago, but I'm grateful to see it's not part of the omnibus spending bill, that we're actually voting on it on the floor like we should be doing with all authorization bills. I encourage passage, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I want to thank Chairman Grijalva and Ranking Member Westerman for their help with this measure. This bill certainly would not have been possible without the incredible leadership, and I might add passion, of Sarah Capon of the Alliance of National Heritage Areas, of Alan Spears of NPCA, and so many other stakeholders and supporters. These advocates of this concept have been tremendously passionate. That's an understatement, and they deserve this response. I also want to recognize the great work by the staff who have fought for years to bring this bill to the floor. David Watkins, Brandon Brugato, Henry Wachowski, and Laura Snyder of the House Natural Resources Majority staff, and indeed Miranda Miller and Emily Silverberg from my office. Madam Speaker, I urge adoption of S 1942 to finally provide the certainty and, yes, the predictability that national heritage areas need to continue to serve local communities and strengthen local economies all across our great United States. And with that, I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1529, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
An act to standardize the designation of national heritage areas and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
We request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-4439.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4439, an act to make certain federal land located in Siskiyou County, California, and Humboldt County, California, into trust for the benefit of the Karuk tribe and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
I will yield myself as much time as I may consume. I rise in support of S-4439, the Katamin and Amiki Arum Sacred Lands Act, sponsored by Senator Alex Padilla and led here in the House by Representative Jared Huffman. The Karuk tribe's ancestral territory encompasses over 1 million acres in northern California and southern Oregon, with about 900 acres currently held in trust for the tribe. The lands known as Katamin and as Amiki Arum are ceremonial areas and village sites located at the Karuk tribe's center of the world. These sites host the final series of the tribe's annual Pikyayish World Renewal ceremonies. The Amiki Arun is located downriver from the Katamin and serves as the site of the jump dance and first salmon ceremonies and the historical location of pre-contact intertribal fish harvesting. These sites remain essential to the tribe's intergenerational cultural and environmental teachings. Unfortunately, the tribe's access to these sacred sites is not always guaranteed. In recent years, tribal members have even been interrupted by members of the public during private components of their ceremonies. S-4439 will resolve this access issue by placing approximately 1,031 acres of federal land located in Siskiyou and Humboldt counties in trust for the tribe. The bill contains gaming prohibitions and confirms the U.S. Forest Service's authority over managing the wild and scenic rivers located on this parcel. I thank Senator Padilla and Representative Huffman for championing this important bill. And, Madam Speaker, I urge a yes vote, and with that, reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, S-4439 would place into trust approximately 1,031 acres of U.S. Forest Service land where the Salmon River meets the Klamath River in Siskiyou and Humboldt counties in California for the Karuk tribe. This bill would require that the land be taken into trust for traditional and customary uses for the benefit of the tribe. This bill would prohibit gaming on the land and would require that the land held in trust shall not affect the status or administration of this section of the Klamath River as a wild and scenic river. The trust land is also subject to valid existing rights, contracts, and management agreements relating to easements and right-of-way. The Karuk tribe is one of the largest tribes in Northern California with approximately 3,300 enrolled tribal members. Its people have lived in northwestern California for thousands of years. The land being placed into trust for the tribe is considered, as Mr. Tonko stated, the center of the world in their religion and is used for their annual world renewal ceremonies. The tribe has a special use permit with the Forest Service to access these lands for their ceremonies and closes the river during certain times in the summer to facilitate them. However, there have been public disruptions during the ceremonies from some unknowing individuals rafting the river. This bill would ensure the tribe is able to continue its religious practices and continue teaching future generations of the Karuk people the tribe's culture and customs. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
We have no further speakers, but I'll continue to reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
We have no further speakers, too, so I urge adoption of the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this given legislation, and with that, yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 4439? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-3519.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3519, an act to amend the National Trails System Act to designate the Butterfield Overland National Historic Trail and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko, and the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume, and thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of S-3519, the Butterfield Overland National Historic Trail Designation Act, introduced by Senator Boozman of Arkansas. This bill passed the Senate unanimously earlier this week. This bill amends the National Trail System Act to designate the Butterfield National Historic Trail stretching from St. Louis, Missouri to San Francisco, California. Known as the Oxbow Trail, the Butterfield Overland Trail was an important 19th century postal route that the National Park Service studied and deemed to be nationally significant and feasible, suitable, and desirable for addition to the National Trails System as a National Historic Trail. I congratulate the Arkansas delegation and supporters of this bill, as this will be a great addition to a growing network of National Historic Trails. However, I would like to note the bill includes novel language regarding energy development that has never been included in the National Trails Act. Simply, it states that nothing in the bill shall prohibit or hinder the development, production, or transmission of energy. While this is an important concern, historic trails designations like the one envisioned by this bill have not been an impediment to energy development. So while this is a worthy trail designation, and I support the adoption of this particular bill, I think we should be mindful of the need to include similar language in future designations. With that, I will continue to reserve the balance of my time, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of S-3519 offered by my colleague and good friend from Arkansas, Senator John Boozman, which would designate the Butterfield Overland Trail as a National Historic Trail. This historic trail commemorates the route pioneered by the Butterfield Overland Mail Company as they transported mail and people along the Oxbox route between 1858 and 1861. Starting in Missouri and Tennessee and ending in California, this route was pivotal to westward expansion prior to the Civil War and plays an important role in Arkansas's history. In fact, 4 segments of the route have been designated on the National Register of Historic Places in Arkansas, and the Potts Home in Pope County is the most intact stagecoach station in the country. This station has been well maintained by the Pope County Historical Foundation as the Potts Inn Museum. In 2018, the National Park Service completed a special resource study of the trail and found that the Butterfield Overland Trail meets the criteria for national significance and is feasible, suitable, and desirable for designation as a National Historic Trail. I concur that this trail is well suited for designation, and I hope that this new National Historic Trail will help bring renewed attention to the important role Arkansas played in shaping our nation. I'd like to thank Senator Boozman for his steadfast leadership on this bill, an issue that he has championed since 2007. I would also like to thank him for ensuring that important provisions protecting energy development and private property rights were added to the legislation. These are common sense provisions that will ensure the historic trail will not interfere with any energy development, production, or transmission. And on a personal note, during the summers when I was in college and I was having to carry out a long-distance relationship with my college sweetheart, back before iPhones and the internet, My late father-in-law actually retired from the Postal Service, and I think it was very fitting that their address was 1208 Butterfield Trail. I sent many letters to that address during those long summers, and Butterfield Trail holds a special place in my heart. I support this bipartisan bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Enjoyed hearing that bit of nostalgia. We have no requests for time at this moment, and so I'll continue to reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Again, I urge adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. We have no other speakers, and at this time yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3519? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Multiple bills. Just the one. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S 5328.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 5328, an act to amend the Farm Security and Rural Investment Act of 2002 to extend Terminal Lakes assistance.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Mrs. Spanberger, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend the remarks and include extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield to myself such time as I may consume. I rise in strong support of S 5328. This legislation will enable the Desert Terminal Lakes Assistance Program to fulfill its intended purpose while bringing the program to an orderly closure. S 5328 amends the Farm Security and Rural Investment Act of 2002 by changing the program's sunset date from October 1st, 2023 to October 1st, 2025. This program has successfully improved the water supply to Walker Lake, Pyramid, and Summit Lakes for the benefit of at-risk natural desert terminal lakes and associated riparian and watershed resources. To date, the program has secured over half of the water to reach the restoration goal for Walker Lake, while also protecting agricultural interests in Nevada and California. The program has brought nearly 20,000 acres under sustainable management. With an additional 2 years, the program can maximize conservation outcomes while supporting agricultural producers and ensure that maximum outcomes are achieved as the program ends. The ability to complete the program in an orderly way and fully spend the funds allocated back in 2014 will enable 70 to 80% completion of Walker Lake's restoration goal. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the Desert Terminal Lakes program was created to help restore terminal lakes. provide conservation benefits, and protect agriculture and other interests throughout the surrounding watersheds. However, the program's sunset date approaching on October 1st, 2023, this legislation will authorize the program for an additional 2 years through October 1st, 2025. This program has been credited with conserving significant amounts of water to protect tribal, agricultural, environmental, and habitat interests. By extending the program's sunset, Congress ensures the program has the opportunity to finish up the effective conservation work achieved by the program and the ability to shut down in a fiscally responsible manner. Funding for the program has already been obligated, and uses have already been identified for the remaining money. This bill does not authorize any new funding, and CBO estimates that this bill will have no budgetary impacts. I appreciate my colleagues' attention to this matter and urge you all to join me in supporting this legislation. And with that, I have no additional speakers, and so I would yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back. The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume to close debate. I appreciate the comments from the gentleman from Pennsylvania and agree with him completely. The focus that he has placed on recognizing how valuable this program has been in conserving water, how effective it has been, and how this fix in this legislation will ensure that we can, in a fiscally responsible and without budgetary impact way, ensure this program's success by extending it for an additional 2 years is exactly why I urge everyone to vote for this legislation. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Virginia yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 5328? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S 4240, the Justice for Victims of War Crimes Act.
The clerk will read the report, the title of the bill.
Senate 4240, an act to amend Section 2441 of Title 18 United States Code to broaden the scope of individuals subject to prosecution for war crimes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on S 4240.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman may proceed.
Madam Speaker, in the shadow of the Second World War, we joined with other nations to sign the 4 Geneva Conventions, fulfilling the promise of the Nuremberg trials to ensure that war criminals and perpetrators of crimes against humanity could and would be held accountable for their actions. Today, with passage of the Justice for Victims of War Crimes Act, we will close a dangerous loophole that has allowed this promise to ring hollow for some. Unfortunately, under current law, the United States can only prosecute people who have engaged in violations of international humanitarian law in cases where the alleged perpetrator or victim is a U.S. national or a member of the U.S. Armed Forces. As a result, even if a foreign national war criminal is located in the U.S., they cannot be prosecuted for their war crimes committed against other foreign nationals. Americans pride themselves on belonging to a country that presents itself to the world as a beacon of justice, a home for the persecuted, and an enforcer of peace. But because of this gap in our laws, the United States has become a safe haven for perpetrators of war crimes and international conflicts. This missing piece in our criminal laws constricts our ability to hold individuals accountable when conflicts arise around the world. For example, Russian oligarchs have found refuge in the United States and will continue to do so until the Justice for Victims of War Crimes Act becomes law. This legislation fixes a loophole in the 1996 War Crimes Act by permitting U.S. authorities to prosecute foreign nationals who commit war crimes and who are then found in the United States. It also expands the statute of limitations in some cases, since war criminals are often not discovered hiding in the United States until many years, sometimes decades after their crimes. Passage of the Justice for Victims of War Crimes Act will demonstrate to the people of Ukraine, to our allies abroad, and to war criminals around the world that the United States will not allow those who commit atrocities to evade justice on our shores. I would like to thank my colleagues, Senator Grassley, Senator Durbin, Congressman Cicilline, and Congresswoman Spartz, for their hard work in bringing this important legislation to the floor. I urge all members to support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill would provide U.S. courts with jurisdiction over war criminals if the victim or offender is a U.S. national or lawfully admitted permanent resident alien, a member of the armed forces of the United States, or otherwise present in the United States. In order for a case against one of these individuals to be prosecuted, the Attorney General or their designee must certify that the prosecution is in the public interest and necessary to secure substantial justice. We all agree that those who commit war crimes should be brought to justice, but this bill is not really that simple. This bill has had no process in the Judiciary Committee. We've had no hearings. We've heard from no witnesses. We have not fully examined the potential ramifications of the legislation. We don't know how this bill may align with the laws of foreign nations, or if by passing this bill, we may cause other countries to pass their own laws that would imperil our service members or citizens around the world. We have not considered the standards that the Attorney General is directed to follow in certifying these prosecutions. If we have learned one thing in the Judiciary Committee this Congress, it's that the Biden Justice Department's definition of, quote, public interest and substantial justice are radically different than most Americans. Does the Biden Justice Department believe it is in the public interest to conspire with big tech to stifle speech and censor views, as we have seen in recent disclosures? Does the Biden Justice Department believe that using the weight of the federal law enforcement to target concerned parents at school board meetings amounts to substantial justice? The standards in this bill are vague and unworkable, and I'm concerned about how they may be abused by this Justice Department. The Judiciary Committee should have wrestled with these issues and others, but we never had the chance. I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill and reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers. Prepared to close.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, for what the reasons I cited in my opening statement, I would urge a no vote and yield back our time.
Madam Speaker, I urge support for the bill for the reasons I stated in my opening statement, and I urge support for the bill, and I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 4240? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S. 3949, the Trafficking Victims Prevention and Protection Reauthorization Act of 2022.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3949, an act to reauthorize the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman for New York.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on S. 3949.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of S. 3949, the Trafficking Victims Prevention and Protection Reauthorization Act of 2022, which would reauthorize the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000, which expired in September of last year. This legislation would also extend and update programs for human trafficking survivors while increasing the funding authorization to reflect current spending levels through 2027. Human trafficking continues to be one of the most important challenges of our time. More than 20 years after we first passed the Trafficking Victims Protection Act, traffickers continue to find new ways to exploit 25 million people around the world while generating more than $150 billion annually. The TVPA serves as the foundation for the United States counter-trafficking efforts and contains a multitude of authorizations for the programs that support this crucial work. It is therefore critical that we reauthorize this legislation. S. 3949 would help prevent human trafficking, promote services to trafficking victims and survivors, encourage federal coordination on data collection and crime reporting, and promote justice for trafficking survivors. The bill would improve training of federal law enforcement personnel by assuring anti-trafficking trainings are included in all staff trainings for federal departments and executive agencies. It would also establish a pilot program through which underserved communities in the United States may apply for funding to develop and implement treatment models and support services to youth at high risk of being trafficked. The bill would also facilitate investigations into potential human trafficking cases by strengthening statutes and penalties for trafficking offenses. In addition, it would include the Survivors' Bill of Rights, which encourages states to adopt the same protections for survivors of state sex crimes that already exist at the federal level. Lastly, we know that trafficking victims are of all ages, genders, ethnicities, nationalities, and sexual orientations. However, some vulnerable individuals, including minors in foster care or involved in the juvenile justice system, are more likely to be targeted and victimized. To encourage state agencies to work together to keep these at-risk youth safe and off the streets, S. 3949 would make grants to state child welfare and juvenile justice agencies to collaborate in the collection of data on youth who are involved in both systems or dual status youth, and encourage better cooperation between state agencies that oversee juvenile justice and child welfare programs. The United States has built one of the strongest anti-trafficking responses in the world, yet the fight is not over. We can and we must continue to improve and strengthen our anti-trafficking response. That is why I thank Senators Feinstein and Grassley for introducing S. 3949, legislation necessary to end all forms of human trafficking and modern-day slavery. I urge all of my colleagues to support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. S. 3949 requires that certain services be provided to trafficking survivors with a history in the state child protection and welfare system. For example, it would require that trafficking victims with a history in the child welfare system receive basic education, life skills training, job skills training, and other professional development. The bill also prohibits officials from investigating trafficking from engaging in illicit relationships or contact with witnesses, victims, potential witnesses, and potential victims during the course of the investigation. It It also requires all federal agencies to ensure that all staff receive training related to human trafficking and acknowledging the agency's code of conduct as it relates to human trafficking. Additionally, this bill requires the Comptroller General to report to Congress on the prevention of trafficking of persons in the federal contract supply chain. Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, I would just say, Madam Speaker, if we really want to deal with the trafficking problem, the number one thing we could do, the number one thing we should do, the best thing we could do is actually secure the border. But this week, the Democrats are looking to do just the opposite. Make an already chaotic situation even more chaotic with the repeal of Title 42. So that's what we should be focusing on. If you really cared about this terrible human trafficking concern and problem, we would secure our southern border, but that is not, unfortunately, where this administration wants to go. This legislation is fine, but if we really wanted to address the overriding problem here, we'd be focused on the border. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York
Madam
is
Speaker,
recognized.
for the reasons I stated in my opening statement, I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3949? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S. 3946, the Abolish Human Trafficking Reauthorization Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3946, an act to reauthorize the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2017 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on S. 3946.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of S. 3946, the Abolish Human Trafficking Reauthorization Act, which reauthorizes crucial programs that help combat human trafficking. Excuse me. Human trafficking is a multi-billion-dollar criminal industry that exists in cities, suburbs, and rural towns and denies freedom to nearly 25 million people around the world. Our inability to see the harms of human trafficking allows it to persist and leaves victims vulnerable, sometimes even as they think they have found those who will help them escape. S. 3946 would reauthorize and extend many critical programs through 2027 that are vital to the fight to end this form of modern-day slavery. The Trafficking Victims Protection Act, or TVPA, is a crucial law that provides a legal framework for the United States to combat, monitor, and prosecute human trafficking crimes, while also providing key services and support to victims of trafficking. S. 3946 would reauthorize key TVPA programs through 2027 that fund restorative services for victims and law enforcement anti-trafficking operations and training. This legislation would also establish confidentiality protections for victims, prioritize cybersecurity enforcement, provide funding to states that identify, respond to, and prevent trafficking within their foster care systems, assist victims who have their documentation stolen, improve data collection, support forced labor investigations, and authorize funding for the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Homeland Security. Lastly, this reauthorization would extend the life of the National Sexual Assault Hotline and provide permanent authorization of the Department of Justice's Domestic Trafficking Victims Fund, which is financed through fines paid by convicted traffickers and sexual predators. Too often we think that human trafficking is something that happens elsewhere, in other cities and in other countries. But human trafficking touches every community, every city, and every suburb. That is why we must continue to do all that we can to raise awareness, provide hope, and provide support to victims and survivors, and to ensure that there is accountability for those who commit this terrible crime. This legislation does just that. This bipartisan legislation is supported by a broad coalition of advocates for victims and survivors of trafficking and sexual abuse, law enforcement, and prosecutors. I thank Senators Cornyn and Klobuchar for introducing this important legislation. I urge all of my colleagues to support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, this legislation is fine. I'll just say this. My colleague and the chair of the Judiciary Committee said this problem is everywhere, and I don't disagree. It's a terrible problem. But let's be honest, where the problem is worse, where it's the worst, is our southern border. 4 million illegal migrants have come into this country in the 23 months of the Biden administration. That's where it's worst. The cartels making tons of money on moving people, and what happens to women and children in that journey is so wrong. That's what we should be focused on. But my colleagues on the other side do not want to address it. They don't even want to go see it. The president hasn't even been there. So this legislation's fine. It can be helpful, and God bless America. But let's focus on the real issue here. 4 million people. The cartels are bringing across our border. We no longer have a border. And again, if Title 42 goes away, it's going to be that chaotic situation gets even worse. So that's what we should be focused on. My colleagues don't want to do it, but this legislation's fine. I yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, S 3946 provides vital resources to identify and protect victims and survivors of human trafficking, prevent human trafficking and further victimization of survivors, and seek out and hold accountable those who dare commit this heinous offense. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3946? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass S 1294, Protecting American Intellectual Property Act of 2021.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1294, an act to authorize the imposition of sanctions with respect to foreign persons that have engaged in significant theft of trade secrets of United States persons and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, and the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on S 1294.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of S 1294, the Protecting American Intellectual Property Act of 2021. The United States of America has the most innovative people, researchers, and companies in the world. In the depths of the pandemic, American government research institutes partnered with private sector companies to create the world's best vaccines. These miracles of modern medicine have saved millions of lives here at home and tens of millions of people around the world. From weapons systems to enterprise software and semiconductor design to smartphones, America is at the leading edge of the technological frontier. Innovation is crucial to our health, our wealth, and our security. But many of the benefits we reap from research and development go out the window if thieves can literally steal our intellectual property without cost or consequence. And while trade remedies and criminal statutes can be applied to intellectual property theft, they have proven incapable of stemming the flow of digital hacks and in-person espionage against our nation. We need a true systemic deterrent, and this legislation is a crucial part of the solution. By creating an authorized and codified sanctions regime for intellectual property violators, we are letting the world know that would-be hackers, digital pickpockets, and copycats of the world know that their actions will draw a forceful response from the United States government. The sanctions regime laid out in this bill are modeled off of several sections of the Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act. The bill is very clear. Sanctions against IP violators are mandatory and will be imposed. But the bill also provides appropriate flexibility to the executive branch and allows the president to choose from an array of travel, procurement, and financial sanctions to impose upon IP violating foreign businesses. In other words, the president will have the flexibility to impose more targeted or even tougher sanctions depending upon the scale and significance of the IP theft in question. And so, I strongly support this legislation, and I strongly ask all of my colleagues to do the same. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I appreciate the bipartisan leadership of Chairman Greg Meeks as we see this legislation today. America has always been a country on the forefront of innovation. As a nation, we imagine the impossible and make it a reality, as Congressman Meeks has so well pointed out. As a leader in the development of high-tech innovations, the United States has built our national strength on our technological prowess. This includes some of the advanced technology that powers everything from our advanced aerospace and weapon systems to our household appliances and the GPS system in our cars. But over the last few decades, we've seen American innovation stolen by the People's Republic of China, the Chinese Communist Party, threatening our technological leadership. If China can't buy our technology, they will steal it. Just a few weeks ago, a years-long malicious cyber operation by the PRC was uncovered. It is estimated to have siphoned off trillions of dollars in intellectual property from around 30 multinational companies within the manufacturing, energy, and pharmaceutical sectors. Time and time again, we've seen the PRC do anything to gain a technological edge. We must recognize the PRC as a strategic competitor, and we have a right to treat them as such. While I wholeheartedly support this measure and urge our colleagues to do the same, we must examine the Department of Commerce's Bureau of Industry and Security. We must ensure that the United States has the necessary export controls in place to prevent the sale of advanced technology that could be used against us. We recently witnessed a PRC hypersonic missile test which circled the globe and landed with precision. This was not only possible through U.S. technology that was sold to them. This should be a wake-up call to all Americans. This is not just an intellectual property issue, it's a national security issue. That is why this bill is so important. It requires Congress to be provided a list of any individual or firm that has engaged in, benefited from, or provided support for the theft of U.S. trade secrets. If any entity is found to do so, the United States can levy sanctions against that entity, setting export prohibitions, preventing loans from U.S. and international financial institutions, and prohibiting banking transactions. This legislation would severely penalize those engaged in intellectual property theft and, more importantly, take proactive steps to end the rampant theft of American innovation. I urge our colleagues to support this important national security measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank Mr. Wilson for his statement, because this is truly a bipartisan effort in trying to make sure that we preserve American ingenuity, American leadership, intellectual property, and not have it stolen. And Madam Speaker, like I said, I was moved last night, just in this very chamber, by the statements of President Zelensky, which was really inspiring and important to me. And I got tied up. I wanted to talk about this bill. This bill is important. I also thought it was important. Right before this, we had a conversation about S-4240, the Justice for Victims of War Crimes Act. And no, not completely relevant, but on this, it has some connection, because on February 24th of this year, Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. With each passing day since, the world has witnessed in horror as Putin's forces brutalize the Ukrainian people. And we've seen Russian forces commit mass murder, target civilian areas like schools and hospitals, forcibly transferring hundreds of thousands, including young children, to Russia. And we've heard so many testimonies about the atrocities committed against the Ukrainian people during Russia's occupation. What has happened in Ukraine shocks the conscience of humanity, and the images of these atrocities are seared into our collective memory. Yet, as of right now, if someone guilty of these war crimes were to come to the United States, we would not have the jurisdiction to bring them to justice. So this and that important legislation, S-4240, is saying that we've got to bring them to justice, because, as Dr. King said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So the United States has to make sure that no one escapes justice simply by coming through our borders, and that anyone guilty of war crimes, regardless of where they were committed, are held accountable. Similarly, those that violate our intellectual property rights, they can't just walk free and think that they can take our ingenuity, our leadership, our advancement with reference to intellectual property, and just take it and use it for anything. I mean, so the same kind of thing with transfers of weapons or anything of that nature. So we've got to stand and show that we are serious. We are serious about those victims of war crimes, and we're just as serious about those individuals who violate our intellectual property rights. And we've got to make sure that they are all held accountable, and that they understand that there will be consequences if, in fact, there are violations. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself the remainder of my time.
Gentleman may proceed.
And Madam Speaker, again, an indication of bipartisanship. I appreciate Chairman Greg Meeks and referencing the speech last night, the historic speech by the President of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky. It was bipartisan. Initially, the unintended action of war criminal Putin was to unify Republicans and Democrats in a bipartisan manner due to the depravity of the invasion and the mass murder being conducted in Ukraine. But actually, we saw last night, Republicans and Democrats have come together to respect the resolve and the capabilities of the people of Ukraine to defend themselves. And so it's so inspiring. And again, unintended, war criminal Putin has brought Republicans and Democrats together, has brought NATO together, and expanded NATO with Finland and Sweden. How incredible he has achieved, sadly, but it's really good that the European Union now is actively supporting the people of Ukraine. And then worldwide, it's not America alone helping the people of Ukraine. We have substantial efforts by South Korea, by Japan, worldwide. Dozens of countries that are helping, and again, I appreciate Congressman Meeks raising that, because it was a bipartisan initiative that now we can proceed with this to take action against the continuous threat of American intellectual property. According to the former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, the U.S. has closed the People's Republic of China consulate in Houston because it was, quote, a den of spies, and, quote, a hub of spying and intellectual property theft, end of quote. We have seen the PRC steal research from our universities. We can also, sadly, be sure this is happening all across America as we speak. This must stop. We must end the theft and sale of U.S. technology to China to build their war machine. We must prepare for the next great global power competition. And that starts by instituting strong export controls and passing this legislation to stem the tide of American intellectual property theft. I support this legislation, urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the lifeblood of the American economy is innovation, and individuals and companies that steal our trade secrets and pickpocket our patents are doing no less than undermining the health of this nation. And it is time that we imposed real costs on intellectual property thieves. And that's exactly what this bill does. I again want to thank my friend and colleague Joe Wilson. I want to thank Ranking Member McCall for working in a bipartisan way on this committee as we combat some of these ills that are facing our nation by those who means us or democracy any good. And with that, Madam Speaker, I ask that all of my colleagues to support this important legislation. Let's send it to the President's desk and let the world know we will not tolerate the theft of our intellectual property. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question now is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate for all 1294? Those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S. 4978, the State Offices of Rural Health Program Reauthorization Act of 2022.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4978, an act to amend the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize the State Offices of Rural Health Program.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
And Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on S. 4978.
Without objection.
And Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Today I rise in support of S. 4978, the State Offices of Rural Health Program Reauthorization Act of 2022. Since 1991, the Health Resources and Services Administration's State Offices of Rural Health Program has assisted states in strengthening rural health care delivery systems by maintaining a central hub for rural health in each state. This bill would reauthorize the program for 5 years through 2027. And Madam Speaker, this legislation could not come at a more crucial time. Today, rural Americans face a far greater risk of death from many of the leading causes of death for adults in our country, including heart disease, cancer, stroke, and chronic lower respiratory diseases. In addition, unintentional injury deaths among rural populations are approximately 50% higher than among urban populations. These adverse effects in rural areas also translate to pediatric populations. A study conducted by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention found that children living in rural areas with mental, behavioral, and developmental disorders face more community and family challenges than children living in urban areas with the same disorders. And the adolescent suicide rate is also approximately 47% higher in rural areas. HRSA's State Offices of Rural Health program has met the health needs of rural Americans head-on for the last 30 years. The program provides funding for an institutional framework that links small rural communities with state and federal resources to develop long-term solutions to rural health programs through research, as well as dissemination of information and solutions to barriers to rural health. These offices must also coordinate all activities in the state related to rural health care and conduct recruitment and retention activities for healthcare professionals to serve in rural areas. So, Madam Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of S 4978, State Offices of Rural Health Program Reauthorization Act. This program provides funding to connect small rural communities with state and federal resources to develop long-term solutions to rural health programs and help improve access to care in underserved areas of our country. This legislation is a clean 5-year reauthorization at current authorized levels and will help to preserve the program's flexibility to meet state and local rural health care needs. Urge my colleagues to support this bill. I have no further speakers. Prepared to yield, and I'll yield. Do you have no further speakers? I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
And Madam Speaker, I also would urge everyone, all of my colleagues on a bipartisan basis to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question now is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 4978? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S 4120, the Childhood Cancer Star Reauthorization Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4120, an act to maximize discovery and accelerate development and availability of promising childhood cancer treatments and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
And Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on S 4978.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
I rise in support of S 4120, the Senate companion to H.R. 7630, the Childhood Cancer Star Reauthorization Act. Each night, or I should say last night, this bill passed in the Senate by unanimous consent, and I'm glad that we're now considering it under suspension. Cancer, Mr. Speaker, is the leading cause of death in American children. Yet only 4% of the National Cancer Institute's budget is dedicated to childhood and adolescent cancer research. Since its original implementation, the STAR Act has provided resources for state cancer registries to identify and track pediatric cancer incidents, enhance research on childhood cancer survivorship and innovative treatment models, and support the pediatric cancer workforce. The bill before us reauthorizes the STAR Act for 5 years at $30 million per year, requires a report on researcher access to cancer biorepository samples, and expands research to evaluate survivorship and treatment approaches in children and adolescents with cancer. I'd like to thank the House and Senate sponsors and families across the country who have advocated for this important reauthorization. I look forward to the STAR Act passing and adding on to the energy and commerce efforts in the 117th Congress to enhance pediatric cancer research, such as the Gabriella Miller Kids First Research Act 2.0 and ARPA 2. So with that, I thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S4120, the Childhood Cancer Star Reauthorization Act, led by Mr. McCall. This program at the National Institutes of Health is integral to the fight against childhood cancers and also helps inform how best to care for those who are childhood cancer survivors. The Childhood Cancer Star Act, enacted in 2018, has been fully funded each year and has led to new standards of care. Childhood cancer survivors, increase the ability for new childhood cancer research at NIH, and help collect better data about prevalence of childhood cancers. This straight reauthorization at currently reauthorized levels also includes a report to Congress to make sure that researchers outside of NIH are able to capitalize on the work facilitated by the STAR Act. This bill passed the House by unanimous consent and has over 100 co-sponsors in the House. I plan to support it today. I urge my colleague to support this bill. I'm supposed to have one other speaker, but may I inquire if my friend from New Jersey has any further speakers? I'm supposed to have one, but it's not here as of now. So
I have no speakers.
You have no other speakers? Without no further speakers, and Mr. Speaker, it's hard to come to the floor of the House and talk about childhood cancer, and I talk about a young lady that I knew when I was about 9 or 10 years old, Tam Hamback. Every time I think about, over the last probably 45, 46 years, I've thought about her often. Every time I see St. Jude's commercials or wherever, think about her. It was from our Sunday school class. If we had the technology today, then that we have today, she would probably be 58 years old, just like I am, but unfortunately she didn't. So in honor of her, Tam Hamback from Alabama, I will support this bill and encourage my friends to do so as well. And I yield back the balance of my time.
And yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on S4120. Again, this is an important piece of legislation. I ask all our members on both sides of the aisle to support it, and with that, I yield
Without
back.
objection on the request, gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 4120? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We ready to recognize?
Reasonable Communications Act of 2022.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1541, an act to amend the Communications Act of 1934 to require the Federal Communications Commission to ensure just and reasonable charges for telephone and advanced communications services in correctional and detention facilities.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
And Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on S1541.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of S1541, the Martha Wright Reed Just and Reasonable Communications Act of 2022. Communications technology has evolved rapidly in recent years, benefiting all of us. Whether it's a small business using broadband to find new customers, the delivery of healthcare through telehealth, or having educational resources or job training available at our fingertips, modern communications have made a significant economic impact, but also a very clear human impact as well. This became even more pronounced during the COVID-19 pandemic, as we relied on communications networks to remain connected even when we couldn't be together. So, Mr. Speaker, we know that maintaining connections with loved ones and our community is crucial. Whether a simple phone call or a video chat, staying in touch with a friend or loved one down the street or across the country is incredibly meaningful. These connections are also important to individuals who are incarcerated, but for them, this communication is far more costly and difficult than it should be. Studies have shown that regular contact with family members lowers the rate of recidivism, and yet due to a broken system, it can sometimes cost as much as $1 a minute to make a call to or from prison, jail, or other confinement facilities. This can make it all but impossible for some families to maintain contact with a son or daughter, mom or dad, sister or brother, especially if and when a person's visitations is limited, as it has been during the COVID-19 pandemic. It's no coincidence that incarcerated persons are subjected to these exorbitant rates. In most, if not all cases, one company has a monopoly in the facilities it serves. And unfortunately, kickbacks, not competition, are often the deciding factor in which company is selected. Now, the Federal Communications Commission has previously exercised the authority it has to reduce some of the rates charged in confinement facilities, but its authority is currently limited, preventing it from fully solving this persistent problem. Recently, a court found that it cannot regulate the rates charged for calls made between confinement facilities and people within the same state. So this bill would give the FCC this authority and also clarify its authority over video communications. It's my hope that this bill will help reduce financial burdens that prevent people from being able to communicate with loved ones and friends. So I want to commend my friend, Representative Rush, for steadfastly championing this issue for so long. I hope we can pass this bill today and send it to the President's desk so he can sign it into law. That would be a fitting tribute to another piece of legislation that Representative Rush gets signed into law before retiring at the end of this Congress. And I'm going to miss him in the House and in the Energy and Commerce Committee, where he's been such a strong and passionate leader for decades. I also want to thank Senators Duckworth and Portman, who worked so hard to find compromise and pass this bill in the Senate, along the way garnering the support of a diverse group of organizations, including the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, the Color of Change, and the National Sheriff's Association. This is a bill we can all be proud of and support. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the Martha Reed Just and Reasonable Communications Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Senate 1541, the Martha Wright Reed Just and Reasonable Communications Act of 2021. Martha Wright Reed was an advocate from the District of Columbia who fought tirelessly for incarcerated people to have a voice. Ms. Reed dedicated her life to ensuring that people who were incarcerated could afford to communicate with their loved ones from a confinement facility. The legislation before us today will honor Ms. Reed's legacy. S. 1541 would require the Federal Communications Commission to ensure that charges for payphone services, including advanced communication services in correctional institutions, are just and reasonable. Given the unique market they serve, providers of inmate calling services are also identifying ways to lower costs, such as through and offering a subscription model. In some states, a pilot program to offer a flat rate for unlimited time on the phone has resulted in inmates calling family more often at a lower cost than on a per-minute basis. I urge the Commission to evaluate the results of these efforts to lower costs and facilitate competition in inmate calling marketplace before imposing heavy-handed regulations. Our colleague, Representative Bobby Rush, has championed this legislation for many years. I applaud him for his leadership and am glad we will be sending this to the President's desk to cap his distinguished career in Congress. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman, I have no other speakers, so I yield back the balance of my time.
Balance of his time. The gentleman from New Jersey.
And Mr. Speaker, I'll yield 3 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. I thank the Chairman for his courtesies. I thank the Manager as well for rising for this important legislation, which is, of course, the S. 1541 Martha Wright Reed Just and Reasonable Communications Act. As the chair of the Subcommittee on Crime, Terrorism, and Homeland Security, I see these issues come in terms of the Federal Bureau of Prisons. Obviously, these issues are rampant in state prisons as well. And what is the basis of the issue? It is family. It is family connectedness. And we have heard over and over again how exorbitant the cost is for grandmothers and mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers to keep connection to individuals who, yes, have committed a crime, have been convicted and incarcerated, but they should not have been left out of the circle of humanity and family and the ability to stay connected. This particular person, Martha Wright Reed, is a person who's been an advocate, but the story surrounds this of a grandmother who wanted to be involved with her grandson and wound up spending thousands of dollars to be able to communicate, to keep that grandson realizing that even though he had steered in a different direction, maybe a wrong direction, but she wanted to make sure that that grandson knew that he was loved and that he had a future. This is the plight of many of my constituents and those around the nation that have loved ones incarcerated who are blocked because of the exorbitant costs that really takes their mortgage, their ability to buy food because the cost is so high. So I'm very grateful to Congressman Rush, his leadership, and Senator Duckworth, who I had a chance to speak with about how important this legislation is. So I rise enthusiastically to support it, and might I add, it will bring light to many people who have given up as they have been incarcerated. I just want to take a moment to as well acknowledge two bills that have just been spoken about, S3946, S3949, Trafficking, Victims Prevention and Protection, and the Abolish Human Trafficking. And to simply say, as we all know, that human trafficking is one of the greatest ongoing threats to human rights in the world and in this country, and an estimated 25% of human trafficking victims are reportedly in my home state. These bills are a step forward in funding grants, but as well, I think it is extremely important to recognize that there are other aspects of human trafficking that we must stomp out. And I'm very glad that these bills are on the floor today, along with the underlying bill that I'm supporting, and as well the Childhood Cancer Star Reauthorization. As a person who has been involved with MD Anderson, I know in Texas Children that this is going to be an important bill as it relates to childhood cancer. So finally, in my conclusion, I just want to simply add my support again for S1541, the Martha Wright Reed Just and Reasonable Communications Act, and I will say that it will save many of those who are incarcerated. It will put them on a pathway of rehabilitation, and it will be fair to those families who cannot afford to spend this amount of money just to communicate to their loved one. With that, I yield back my time.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers.
Gentleman has the only time remaining.
Oh, I do. You already closed? All right, let me just thank everyone and urge support. This is obviously a very important piece of legislation. I'd urge support on a bipartisan basis. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 1541? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S3405, the Low Power Protection Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3405, an act to require the Federal Communications Commission to issue a rule providing that certain low-power television stations may be accorded primary status as Class A television licensees and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on S3405.
Without objection.
And, Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of S3405, the Lower Power Protection Act.
The gentleman's recognized.
Now more than ever, local television is the lifeline of our communities. People across the country rely on their local broadcasters for news, emergency information, and entertainment, particularly at an unfortunate time when local newspapers are either shutting down or cutting back on news coverage. The Low Power Protection Act would help ensure that broadcasts in some rural communities are better protected from interference, just like larger stations that operate in bigger markets. Specifically, the bill would require the FCC to issue rules allowing low-power television stations that serve markets with fewer than 95,000 households to apply for an upgraded license. If granted, the lower power television station would be protected from harmful interference, allowing the station to deliver the important news, emergency information, and entertainment without disruption. This local news and information can be life-saving in times of emergency, and we need to ensure that local communities can access this information during times of crisis. This bill is supported by the National Association of Broadcasters, among others, and Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in supporting the Low Power Protection Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S3405, the Low Power Protection Act. The Low Power Protection Act protects the smallest low-power television stations from being displaced by full-power stations and fills important gaps in broadcast services in rural communities. Low-power television stations, LPTV, typically provide local or specialized programming in their communities and are often the only television service available in rural areas. However, LPTV is currently considered a secondary broadcast service by the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC. This means LPTV licensees are not granted protections from harmful interference or displacement and must accept interference or displacement from full-power television stations. This bill will require the FCC to open a time-limited Class A window through which qualifying low-power television stations could apply. The Class A status gives low-power stations the same rights to their spectrum that full-power stations have. Additionally, the Class A license provides station owners the certainty that other channels cannot interfere with their signals going forward. This allows local broadcasters to continue to invest in their communities and incentivize further investment in their stations and communities. I want to thank the gentleman from New Jersey, the chairman of the Full Energy and Commerce Committee, for bringing this legislation forward. And I'd also like to thank Senators Blunt and Wyden for their bipartisan support of this legislation, and I urge my colleagues' full support of it. We have no further speakers, and I yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from New Jersey.
And Mr. Speaker, I would also urge my colleagues to support this bill on a bipartisan basis and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 3405? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam. This is to notify you formally, pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of the House of Representatives, that I, the Honorable Burgess Owens, U.S. Representative for the 4th Congressional District of Utah, have been served with a subpoena for documents issued by the 3rd Judicial District Court, Salt Lake County, State of Utah. After consultation with the Office of General Counsel, I have determined that compliance with the subpoena is consistent with the privileges and rights of the House. Signed sincerely, Burgess Owens, Member of Congress.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Passage of H.R. 9640, passage of Senate 1942. Motions to suspend the rules with respect to Senate Bill 3773, Senate Bill 4104, Senate Bill 5087, Senate Bill 989, Senate Bill 1402, and concurring in the Senate amendment to H.R. 7939. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 9640, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9640, a bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to provide for examination and disclosure with respect to presidential income tax returns.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Give you three guesses. As a member designated by Mr. Huffman of California, inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on H.R. 9640.
Gotcha. As soon as he looks at me. Yeah. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Chantel Brown and Joyce Beatty, I inform the House that Chantel Brown and Joyce Beatty will vote yes on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, member designated by Mr. Mike Burgess of Texas, Mr. Duncan of South Carolina, Mr. Goldthorpe of Arizona, Madam Flores of Texas, Madam Hartzler of Missouri, and Mr. McCall of Texas, and Mr. Rice of South Carolina vote for the House. They will vote no on 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hudson of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote nay on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote nay on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
From the great state of Michigan, I am saying that as a member designated by Mr. Meyer of the wonderful and Great Lakes state of Michigan, I inform that the House that Mr. Meyer is going to vote no on H.R. 9640. Thank the Speaker from the wonderful state of Michigan for responding.
Thank you. His last. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Being from the great state of Indiana, Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sparks, Mr. Buchanan, and Mr. Baird, I inform the House that all three of these members will vote nay on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Representative Tlaib of Michigan, I inform the House that Representative Tlaib will vote yea on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek
Mr.
recognition?
Speaker, as member designated by Roger Williams of Texas, I inform the House he will vote no on 9640, and I also inform the House that Tom Rice of South Carolina will change his vote to aye on 9640.
Does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania and Ms. Fletcher of Texas, I report to the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Chuy Garcia, Eric Swalwell, Grace Napolitano, Jim Costa, John Garamendi, Juan Vargas, Julia Brownlee, Lucille Roybal Allard, Maureen Newman, and Kai Cahaley, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, and Ms. Green of Georgia, I inform the House that these members will vote no on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Issa, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote no on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mike Thompson of California, Jimmy Gomez of California, Scott Peters of California, Bobby Rush of Illinois, Raul Grijalva of Arizona, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Val Demings of Florida, Danny Davis of Illinois, Al Lawson of Florida, and Mike Dory of Pennsylvania, informed that these members vote yes on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Amodei, I inform the House that Mr. Amodei will vote nay on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Miller Meeks of Iowa, I inform the House that Ms. Miller Meeks will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote yay on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Joe Courtney, Mr. Joe Neguse, Mr. Joe Morelli, Mr. Brad Schneider, Mr. Frank Mervan, Ms. Melanie Stansberry, Ms. Teresa Ledger Fernandez, Ms. Nakima Williams, and Mr. William Keating, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will be voting no on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bush and Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, Ms. Wagner of Missouri, Mr. Sam Graves of Missouri, Mr. Hal Rogers of Kentucky, Mr. Plazo of Mississippi, Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, and Mr. LaMalfa of California, I inform the House that all of these members will vote nay on H.R. 9640. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Blumenauer, Mr. Lowenthal, Dr. Barra, Mr. Cooper, Ms. Porter, Mr. Cartwright, Mr. DeSaulnier, Ms. Pingree, and Mr. Gallego, informing the House that these 9 members will vote yes on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania,
by Ms. Harrell of New Mexico, I inform the House that they will both vote nay on H.R. 9640. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, Mr. LaHood of Illinois, and Mr. Budd of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Ferguson, Mr. LaHood, and Mr. Budd will all vote nay on H.R. 9640. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote nay on H.R. 9640. Thank you.
Does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Miller of West Virginia and Dr. Carter of Georgia, Mrs. Miller and Dr. Carter will vote no on 9640.
Does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar, Mr. Quaid, Mr. Gonzalez of Texas, Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, Mr. Scott of Georgia, and Mr. Smith of Washington, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 9640. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington, Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gooden of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gooden will vote nay on H.R. 9640. Thank you.
Does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Luetkemeyer of Missouri and Mr. Welts of Florida, I advise that these two members will vote nay on H.R. 9640.
Does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Congressman Heiss of Georgia, I inform the House that Congressman Heiss will vote no on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Turner of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Turner will vote no on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stauber of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Stauber will vote no on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Linda Sanchez, California 38, I inform the House that she will vote aye on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jimenez, Mr. Posey, and Mr. Stubbe of Florida, I inform the House that these three gentlemen will vote no on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Albio Series, Bill Pasquale, Eddie Bernice Johnson, Dina Titus, Bonnie Watson Coleman, Peter Welch, Peter DeFazio, Donald Payne, and Brian Higgins, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from the great state of Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Molnar of the great state of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Molnar will vote nay on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jackson, Mr. Van Drew, Ms. Van Dyne, Mr. Muser, Mr. Babin, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Carter, Ms. Letlow, and Ms. Mace, I inform the House that these members will vote no on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by members Crow, DeGette, Quigley, Larson, Khanna, Omar, and Ryan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Dave Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote nay on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I'm the member designated by Mr. Pocan, Hayes, and Moore, and I inform the House that these three members will vote aye on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Winstrup of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Winstrup will vote no on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Castor, Frankel, Bonamici, and Mr. Clyburn, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez, Congresswoman Nanette Barragan, Congresswoman Terry Sewell, Congresswoman Grace Meng, Congressman Mark Vesey, and Congressman Tom Suozzi, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 9640.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from the state of Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Sanford Bishop and Benny Thompson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 9640.
What purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Axney, Ms. Bustos, Mr. Krishnamurthy, Ms. Custer, Mr. Langevin, Ms. Lee of Nevada, Mr. Lynch, Mr. Moulton, Mr. O'Halloran, and Ms. Trahan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Nicole Malliotakis from the state of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Malliotakis will vote nay on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
The member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois and Ms. Stevens of Michigan, I inform the House that they are both going to vote yes on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Connie Conway of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote no on H.R. 9640. And as the member designated by Mr. Adam Kinzinger of Illinois pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kinzinger will vote yes on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Stefanik pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote no on H.R. 9640. As the member designated by Mr. Jacobs pursuant to H.Res. 8, inform the House that Mr. Jacobs will vote no on H.R. 9640.
Go ahead. Oh, yeah. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Rogers, Gonzalez, Stewart, Owens, and Curtis from various states, I inform the House that these members will vote nay on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of the state of Idaho, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote no on H.R. 9640.
Got Maryland here. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Brown of Maryland and Ms. Sherrill of New Jersey, I inform the House these members will vote yea on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
And Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Obernolte of California, I inform the House that Mr. Obernolte will vote nay, 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor from Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote no on 9640.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington State seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Sanford Bishop and Benny Thompson, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Still of California and Mr. Kako of New York. First, as member designated by Ms. Still of California, I inform the House that Ms. Still will vote no on H.R. 9640. And also, as member designated by Mr. Kako of New York, Mr. Kako will vote yes on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bentz of Oregon 2, Ms. McLean of Michigan 10, Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin 6, and Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin 7 will vote no on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Raul Ruiz and Zolofkin of California and Representatives Lloyd Doggett and Joaquin Castro of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 9640.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry, Mr. Barr, and Ms. Miller, I inform the House they all will be voting no on H.R. 9640.
on this vote? The yeas are 222, the nays are 201. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
Senate 7, an act to make a technical amendment to the Violence Against Women Act of 1994 and for other purposes.
And now just start recognizing proxies right away. Okay. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of Senate 1942, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1942, an act to standardize the designation of the national heritage areas and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. What purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Steele of California and Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Steele and Mr. Katko will vote yea on S 1942.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Tlaib of the Great Lakes Blizzard State, I inform the House that Representative Tlaib will vote yes on S 1942.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, Mr. LaHood of Illinois, and Mr. Budd of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Ferguson will vote nay on S 1942, and Mr. LaHood and Mr. Budd will vote yea on S 1942. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, Mr. Davis of Illinois, and Mr. Demings of Florida, they all vote yes on S 1942.
Does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yes on S 1942.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mike Thompson of California, Jimmy Gomez, California, Scott Peters, California, Bobby Rush, Illinois, Raul Grijalva, Arizona, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on S 1942.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House Mr. Buchanan will vote nay on S 1942. As the member designated by Mr. Baird and Ms. Sparts, both from Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird and Ms. Sparts will vote yea on S 1942.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois, Mr. Huffman of California, and Ms. Stevens of Michigan, I inform the House that they're all going to vote yes on S 1942.
For what purpose, gentleman from North Dakota, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor from Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote no on 1942.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Escobar, Mr. Cuellar, Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Scott, and Ms. Lawrence, I inform the House that these members will be yes on S 1942.
For what purpose, gentleman from North Carolina, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hudson of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote aye on S 1942.
For what purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez, Congresswoman Nanette Barragan, Congresswoman Terry Sewell, Congresswoman Grace Meng, Congressman Mark Vesey, and Congressman Tom Suozzi, I inform the House that the members will vote yes on S 1942.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of the state of Idaho and for in the House, Mr. Simpson will vote yes on Senate Bill 1942.
For what purpose, gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Sanford Bishop and Benny Thompson, I inform the House that the members will vote yes on S. 1942.
What purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Issa pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote yes on H.R. 1942.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonamici, Frankel, and Castor, and Mr. Clyburn, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S. 1942.
For what purpose, gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bacon of the great state of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote yea on S. 1942.
For what purpose, gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Axney, Ms. Bustos, Mr. Krishnamurthy, Ms. Custer, Mr. Langevin, Ms. Lee of Nevada, Mr. Lynch, Mr. Moulton, Mr. O'Halloran, and Ms. Trahan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S. 1942.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Miller of West Virginia and Father Carter of Georgia, Mrs. Miller and Father Carter will vote yes on 1942.
For what purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Chuy Garcia, Eric Swalwell, Grace Napolitano, Jim Costa, John Garamendi, Juan Vargas, Julia Brownlee, Lucille Roybal Allard, Marie Newman, and Kai Kahele, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S. 1942.
For what purpose, gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jimenez, Mr. Stubbe, and Mr. Posey of Florida, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Jimenez will vote yes, Mr. Stubbe and Mr. Posey will vote no on S. 1942.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania and Ms. Fletcher of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S. 1942.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Smucker will vote yea on S. 1942. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gooden of Texas and Ms. Harrell of New Mexico, I inform the House that they will both vote no on S. 1942. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Linda Sanchez of California 38, I inform the House that Ms. Sanchez will vote aye on S. 1942.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker Lamb, as the gentleman from Texas designated to vote for Jeff Duncan of South Carolina, Myra Flores of Texas, Michael McCall of Texas, I inform the House they will vote yes. As the gentleman designated to vote for Tom Rice of South Carolina, Michael Burge of Texas, Paul Gozer of Texas, Roger Williams of Texas, Vicky Hartler of Texas, of Missouri, I inform the House they will vote no.
What purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez and Ms. Bush, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S. 1942.
For what purpose, gentleman from Tennessee, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, Ms. Wagner of Missouri, Mr. Sam Graves of Missouri, Rogers of Kentucky, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, and Mr. Lamalfa of California, I inform the House those members will vote yea on S. 1942. And Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina and Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that those members will vote nay on S. 1942. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by members Crow, DeGette, Quigley, Larson, Khanna, Omar, and Ryan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S. 1942.
For what purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Stefanik and Mr. Jacobs of New York, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that both members will vote yea on Senate 1942.
For what purpose, gentleman from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote yea on S. 1942.
For what purpose, gentleman from Wisconsin, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bentz of Oregon's 2nd, Ms. McLean of Michigan's 10th, Grothman of Wisconsin's 6th, and Tiffany of Wisconsin's 7th District will vote no on Senate 1942.
For what purpose, gentleman from Maryland, seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Pocan, Ms. Moore, and Ms. Hayes,
I rise to inform the House these members will vote aye on S 1942.
For what purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I inform the House that Obernolte, California is a yes on 1942.
What purpose, gentlewoman from Kansas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on S 1942.
What purpose, gentlewoman from Minnesota, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stauber from Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Stauber will vote nay on S 1942.
What purpose, gentleman from New Jersey, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Albio Series, Bill Pascrell, Eddie Bernice Johnson, Dina Titus, Bonnie Watson Coleman, Peter Welch, Peter DeFazio, Donald Payne, and Brian Higgins, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 1942.
What purpose, gentleman from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Miller Meeks of Iowa, I inform the House that Ms. Miller Meeks will vote yes on S 1942.
For what purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representatives Zoe Lofgren and Raul Ruiz of California and Representatives Joaquin Castro and Lloyd Doggett of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 1942.
For what purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California and Mr. Kinzinger of Illinois, I inform the House that Ms. Conway and Ms. Kinzinger will vote yes on S 1942.
For what purpose, gentleman from Virginia, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by members Blumenauer, Lowenthal, Barra, Cooper, Porter, Cartwright, DeSaulnier, Pengri, and Gallego, I inform the House that these 9 members will vote yes on S 1942.
For what purpose, gentleman from North Carolina, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Heiss of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Heiss will vote no on S 1942.
For what purpose, gentleman from Rhode Island, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida and Ms. Jayapal of Washington, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 1942.
For what purpose does gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amade, I inform the House that Mr. Amade will vote yea on S 1942.
What purpose, gentlewoman from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Chantel Brown and Ms. Joyce Beatty, I inform the House that Chantel Brown and Ms. Joyce Beatty vote yea on S 1942.
What purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Babin, Mr. Muser, Ms. Van Dyne, Mr. Van Drew, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Carter, inform the House that these members will vote no on S 1942. As a member designated by Ms. Letlow and Ms. Mace, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 1942.
For what purpose, gentleman from Colorado, seek recognition?
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of, as a member designated by Mr. Joe Courtney of Connecticut, Joe Neguse of Colorado, Joe Morelli of New York, Brad Schneider of Illinois, Frank Mervin of Indiana, Melanie Stansberry of New Mexico, Teresa Ledger Fernandez, New Mexico, Nikema Williams, Georgia, William Keating, Massachusetts, Ayanna Presley, Massachusetts. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 1942.
For what purpose, gentleman from Ohio, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Winstrup of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Winstrup will vote yea on S 1942.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Turner of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Turner will vote yea on S 1942.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Meyer of Michigan and Mr. Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that they will both vote aye on this bill, S 1942.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Molnar of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Molnar will vote aye on S 1942.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Ms. Green of Georgia, and Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, I inform the House that these members will vote no on 1942.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on S 1942.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Miller, Mr. McHenry, Mr. Barr, inform the House they'll vote yes on S 1942.
For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Waltz of Florida and Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri,
I rise to inform these members will vote aye on S1942.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by McMorris Rogers, Gonzalez, Owens, Curtis, Stewart, and from various states, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S1942.
What purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Meliatakis from the state of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Meliatakis will vote yes on 1942.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brown of Maryland and Ms. Sherrill of New Jersey, I inform the House Mr. Brown and Ms. Sherrill will vote yes on S 1942.
The yeas are 326, the nays are 95. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to consider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Alaska, Ms. Peltola, to suspend the rules and pass S 3773, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 3773, an act to authorize leases of up to 99 years for land held in trust for the Confederated Tribes of the Chehalis Reservation.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by members Blumenauer, Lowenthal, Barra, Cooper, Porter, Cartwright, DeSaulnier, Pingree, and Gallego, I inform the House that these 9 members will vote yes on S 3773.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Steele of California, and as a member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Katko and Ms. Steele will vote aye on S 3773.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Val Demings, Danny Davis, Mike Doyle, and Al Lawson of Florida, inform them that they vote yes on 3773.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, Mr. LaHood of Illinois, and Mr. Budd of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Ferguson, Mr. LaHood, and Mr. Budd will all vote yea on S 3773. Thank
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mike Thompson, California, Jimmy Gomez, California, Scott Peters, California, Bobby Rush, Illinois, Raul Grijalva, Arizona, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3773.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on S 3773.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote yes on S 3773.
For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Waltz of Florida, Mr. Luke Meyer of Missouri, rise and inform the House that those 2 members will vote aye on S 3773.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Washington, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representatives Sanford Bishop and Benny Thompson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3773.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Minnesota, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stauber from Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Stauber will vote yes on S 3773.
For what purpose, gentleman from Maryland, seek recognition? Gentleman from Maryland.
Member designated by Mr. Brown of Maryland and Ms. Sherrill of New Jersey, and from the House, member will vote yea on S 3773.
For what purpose, gentleman from California?
As a member designated by Mr. Ice of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ice will vote yes on S 3773.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velazquez, Congresswoman Nanette Barragan, Congresswoman Terry Sewell, Congresswoman Grace Meng, Congressman Mark Vesey, Congressman Tom Suozzi, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3773.
For what purpose, gentleman from North Carolina, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Miller, West Virginia, Mr. Carter, Georgia, to vote yes on 3773.
For what purpose, gentleman from Colorado, seek recognition?
All right, Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joe Courtney of Connecticut, Joe Neguse of Colorado, Joe Morelli of New York, Brad Schneider of Illinois, Frank Mervan of Indiana, Melanie Stansberry of New Mexico, Teresa Ledger Fernandez of New Mexico, Nikema Williams of Georgia, William Keating of Massachusetts, Ayanna Presley of Massachusetts. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3773.
For what purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Johnson, Mr. Babin, Ms. Van Dyne, Mr. Van Drew, and Mr. Jackson, inform the House that these members will vote no on S 3773. As a member designated by Ms. Mace, Ms. Letlow, Mr. Carter, and Mr. Muser, inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3773.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Florida, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Clyburn, Ms. Bonamici, Ms. Frankel, and Ms. Castor, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S3773.
For what purpose, gentleman from Texas, seek recognition?
Speaker Lamb, as the gentleman designated by Michael Burge of Texas, Vicky Harrison, Missouri, I inform the House they will vote no on 3773, and as the gentleman designated by Mr. Michael McCall, Mr. Paul Gozer, Ms. Meyer Flores, Mr. Jeff Duncan, and Mr. Tom Rice, I inform the House they will vote yes on 3773.
For what purpose, gentleman from New Hampshire, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Axney, Ms. Bustos, Mr. Krishnamurthy, Ms. Custer, Mr. Langevin, Mr. Lee of Nevada, Mr. Lynch, Mr. Moulton, Mr. O'Halloran, and Ms. Trahan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on 3773.
For what purpose, gentleman from North Carolina, seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Heiss of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Heiss will vote yea on S3773.
For what purpose, gentleman from New Jersey, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Albio Series, Bill Pascrell, Eddie Bernice Johnson, Dina Titus, Bonnie Watson Coleman, Peter Welch, Peter DeFazio, Donald Payne, and Brian Higgins, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3773.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Winstrup of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Winstrup will vote yea on S3773.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Huffman of California, Ms. Kelly of Illinois, and Ms. Stevens of Michigan, I inform the House that all three of them are going to vote yes on S3773.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hudson of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote aye on S3773.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania, Ms. Fletcher of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3773.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Miller Meeks of Iowa, I inform the House that Ms. Miller Meeks will vote yes on S3773.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Chuy Garcia, Eric Swalwell, Grace Napolitano, Jim Costa, John Garamendi, Juan Vargas, Julia Brownlee, Lucille Roybal Allard, Marie Newman, and Kai Kahili, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S3773.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote yea for S3773.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan, I inform the House that she will vote yes on S3773.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania and by Ms. Harrell of New Mexico, I inform the House that both will vote yea on S3773. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gooden of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gooden will vote nay on S3773. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on S3773.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Loudermilk will vote nay on S3773. And Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, Ms. Wagner of Missouri, Mr. Sam Graves of Missouri, Mr. Rogers of Kentucky, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, Mr. DesJourlais of Tennessee, and Mr. LaMalfa of California, inform the House these members all will vote yea on S3773. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote yea on S3773.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Pence of Oregon 2nd, Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin 6th District will vote aye on 3773. As the member designated pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. McLean of Michigan's 10th and Mr. Tiffany, Wisconsin 7th District will vote no on Senate 3773.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Linda Sanchez, California 38, I inform the House that Ms. Sanchez will vote aye on 3773.
For what purpose the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of the state of Idaho, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote yes on Senate Bill 3773.
For what purpose gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by members Crow, DeGette, Quigley, Larson, Khanna, Omar, and Ryan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3773.
Purpose gentleman from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Turner of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Turner will vote yea on S 3773.
For what purpose gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, Ms. Jayapal of Washington, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3773.
For what purpose gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amday, I inform the House that Mr. Amday will vote yea on S 3773.
For what purpose gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore, Ms. Hayes, Mr. Pocan, I inform the House that these members will be voting aye on S 3773.
For what purpose gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Inform the House that Obernolte, California is an aye on 3773.
For what purpose gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Joyce Beatty, Ms. Chantel Brown, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3773.
For what purpose gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Taylor from Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yes on 3773.
For what purpose the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Escobar, Cuellar, Gonzalez, Smith, Lawrence, and Scott, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3773. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Meyer from Michigan and Mr. Fitzpatrick from Pennsylvania, I inform the House that both of them will vote yes on S 3773.
For what purpose gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez and Ms. Bush, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3773.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Molnar of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Molnar will vote no on S 3773.
For what purpose does gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Zil Lofgren and Raul Ruiz of California and Representatives Joaquin Castro and Lloyd Doggett of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3773.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yes on S 3773.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Or designated by Ms. Stefanik and Mr. Jacobs of New York pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that both members will vote yea on Senate Bill 3773.
For what purpose does gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird, Ms. Sparks, and Mr. Buchanan, I inform the House that these members will all vote yea on S 3773.
For what purpose gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Green, Mr. Brooks, and Mr. Crawford, I inform the House that these members will vote no on S 3773.
For what purpose does gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Barr, Mr. McHenry, and Ms. Miller, I inform the House they'll vote yes on S 3773.
For what purpose gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Posey and Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that both these gentlemen will vote yes on S 3773.
For what purpose gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Meliatakis from the state of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Meliatakis will vote yea on S 3773.
What purpose gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as members designated by Rogers, Gonzalez, Stewart, Curtis, Owens, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 3773.
The yeas are 377, the nays are 42. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Alaska, Ms. Peltola, to suspend the rules and pass S4104, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 4104, an act to approve the settlement of water rights claims of the Hualapi tribe and certain Alatis in the state of Arizona to authorize construction of a water project relating to those water rights claims and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose, gentlemen from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by these following members: Al Lawson from Florida, Val Demings of Florida, Danny Davis of Illinois, Mike Doyle of Pennsylvania. They all vote yes on S4104.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stauber from Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Stauber will vote yea on S4104.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mike Thompson, California, Jimmy Gomez, California, Scott Peters, California, Bobby Rush, Illinois, Raul Grijalva, Arizona, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4104.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Steele of California and Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Katko and Ms. Steele will vote aye on S4104.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania, Ms. Fletcher of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4104.
For what purpose, gentlemen from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Dr. Carter, Georgia, Miller, West Virginia, they vote yea on 4104.
For what purpose, gentlemen from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez and Ms. Bush, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4104.
For what purpose does gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Turner of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Turner will vote yea on S4104.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Sanford Bishop and Benny Thompson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4104.
For what purpose, gentlemen from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Johnson, Mr. Babin, Ms. Van Dyne, Mr. Drew, Mr. Jackson, inform the House that these members will vote no on S4104. As a member designated by Ms. Mace, Ms. Letlow, Mr. Carter, and Mr. Muser, inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4104.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by members Crow, DeGette, Quigley, Larson, Khanna, Omar, and Ryan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4104.
For what purpose does gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Issa of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote yes on S4104.
For what purpose, gentlemen from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Tlaib of Michigan, I inform the House that Representative Tlaib will vote yes on S4104.
For what purpose, gentlemen from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, gentleman Texas designated by Ms. Vicky Hartz from Missouri and Mr. Michael Bridges of Texas, I inform them they will vote no on 4104. As the gentleman designated by Myra Flores of Texas, Tom Rice, South Carolina, Jeff Duncan, South Carolina, Michael McCall of Texas, Paul Goes of Arizona, inform the House they will all vote yes.
For what purpose, gentlemen from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Linda Sanchez, California 38, I inform the House that Ms. Sanchez will vote aye on S4104.
For what purpose, gentlemen from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, Mr. LaHood of Illinois, and Mr. Budd of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Ferguson, Mr. LaHood, and Mr. Budd will all vote yea on S4104.
For what purpose, gentlemen from Illinois seek recognition?
Thank you. As the member designated by Mr. Huffman of California, Ms. Stevens of Michigan, and Ms. Kelly of Illinois, I inform the House that they are all going to vote yes on S4104.
For what purpose, gentlemen from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Rogers, Gonzalez, Stewart, Curtis, Owens, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S4104.
For For what purpose, gentlemen from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Clyburn and Ms. Bonamici, Franklin, and Castor, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 4104.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Molnar of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Molnar will vote no on S 4104.
For what purpose, gentlemen from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Chuy Garcia, Eric Swalwell, Grace Napolitano, Jim Costa, John Garamendi, Juan Vargas, Julia Brownlee, Lucille Roybal Allard, Marie Newman, and Kai Kaheli. Inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 4104.
What purposes, gentlemen from North Carolina, rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Heiss of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Heiss will vote yes on S 4104.
What purposes, gentlemen from Florida, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote yea on Senate Bill 4104.
What purposes, gentlemen from Indiana, rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Nicole Nelliatakis from the state of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Nelliatakis will vote yea on S 4104.
Who is this guy? What purposes, gentlemen from New Hampshire, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Axney, Ms. Bustos, Mr. Krishnamurthy, Ms. Custer, Mr. Langevin, Ms. Lee of Nevada, Mr. Lynch, Mr. Moulton, Mr. O'Halloran, and Ms. Trahan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 4104.
What purposes, gentlemen from Wisconsin, rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Bentz of Oregon's 2nd District, Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin's 6th District will vote aye on 4104. As a member designated pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. McLean of Michigan's 10th and Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin's 7th District will vote no on Senate 4104.
What purposes, gentlemen from New Jersey, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Albio Series, Bill Pascrell, Eddie Bernice Johnson, Dina Titus, Bonnie Watson Coleman, Peter Welch, Peter DeFazio, Donald Payne, and Brian Higgins, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 4104.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Nebraska, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote yea on S 4104.
This is gentlewoman from Florida, rise.
As a member designated by Ms. Joyce Beatty and Ms. Chantel Brown, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 4104.
What purposes, gentlemen from New York, rise?
As a member designated by Ms. Stefanik and Mr. Jacobs of New York, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that both members will vote yea on Senate Bill 4104.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Kansas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on S 4104.
What purposes, gentlemen from North Carolina, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hudson of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote aye on S 4104.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Maryland, rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Hayes, Ms. Moore, Mr. Pocan, I rise to inform the House these members will vote aye on S 4104.
What purposes does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Loudermilk will vote nay on S 4104. And Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, Ms. Wagner of Missouri, Mr. Graves of Missouri, Mr. Rogers of Kentucky, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, and Mr. Lamalfa of California, inform the House that these members all will vote yea on S 4104. Thank you.
What purposes, gentlemen from California, rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Lofgren of California, I inform the House that Ms. Lofgren will vote no on S 4104. I inform the House that Representative Raul Ruiz of California, Representative Lloyd Doggett of Texas, and Representative Joaquin Castro of Texas inform the House as their designated member that these members will vote yes on S 4104.
For what purposes the gentleman from West Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the members are designated by Mr. Luke DeMeyer of Missouri, I inform the House
that Mr. Luetkemeyer will vote nay on S4104. As the member designated by Mr. Waltz of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Waltz will vote aye on S4104.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Joe Courtney of Connecticut, Mr. Joe Neguse of Colorado, Mr. Joe Morelli of New York, Brad Schneider of Illinois, Frank Mervin of Indiana, Melanie Stansberry of New Mexico, Teresa Ledger Fernandez of New Mexico, Nakima Williams of Georgia, William Keating and Ayanna Presley of Massachusetts. I inform the House that these members will vote aye on S4104.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway, California, inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yes on S4104.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar, Mr. Cuellar, Mr. Gonzalez, Ms. Lawrence, Mr. Smith, Mr. Scott, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4104. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Miller Meeks of Iowa, I inform the House that Ms. Miller Meeks will vote yes on S4104.
What purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by members Blumenauer, Lowenthal, Berra, Cooper, Porter, Cartwright, DeSaulnier, Pingree, and Gallego. Inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4104.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Smucker of Pennsylvania and Representative Harrell of New Mexico, I inform the House that they will both vote yea on S4104. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gooden of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gooden will vote nay on S4104. Thank you.
What purposes does the gentlewoman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez, Congresswoman Nanette Barragan, Congresswoman Terry Sewell, Congresswoman Grace Meng, Congressman Mac Vesey, Congressman Tom Swazi, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4104.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amadei, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yea on S4104.
Purpose does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brown of Maryland and Ms. Sherrill of New Jersey, inform the House the member will vote yea on 4104.
What purpose does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Meyer from Michigan and Mr. Fitzpatrick from Pennsylvania, I inform that both members will vote aye on S4104.
Does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Winstrup of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Winstrup will vote aye on S4104.
Purposes does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry, Mr. Barr, and Ms. Miller, I inform the House they'll vote yes on S4104.
What purpose does the gentleman from Idaho rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of the state of Idaho, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote yes on Senate Bill 4104.
What purposes does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Posey and Mr. Jimenez, I inform the House that both those gentlemen will vote aye on 4104.
What purposes does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Inform the House that Obernolte of California will vote yes on 4104.
What purposes does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on S4104.
Hello. Well, what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird, Ms. Sparks, Mr. Buchanan, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S4104.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Green of Georgia and Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that these members will vote no, and Mr. Crawford of Arkansas will vote yes.
Never seen these people even on the floor. They got mine. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington State, Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4104.
On this vote, the yeas are 360 and the nays are 55. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Alaska, Ms. Petullo, to suspend the rules and pass S 5087, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The question is, will the House suspend the rules? And the clerk will now report the title.
Senate 5087, an act to amend the Not Invisible Act of 2019 to extend and provide additional support for the activities of the Department of the Interior and the Department of Justice Joint Commission on Reducing Violent Crime Against Indians and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by the following members: Michael Doyle, Danny Davis of Illinois, Val Demings of Florida, Al Loss of Florida. These members will vote yes on S 5087.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California rise?
As a member designated by Ms. Steele of California and Mr. Kako of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Steele and Mr. Kako will vote yea on S 5087.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Crow, DeGette, Quigley, Larson, Khanna, Omar, and Ryan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 5087.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Barr, Mr. McHenry, Ms. Miller, I inform the House they'll vote yes on S 5087.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mike Thompson, California, Jimmy Gomez, California, Scott Peters, California, Bobby Rush, Illinois, Raul Grijalva, Arizona, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 5087.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, Mr. LaHood of Illinois, Mr. Budd of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Ferguson, LaHood, and Budd will all vote yea on S 5087.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velázquez, Congresswoman Annette Barragan, Congresswoman Terry Sewell, Congresswoman Grace Meng, Congressman Mark Vesey, and Congressman Tom Suozzi, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on S 5087.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bush and Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 5087.
What purposes does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated...
Carolina.
I'm sorry?
What purpose does the gentleman from Carolina rise?
It's all good. Merry Christmas. As the member designated by Ms. Miller, West Virginia, and Mr. Carter of Georgia, Miller and Carter vote yes on this bill 5087.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Linda Sanchez, I inform the House that Ms. Sanchez will vote aye on S 5087.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stauber of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Stauber will vote yea on S 5387.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Joyce Beatty and Ms. Chantel Brown, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 5087.
And from Indiana rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Baird, Mr. Buchanan, and Ms. Sparts, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois, Ms. Stevens of Michigan, and Mr. Huffman of California, I inform the House that all three of them are going to vote yes on S 5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, the gentleman designated by Mr. Michael Burge of Texas, McVeigh College of Missouri. I inform the House they'll vote no. As the person designated by Mr. Meyer of Florida of Texas, Paul Gozer of Arizona, Jay Duncan of South Carolina, Michael McCall of Texas, Tom Rice of South Carolina, I inform they all vote yes on 5087.
What purposes does the gentlewoman from Washington rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Sanford Bishop and Benny Thompson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Heiss of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Heiss will vote nay on S 5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania and Ms. Fletcher of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Luke DeMeyer of Missouri and Mr. Waltz of Florida, I rise to inform the House that these two members will vote aye on S 5087.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Clyburn of South Carolina and Ms. Bonamici, Franklin, Castor, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Issa of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote yes on 5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Axney, Ms. Bustos, Mr. Krishnamurthy, Ms. Custer, Mr. Langevin, Ms. Lee of Nevada, Mr. Lynch, Mr. Moulton, Mr. O'Halloran, and Ms. Trahan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 5087.
What purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Turner of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Turner will vote yea on S 5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from California rise? What purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Congress members Chuy Garcia, Eric Swalwell, Grace Napolitano, Jim Costa, John Garamendi, Juan Vargas, Julia Brownlee, Lucille Roybal Allard, Marie Newman, and Kai Kahili, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 5087.
Purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Mr. Speaker, I inform the House that Obernolte, California, be a yes on 5087.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on S 5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Loudermilk will vote nay on S 5087. And Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, Ms. Wagner, Missouri, Mr. Sam Graves of Missouri, Mr. Rogers of Kentucky, Mr. Plaza of Mississippi, Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, and Mr. LaMalfa of California, I inform the House that these members all will vote yea on S 5087. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Joe Courtney of Connecticut, Joe Neguse of Colorado, Joe Morelli of New York, Brad Schneider of Illinois, Frank Mervin of Indiana, Melanie Stansberry, and Teresa Ledger Fernandez of New Mexico, Nakema Williams of Georgia, William Keating, and Ayanna Presley of Massachusetts, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Stefanik and Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House that both members will vote yea on Senate Bill 5087.
What purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Alvio Series, Bill Pascrell, Eddie Bernice Johnson, Dina Titus, Bonnie Watson Coleman, Peter Welch, Peter DeFazio, Donald Payne, and Brian Higgins, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jimenez and Mr. Posey of Florida, I inform the House that both these gentlemen will vote aye on 5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote yea on S5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hudson of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote aye on S5087.
What purposes does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Moore and Ms. Hayes, Mr. Pocan, I rise to inform the House these members are voting aye on S5087.
What purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Miller Meeks of Iowa, I inform the House that Ms. Miller Meeks will vote yes on S5087.
What purposes does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Blumenauer, Lowenthal, Berra, Cooper, Porter, Cartwright, Desaulnier, Pingree, and Gallego, I inform the House that these 9 members will vote yes on S5087.
What purposes does the gentlelady from Texas rise? I don't. Did she speak?
I'm sorry, been recognized?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar, Mr. Quer, Mr. Gonzalez, Ms. Lawrence, Mr. Scott, and Mr. Smith, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S5087. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of the state of Idaho, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote yes on Senate Bill 5087.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan, I inform the House that Representative Tlaib will vote yes on S5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated pursuant to House Resolution 8, inform the House that Mr. Bentz of Oregon's 2nd District and Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin's 6th District will vote aye on 5087. As a member designated pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Ms. McLean of Michigan's 10th, Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin's 7th District will vote no on Senate 5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington State and Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway, California, inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yes on S5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Winstrup of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Winstrup will vote yea on S5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Molnar, I inform the House that Mr. Molnar will vote yea on S5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania and Mr. Meyer of Michigan, I inform the House that both will vote aye on S5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated Mr. Brown of Maryland and Ms. Sherrill of New Jersey, I inform the House these members will vote yes on 5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Muser, Mr. Carter, Ms. Letlow, and Ms. Mace, from the House that these members will vote yes on S5087. As a member designated by Mr. Jackson, Mr. Van Drew, Ms. Van Dyne, Mr. Babbitt, and Mr. Johnson, from the House that these members will vote no on S5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Zoe Lofgren and Representative Raul Ruiz from California, and as the member designated by Representatives Joaquin Castro and Lloyd Doggett of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S5087.
What purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania, Ms. Harrell of New Mexico, I inform the House that both will vote yea on S5087.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gooden of Texas, I inform the House that he will vote nay on S5087. Thank you.
What purpose the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Amodei, I inform the House that Mr. Amodei will vote yea on S5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Nicole Meliotakis from the state of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Meliotakis will vote yea on S5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bacon of the great state of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote yea on Senate 5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from Utah rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Rogers, Gonzalez, Stewart, Curtis, Owens, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S5087.
What purpose does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama and Ms. Green of Georgia, I inform the House that these members will vote no, and Mr. Crawford of Arkansas will vote yes.
Oh, that. On this vote, the yeas are 374, The nays are 44, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Alaska, Ms. Peltola, to suspend the rules and pass S989, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 989, an act to establish a Native American Language Resource Center in furtherance of the policy set forth in the Native American Languages Act.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the members designated by Ms. Demings of Florida, Mr. Dory of Pennsylvania, Mr. Davis of Illinois, and Mr. Lawson of Florida, they all vote yes on S989.
What purpose does the gentleman from Idaho rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of the state of Idaho, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote yes on Senate Bill 989.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez and Ms. Bush, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S989.
Purposes does the gentlewoman from California rise?
As a member designated by Ms. Still of California and Mr. Kako of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Kako and Ms. Still will vote aye on S989.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Mike Thompson, California, Jimmy Gomez, California, Scott Peters, California, Bobby Rush, Illinois, Raul Grijalva, Arizona, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S989.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stauber of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Stauber will vote yea on S989.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Crow, Daggett, Quigley, Larson, Khanna, Omar, and Ryan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S989.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Miller, West Virginia, Carter, Georgia, they vote yes on 989.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar, Mr. Cuerra, Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Smith, Mr. Scott, and Ms. Lawrence, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S989. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Letlow and Mr. Muser, inform the House that these members will vote yes on S989. As a member designated by Mr. Jackson, Mr. Van Drew, Ms. Van Dyne, Mr. Babin, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Carter, and Ms. Mace, inform the House that these members will vote no on S989.
What purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Chuy Garcia, Eric Swalwell, Grace Napolitano, Jim Costa, John Garamendi, Juan Vargas, Julia Brownlee, Lucille Roybal Allard, Marie Newman, and Kai Kahele, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S989.
What purposes does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Budd of North Carolina, Mr. LaHood of Illinois, and Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Budd and Mr. LaHood will vote yea on S989, and Mr. Ferguson will vote nay on S989.
And what purposes does the gentlewoman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairman Hakeem Jeffries, Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez, Congresswoman Nanette Barragan, Congresswoman Terry Sewell, Congresswoman Grace Meng, Congressman Mark Vesey, Congressman Tom Swazi, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S989.
What purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yes on S989.
For what purpose, the gentlewoman from Washington rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Sanford Bishop and Benny Thompson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S898. I'm sorry, 989.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, Obernolte from California is a yes on 989.
For what purpose, the gentleman from California rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Linda Sanchez, I inform the House that Ms. Sanchez will vote aye on S989.
What purpose, the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Winstrup of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Winstrup will vote aye on S989.
What purpose, the gentleman from Illinois rise?
The member designated by Ms. Stevens of Michigan, Ms. Kelly of Illinois, and Mr. Huffman, California, I inform the House that all three of them are voting yes on S989.
What purpose, the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as gentleman designated by Mr. Vicky Hartzler of Missouri, Mr. Jeff Duncan, South Carolina, Mr. Michael Burry, Texas, I inform the House that he will vote no. As gentleman designated by Mr. Paul Gozar of Arizona, Monica McCall of Texas, Myra Flores of Texas, I inform the House that they will vote yes. Duncan of Carolina will vote yes.
What purpose, the gentleman from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Axney, Ms. Bustos, Mr. Krishnamurthy, Ms. Custer, Mr. Langevin, Ms. Lee of Nevada, Mr. Lynch, Mr. Moulton, Mr. O'Halloran, and Ms. Trahan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S989.
What purpose, the gentleman from North Carolina rise? What purpose, the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
I beg your pardon, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Heiss of Georgia, I inform the House that he will vote no on S989.
What purpose, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania, Ms. Fletcher of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S989.
What purpose, the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Loudermilk will vote nay on S989. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, Ms. Wagner of Missouri, Mr. Graves of Missouri, Mr. Rogers of Kentucky, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, and Mr. LaMalfa of California, I inform the House that all these members will vote yea on S989. Thank you.
For what purpose, the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Clyburn of South Carolina and Ms. Frankel and Castor and Bonamici, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S989.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Colorado rise? California.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Turner of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Turner will vote yea on S989.
What purpose, the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Tlaib of Michigan, I inform the House that Representative Tlaib will vote yes on Senate 989.
What purpose, the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Miller Meeks of Iowa, I inform the House that Ms. Miller Meeks will vote yes on S989.
What purpose, the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Albio Series, Bill Pasquale, Eddie Bernice Johnson, Dina Titus, Bonnie Watson Coleman, Peter Welch, Peter DeFazio, Donald Payne, and Brian Higgins, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S989.
What purpose, the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hudson of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote aye on S989.
What purpose, the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as designated by Ms. Chantel Brown and Ms. Joyce Beatty, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S989.
What purpose, the gentleman from Wisconsin rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Bentz of Oregon's 2nd District will vote aye on 989. As a member designated pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Ms. McLean of Michigan's 10th, Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin's 6th, and Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin's 7th District will vote no on Senate 989.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on S989.
What purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Issa, California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote yes on S989.
What purpose does the gentleman from California rise? What purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Raul Ruiz and Zoe Lofgren of California and Representatives Lloyd Doggett and Joaquin Castro of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S989.
What purpose does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Molnar of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Molnar will vote yea on S989.
What purposes does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
As a member designated by Ms. Moore, Mr. Pocan, and Ms. Hayes, I inform the House these members are voting aye on S989.
What purpose does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote nay on S989. And as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan and Ms. Sparks, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S989.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote yea on S989.
What purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote yea on S989.
What purposes does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Hi, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Joe Courtney of Connecticut, Joe Neguse of Colorado, Joe Morelli of New York, Brad Schneider of Illinois, Frank Mervin of Indiana, Melanie Stansberry and Teresa Ledger Fernandez of New Mexico, Nakima Williams of Georgia, William Keating and Ayanna Presley of Massachusetts. I inform the Speaker and the House that these members will vote yes on S989.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Meyer from Michigan and Mr. Fitzpatrick from Pennsylvania, that they will both vote aye on S989.
What purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island rise?
As a member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington, Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S989.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania and Ms. Harrell of New Mexico, I inform the House that they will both vote yea on S989. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gooden of Texas, I inform the House that he will vote nay on S989. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amodei, I inform the House that Mr. Amodei will vote yea on S989.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated Mr. Posey and Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that both of them will vote yes on S989.
What purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by members Blumenauer, Lowenthal, Barra, Cooper, Porter, Cartwright, DeSaulnier, Pingree, and Gallego. And for the rest of these 9 members will vote yes on S989.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Miller, Mr. Barr, Mr. McHenry, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote yes and Mr. Barr and Ms. Miller will vote no on S989.
What purpose does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Green from Georgia, Mr. Brooks of Alabama, inform the House that these members will vote no, and Mr. Crawford of Arkansas will vote yes.
What purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia rise?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Waltz of Florida and Mr. Luetkemeyer of Missouri, rise to inform the House these 2 members will vote aye on S989.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
As a member designated by Ms. Stefanik and Mr. Jacobs in New York, I inform the House that both members will vote yes on Senate Bill 989.
What purpose does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Maliotakis from the state of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Maliotakis will vote yea on S989.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on S989.
What purposes does the gentleman from Maryland rise? What purposes? For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
Madam Speaker, as member does Mr. Anthony Brown of Maryland and Jackie Sherrill of New Jersey, I inform the House these members vote yes on S 989.
What purposes does the gentleman from Utah rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members, Rogers, Gonzalez, Stewart, Curtis, Owens, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 989.
They're counting. On this vote, the yeas are 342, the nays are 71, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Alaska, Ms. Patola, to suspend the rules and pass S-1402, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 1402, an act to amend the Native American Languages Act to ensure the survival and continuing vitality of Native American languages and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, designated these people: Mike Doyle of Pennsylvania, Al Lawson of Florida, Val Demings of Florida, and Danny Davis of Illinois. They all vote yes. S on 1402.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stauber of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Stauber will vote aye on S-1402.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan, I inform the House that Ms. Tlaib will vote yes on S-1402.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, Ms. Miller, West Virginia, Mr. Carter of Georgia vote yes on 1402.
What purpose does the gentleman from Washington rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Sanford Bishop and Benny Thompson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S-1402.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, the gentleman designated by Mr. Tom Rice, South Carolina, Michael McCall of Texas, Myra Floor of Texas, inform the House they will vote aye. As a member designated by Mr. Vicky Hartwell of Missouri, Mr. Paul Gozer of Arizona, Jeff Duncan of South Carolina, Michael Bird of Texas, inform they will all vote no.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mike Thompson, California, Jimmy Gomez, California, Scott Peters, California, Bobby Rush, Illinois, Raul Grijalva, Arizona, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S-1402.
What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Budd of North Carolina, Mr. LaHood of Illinois, and Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Ferguson will vote nay on S-1402 and that Mr. Budd and Mr. LaHood will vote yea on S-1402.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Crow, DeGette, Quigley, Larson, Khanna, Omar, and Ryan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S-1402.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Green from Georgia, Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House these members will vote no, and Mr. Crawford of Arkansas will vote yes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Linda Sanchez, I inform the House that Ms. Sanchez will vote yes on S-1402.
What purposes does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on S-1402.
What purposes does the gentlewoman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairman Hakeem Jeffries, Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez, Congresswoman Nanette Barragan, Congresswoman Terry Sewell, Congresswoman Grace Meng, Congressman Mark Vesey, Congressman Tom Suozzi, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S-1402.
What purposes does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House Mr. Baird will vote nay on S-1402. As the member designated by Ms. Spartz and Mr. Buchanan, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S-1402.
What purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
The member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois, Ms. Stevens of Michigan, and Mr. Huffman of California inform the House that they are all going to vote yes on S-1402.
What purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia rise?
As the member designated by Representative Waltz of Florida, and Luke Demeyer of Missouri, I rise to inform the House these two members will vote aye on S1402.
What purpose the gentlewoman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Clyburn of South Carolina and Ms. Castor, Frankel, and Bonamici, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S1402.
What purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway, California, inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yes on S1402.
What purposes does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Chuy Garcia, Eric Swalwell, Grace Napolitano, Jim Costa, John Garamendi, Juan Vargas, Julia Brownlee, Lucille Roybal Allard, Marie Newman, and Kai Kaheli, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S1402.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
As the designee of Mr. Heiss of Georgia, I inform the House that he will vote no on this matter.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar, Mr. Cuellar, Mr. Gonzalez of Texas, Mr. Smith, Ms. Lawrence, and Mr. Scott, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S1402. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What purposes does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, I inform the House that Mr. Obenolti of California will be a yes on 1402.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania, Ms. Fletcher of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on Senate 1402.
What purposes does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Winstrup of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Winstrup will vote yea on S1402.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Kansas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on S1402.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hudson of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote aye on S1402.
What purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Axney, Ms. Bustos, Mr. Krishnamurthy, Ms. Custer, Mr. Langevin, Ms. Lee of Nevada, Mr. Lynch, Mr. Moulton, Mr. O'Halloran, and Ms. Trahan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S1402.
What purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Turner of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Turner will vote yea on S1402.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated for Ms. Joyce Beatty and Ms. Chantel Brown, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S1402.
What purposes does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Molnar of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Molnar will vote nay on S1402.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote yea on S1402.
What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Loudermilk will vote nay on S1402. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, Ms. Wagner of Missouri, Mr. Graves of Missouri, Mr. Rogers of Kentucky, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, and Mr. LaMalfa of California. I inform the House that all these members will vote yea on S1402. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joe Courtney of Connecticut, Joe Neguse of Colorado, Joe Morelli of New York, Brad Schneider of Illinois, Frank Mervyn of Indiana, Melanie Stansberry and Teresa Ledger Fernandez of New Mexico, Nakema Williams of Georgia, William Keating and Ayanna Presley of Massachusetts, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S1402.
What purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote yea on Senate 1402.
What purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Albio Series, Bill Pascrell, Eddie Bernice Johnson, Dina Titus, Bonnie Watson Coleman, Peter Welch, Peter DeFazio, Donald Payne, and Brian Higgins, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S1402.
What purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bentz of Oregon's 2nd District will vote aye on S1402. As a member designated pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. McLean of Michigan's 10th, Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin's 6th, Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin's 7th District will vote no on Senate 1402.
What purpose the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Zoe Lofgren and Raul Ruiz of California and Representatives Lloyd Doggett and Joaquin Castro of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S1402.
For what purpose the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Posey and Mr. Jimenez of Florida, I inform the House that both these gentlemen will vote yes on 1402.
What purpose the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bush and Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S1402.
What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amodei, I inform the House that Mr. Amodei will vote yea on S1402.
What purpose does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Hayes, Ms. Moore, Mr. Pocan, I rise to inform the House that they all vote aye on S1402.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Miller Meeks of Iowa, I inform the House that Ms. Miller Meeks will vote yes on S1402.
What purposes does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by members Blumenauer, Lowenthal, Barrow, Cooper, Porter, Cartwright, DeSaulnier, Pingree, and Gallego, and inform the House that these 9 members will vote yes on S1402.
What purposes does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brown of Maryland, Ms. Sherrill of New Jersey, Mr. Phillips of Minnesota, inform the House these members will vote yes on S1402.
Is the gentleman from Idaho seeking to be recognized?
Member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of the state of Idaho, I inform the House Mr. Simpson vote yes on Senate Bill 1402.
From Rhode Island, seek recognition. For what purpose the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace, Ms. Letlow, and Mr. Muser, inform the House that these members will vote yes on S1402. As a member designated by Mr. Jackson, Mr. Van Drew, Mr. Babin, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Carter, and Ms. Van Dyne, inform the House that these members will vote no on S1402.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania and Ms. Harrell of New Mexico, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S1402. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gooden of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gooden will vote nay on S1402. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida and Ms. Jayapal of Washington, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S1402.
What purpose does the gentleman from Utah rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by the following members, Rogers, Gonzalez, Stewart, Owens, Curtis, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S1402.
What purpose does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Nicole Meliotakis from New York, I inform the House that Ms. Meliotakis will vote yea on S1402.
What purpose does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Meyer from Michigan and Mr. Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania, announce that both will vote aye on S1402.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Miller, Mr. Barr, Mr. McHenry, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote yes on S1402. Mr. Barr, Ms. Miller will vote no on S1402.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Stefanik and Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House that both members will vote yea on Senate Bill 1402.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from California rise?
As a member designated by Ms. Steele of California and Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Steele and Mr. Katko will vote yea on S1402.
On this vote, the yeas are 337, the nays are 79, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, to suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 7939, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 7939, an act to make permanent certain educational assistance benefits under the laws administered by the Secretary of Veterans Affairs in the case of changes to courses of education by reason of emergency situations and for other purposes. Senate amendment.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and concur in the Senate amendment? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Albio Series, Bill Pascrell, Eddie Bernice Johnson, Dina Titus, Bonnie Watson Coleman, Peter Welch, Peter DeFazio, Donald Payne, and Brian Higgins, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on concurring on the Senate amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Barr, Mr. McHenry, Ms. Miller, I inform the House all members will be voting yes on H.R. 7939.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Sanford Bishop and Bernie Thompson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Steele of California and Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Steele and Mr. Katko will vote yea on H.R. 7939.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania, Ms. Fletcher of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on concurring on the Senate amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Issa of California, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Issa will vote yes on S 1402.
What purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mike Thompson, California, Jimmy Gomez, California, Scott Peters, California, Bobby Rush, Illinois, Raul Grijalva, Arizona, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on concurring on the Senate amendment.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the designated member by Mr. Stauber of Minnesota, I inform the House that Mr. Stauber will vote yea on H.R. 7939.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by members Crow, DeGette, Quigley, Larson, Khanna, Omar, and Ryan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on concurring on the Senate amendment.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Carter in Georgia, Miller, West Virginia, they will vote yea on 7939.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated for Ms. Chantel Brown and Ms. Joyce Beatty, I inform the House that these members will be voting yes on concurring the Senate amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Molnar of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Molnar will vote yea on H.R. 7939.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Brooklyn seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairman Hakeem Jeffries, Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez, Congresswoman Annette Barragan, Congresswoman Terry Sewell, Congresswoman Grace Meng, Congressman Mark Vesey, Congressman Tom Suozzi, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on concurring on the Senate amendment.
What purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, Ms. Sparks of Indiana, Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7939.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Chuy Garcia, Eric Swalwell, Grace Napolitano, Jim Costa, John Garamendi, Juan Vargas, Julia Brownlee, Lucille Roybal Allard, Marie Newman, and Kai Kaheli. inform the House that these members will vote yes on concurring on the Senate amendments.
For what purposes, gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, Mr. Brooks of Alabama, and Ms. Green of Georgia, I inform the House that these members will be voting no on H.R. 7939.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Linda Sanchez of California, I inform the House that Ms. Sanchez will vote yes on concurring on the Senate amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amade, I inform the House that Mr. Amade will vote yea on H.R. 7989.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan, I inform the House that Ms. Tlaib will vote yes on concurring with the Senate amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Oldnorth from California will be a yes on 7939.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Clyburn of South Carolina and Ms. Bonamici, Frankel, and Castor, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on concurring on the Senate amendment.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Miller Meeks of Iowa, I inform the House that Ms. Miller Meeks will vote yes on H.R. 7939.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cleaver, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on concurring to the Senate amendment.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway, California, inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yes on H.R. 7939.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Axney, Ms. Bustos, Mr. Krishnamurthy, Ms. Custer, Mr. Langevin, Ms. Lee of Nevada, Mr. Lynch, Mr. Moulton, Mr. O'Halloran, and Ms. Trahan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on concurring with the Senate amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Budd of North Carolina, Mr. LaHood of Illinois, Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Budd and Mr. LaHood will vote yea on H.R. 7939 and that Mr. Ferguson will vote nay on H.R. 7939.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote yea on concurring on the Senate amendment.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania, Ms. Harrell of New Mexico, and Mr. Gooden of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Smucker and Harrell will vote yea on H.R. 7939, and Mr. Gooden will vote nay on H.R. 7939. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Escobar, Cuellar, Gonzalez, Smith, Lawrence, and Scott, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on concurring on the Senate amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What purpose does the gentleman from the greater Saugatuck region seek recognition?
Well, thank you, my friend, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Meyer from the great state of Michigan and Mr. Fitzpatrick from the state of Pennsylvania, I would note that they'll both vote aye on H.R. 7939.
What gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mike Dory of Pennsylvania, Val Demings of Florida, Al Lawson of Florida, and Congressman Davis of Illinois, they all vote yes.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hudson of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote aye on H.R. 7939.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Bush and Mr. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on concurring the Senate amendment.
What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Loudermilk will vote nay on H.R. 7939. And Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lamborn of Colorado, Ms. Wagner of Missouri, Mr. Graves of Missouri, Mr. Rogers of Kentucky, Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, and Mr. LaMalfa of California inform the House that those members will all vote yea on H.R. 7939. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Hayes of Connecticut, Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin, I rise to inform the House these members will be voting aye, or to concur on the Senate amendment.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Turner of Ohio, inform the House that Mr. Turner will vote yea on H.R. 7939.
What purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by members Blumenauer, Lowenthal, Barra, Cooper, Porter, Cartwright, DeSaulnier, Pingree, and Gallego, I inform the House these members will vote yes on concurring on the Senate amendment.
What purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska, I inform the House that Mr. Bacon will vote yea to H.R. 7939.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Zolofgren and Representative Raul Ruiz of California, and Representative Lloyd Doggett and Representative Joaquin Castro of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on concurring on the Senate amendment.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the designee of Mr. Heiss of Georgia, I inform the House that he will vote yea on the motion to suspend and concur.
What purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Joe Courtney of Connecticut, Joe Neguse of Colorado, Joe Morelli of New York, Brad Schneider of Illinois, Frank Mervin of Indiana, Melanie Stansberry of New Mexico, and Teresa Ledger Fernandez of New Mexico, Nakima Williams of Georgia, William Keating, and Ayanna Presley of Massachusetts. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on concurring on the Senate amendment.
What purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of the state of Idaho, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote yes on H.R. 7939.
What purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington State and Ms. Wilson of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on concurring on the Senate amendment.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jimenez and Mr. Posey of Florida, I inform the House that both of those gentlemen will vote yes on H.R. 7939.
What purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bentz of Oregon 2 and Mr. Grothman of Wisconsin's 6th District will vote aye on 1402. And as the member designated pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Ms. McLean of Michigan's 10th and Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin's 7th District will vote no on Senate 1402.
What purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Stefanik and Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House that both members will vote yea on H.R. 7939.
What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Winstrup of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Winstrup will vote aye on H.R. 7939.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker Caston, as the gentleman designated as the member to represent Michael Burgess of Texas and Vicky Hartzler of Missouri and Paul Gozar of Arizona, I reckon I inform the House they're going to vote no on 7939. And Mr. Speaker, as the designee of Mr. Tom Rice of South Carolina and Mr. Jeff Duncan of South Carolina and Myra Flores of Texas and Michael McCall of Texas, I allow that they're going to vote yes on 7939.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brown of Maryland, Ms. Sherrill of New Jersey, Mr. Phillips of Minnesota, for the House will vote yes on concurring with the Senate amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jackson, Mr. Van Drew, Ms. Van Dyne, Mr. Babin, Mr. Johnson, inform the House that these members will vote no on H.R. 7939. As a member designated by Mr. Muser, Mr. Carter, Ms. Letlow, and Ms. Mace, inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7939.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois, Ms. Stevens of Michigan, and Mr. Huffman of California, I inform the House that all three of these members will vote yes on concurring in the Senate amendment.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Nicole Meliatakis from the state of New York, I inform the House that Ms. Meliatakis will vote yea on H.R. 7939.
What purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by the following members, Rogers, Gonzalez, Stewart, Curtis, Owens, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7939.
For what purpose does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Waltz of Florida and Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri, I rise to inform the House these two members will vote aye on H.R. 7939.
Gentleman from Alabama seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, I inform the House that Mr. Crawford will be voting yes.
On this vote, the yeas are 380, the nays are 35. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the Senate amendment is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What purpose does my friend from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection.
I thank the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the members know, the Senate has now passed the omnibus, which will fund government. As the members also know, the government will be shut down at midnight if we do not pass additional legislation here. I have been over in the Senate talking to those who will prepare the bill to be sent to this chamber. Unfortunately, the process takes a long time to do, and it will not be to us for a significant period of time, meaning it will not be to us before midnight tonight. As a result, I will announce to members that we will have no, I believe, recorded votes until at the earliest 9 a.m. tomorrow. And members need to be available at 9 a.m. and thereafter. As soon as we get the documents to process on the floor, we will proceed as quickly as possible. And in addition, the Senate has passed, and we will pass as well, a short-term CR so that the bill can be enrolled and sent to the President for signature. And so there will be no termination or closing of the government's operations. So again, we will be having no further votes tonight. We will reconvene at 9 a.m. and votes will be conducted as soon thereafter as we are ready to do so. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam. This is to notify you formally, pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of the House of Representatives, that I, the Honorable Blake Moore, U.S. Representative for the 1st Congressional District of Utah, have been served with a subpoena for documents issued by the 3rd Judicial District Court, Salt Lake County, Salt Lake, State of Utah. After consultation with the Office of General Counsel, I have not yet determined if compliance with this subpoena is consistent with the privileges and rights of the House. Signed sincerely, Blake Moore, Member of Congress.
Chair lays before the House an enrolled bill. Chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
H.R. 7776, an act to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2023 for military activities of the Department of Defense for military construction and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass S 4949.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4949, an act to amend Title 38 United States Code to address green burial sections and national cemeteries and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material in S 4949.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I rise today in support of, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S 4949, the National Cemeteries Preservation and Protection Act, introduced by my Senate counterpart, Chairman Tester. And one of the features or bugs of the Senate, depending on your perspective, is that one single senator, no matter their party, can hold up meaningful and needed legislation in order to satisfy their own aims. It is incredibly frustrating, especially in the veterans policy space. We work closely with our veteran and veteran service organization stakeholders on everything we do, and there's always something quite sad when we tell these stakeholders that very worthy policy is being held up because so-and-so is making a demand that may not be related to veterans issues at all. So often we are brought to the brink where good legislation may not make it over the finish line, and this year was no exception. We held our breath while waiting to see if legislation related to helping survivors of military sexual trauma, disabled veterans, and student veterans would survive the Senate hotline. Luckily, it appears much of it did, and I'm appreciative of Chairman Tester and Leader Schumer's efforts to push those bills through. But I want to note that here in the House, things have worked out a bit differently. Things move forward based on consensus building and efforts to find common ground, and I'm proud of the bipartisan work my committee has achieved. We have worked across the aisle when possible, and when we couldn't, I hope there was an understanding that sometimes there are critical policy priorities that must transcend bipartisanship. But without a doubt, every effort is made to try and find a solution that most can agree on. And I want to point out the bill before us, certainly a worthy one, was sent to us at the last possible moment with no consensus built in it, and it took significant effort to build consensus in a short period of time when the holiday season made it difficult to reach people and engage on complicated issues. But I and my staff are always willing to put frustration and annoyance aside in pursuit of a worthy goal. However, I hope in the future that there is more of an effort to build consensus early so that we're not put in a position where measures may fail because the upfront work was not put in. Mr. Speaker, this bill makes several small but important changes to how our national cemeteries are administered, provides for the transfer of land for national cemetery expansion, and also clarifies eligibility for burial benefits for those veterans buried in tribal cemeteries. Native veterans serve at the highest rates of any other community in this country, so ensuring they receive the honors they are owed is very important. Our national cemeteries are an important part of the benefits provided to veterans, and it is our obligation to maintain these sacred grounds, not only so that veterans may choose these cemeteries as their final resting places, but so that all Americans have a visual reminder of the service and sacrifice we are given from those who wear the uniform of our country. I do want to make one note of clarification on congressional intent with respect to one of the land transfers in this bill, specifically regarding the Department of Interior lands available for transfer under Section 5 of the bill. It is the intent of the committee and the bill sponsor that only Department of Interior Bureau of Land Management lands managed under the Federal Land Policy and Management Act of 1976 be available for potential inclusion in any transfer authorized under this bill. This transfer is not intended to be made from Park Service land. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill, and I urge all my colleagues to do the same, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of S4949. S4949 will improve VA burial benefits for veterans and their families. First, the bill will ensure that VA can reimburse the tribal organizations for the cost of burying a veteran in a VA grant-funded tribal veteran cemetery. This would close the gap that exists before the exact enactment of the Consolidation Appropriation Act of 2022. Previously, a state could receive a plot allowance for VA, but some tribal organizations did not have the same eligibility. Furthermore, S4949 would permit the Secretary of the Army and the Secretary of Interior to transfer lands under their provision to VA for establishing and expanding national cemeteries. I believe this will help the VA future with its goal of providing veterans with reasonable access to a national cemetery. Lastly, the bill would help preserve a reputation of our national cemeteries as a hallowed final resting place. Under present law, VA cannot bury an individual who has fled to avoid prosecution of a capital crime. Currently, in these cases, VA must provide a family due process before denying the benefit. Additionally, someone who commits a federal Tier 3 sex offense but flees to avoid prosecution is barred from burial in a national cemetery. However, there is a loophole that prevents VA from denying the benefit to a state charge the individual with the same crime. The Tier 3 sex offense is the most serious classification. These offenses include sex crimes against children and aggravated sexual abuse. No veteran of their or their families should have to worry about seeing the attacker being honored by the VA cemetery. We must pass this bill to close this loophole, and I would like to thank Senator Tester and Senator Rounds for leading these efforts. I ask all my colleagues to support S 4949, and with that I reserve the balance of my time, and I have no further speakers, and if we're ready to close, I'm ready to close.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I'm ready to close, and I reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage all of my colleagues to stand in support of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing S 4949 and yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 4949? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, it has passed overwhelmingly. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And still I rise, Mr. Speaker, and I rise saddened because I find myself on a mission of mercy. I rise to explain the circumstance that causes one Mr. Avalos, Jaime Avalos, to find himself separated from his wife and his baby in another country. Mr. Avalos came to this country some 27 years ago, and he was brought here by his mother. His mother was here to seek a better life for herself and her young baby. He came to this country as a child, and for 7 years, he was only in this country. He was being educated in this country. This was the home, in fact, the only home that he knew. His mother decided that she would marry a man that she met, and this man loved Mr. Avalos as a baby to the extent that he wanted to adopt him. The mother took Mr. Avalos, Jaime is his first name, took Jaime back to Mexico. She took him to Mexico for the purpose of registering his adoption. They were there for a brief period of time. And then they returned to the United States, where he, for some 20 years, educated himself here, went to a school in Houston, Texas, worked, stayed within the law. For all moral purposes, he is a citizen of this country. But lawfully, of course, he is not. Jaime met a woman, a beautiful lady, Yariana. He and Yariana are married. They now have a child, Noah. Noah celebrated his first birthday just recently. Yariana, wanting her husband to become a citizen. Jaime wanting to become a citizen because he has a child that is an American-born child and as a result a citizen. His wife is a citizen. He wanted to do that which would put him in good standing in this country, to come out of the shadows. He is a DACA recipient, so he had the privilege of staying, but he did not have a pathway to citizenship. Came at the age of 1, left at the age of 7 because his mother took him to Mexico to register his having been adopted, brought him back to this country. He meets Yariana. They're married, and they now have a 1-year-old child. They lawfully petitioned the consulate in Juarez, Mexico, for the opportunity to come in for the interview that allows a person with the standing of Jaime Avalos to ask for a visa lawfully, living here as a DACA recipient, and only leaves because this is a part of the process of acquiring the visa. He goes to Juarez, Mexico, and at the consulate, they process him. And in the course of processing him, they discovered that he did come to Mexico at the age 7 with his mom. He has little to no recollection of this, but they discover it. And when they discover that he came to Mexico, left America with his mom, they then point out to him that there is a law that will not allow him to return to his 1-year-old son, Noah, and to his wife. He is now banned from the United States of America for 10 years. Some things bear repeating. His wife is here. He is banned from the country for 10 years. Banned from his home, cannot return to his work, literally living in a country that he knows very little about. When he leaves the place that he is residing, he is always in the company of someone who can assist him. Understanding his circumstance, I decided to travel to Mexico to visit him, to Juarez. I did. I was there. I met with him. And I had an opportunity to have his wife and his child with us. And I saw him interact with his young son. It really does cause tears to well in one's eyes to see a baby grasping for his father and hugging his father and holding on to his father and loving his father, and the father reciprocating. It was a wonderful thing to see, but I was saddened upon looking at it because I knew that at some point we would leave. The wife would leave, the baby would leave, I would leave, and Mr. Avalos would be left in Mexico. The experience has caused me to conclude that I must do any and everything that I can to unite this family, reunite this family. This is unbelievable that we have a law that will not allow him to come back into the country merely because his mother took him out of this country as a DACA recipient, took him out of this country. He's a DACA recipient now. At the time she took him out of the country, took him out of this country to register him as having been adopted. A man loves him. He adopts him as a 7-year-old child. And this law will not allow him back into the country. There is something wrong when we have laws that will ban husbands from their wives and from their babies because they left the country, came back, always been law-abiding. There's something wrong. When we talk about comprehensive immigration reform, we don't talk about the Jaimes of the world. People who are entrapped in these arcane laws, these laws that only make sense to those who somehow conclude that if we can find any way to bar a person or ban a person from coming into the country, that's a great thing to do. I'm not one of those people. I don't want to see this happen to this man and this baby and this woman. We have a necessity to engage in comprehensive immigration reform, to engage in immigration reform that goes beyond the wall at the border. I am amenable to discussing walls at the border, but we have to go beyond walls. There are those who want to do more at the border. I understand. I'm amenable to having that conversation. But we also have to talk about the other aspects of comprehensive immigration reform that will include Jaime Avalos and the many others who find themselves in similar circumstances. It's a very painful thing to know that we have within our power to bring Jaime home or to allow him to come home, and yet we have not done it. You see, there's another aspect of this law that allows a person who has the circumstance that Jaime Avalos has to negotiate to be returned home on what's called humanitarian parole. This is where you make your appeal. You make your appeal and to our country. And you make your appeal and you explain that this is going to create a hardship. And our law allows for this appeal to be granted. It's discretionary to be granted if we conclude that there would be a hardship by virtue of a person such as Mr. Avalos being separated from his wife and his baby. Well, it's intuitively obvious to even the most casual observer that there will be a hardship when a husband is separated from a wife and child and they've got a mortgage and he is a breadwinner for the family. Yes, there's a hardship. So we've made our appeal. And I'm making the appeal tonight because I want the world to know, and I want my record to show that I left no stone unturned when it comes to trying to get this family reunited. I'm making the appeal tonight, and I will be sending a letter to the Secretary of Homeland Security asking for the Secretary, by and through his good offices, to use his awesome power that has within it the discretion to grant Mr. Avalos, to grant Jaime the opportunity to return home to his wife and his baby. It's within the Secretary's discretion. Now, the Secretary doesn't handle all of these cases himself. There are people in the office who acquire the materials, review the cases, but I'm asking for the people who who understand this and who know that this is not a case where a foreign power has one of our own and is refusing to release one of our own. This is not the case. He's not being held by a foreign power. This is not the case where if he is granted the right to return, he won't need transportation. He can get here. We're not looking at having to get him through harm's way with some form of transportation that would necessitate the federal government having to make an expenditure. This is not the case wherein if he comes to this country, returns home, where he will need assistance. He won't need food from the government. He won't need the shelter of the government. He won't need to be clothed by the government. He can provide his own food, clothing, and shelter, as well as his transportation. He but only has to be given a document that says he can return to the country that he has lived in for more than a quarter of a century. The country that he knows as home, where his wife resides, where his child lives, where he was living. He only needs a document that is within our discretion, our meaning our country, within our discretion to allow him to return to the life that he has known in this country for more than a quarter of a century. I believe that we can all, at some point, put ourselves in the shoes of another person. I just believe that if we just say to ourselves, what would we want if this were your son or your daughter? There are times when we ought to examine circumstances from a personal perspective. This is not a criminal. This is a law-abiding person who has a baby and a wife in this country. What would you want? What would you want for your son were the circumstances similar? Well, there'll be those who say, well, he came to this country illegally. Well, let's examine this. Did he really come or was he brought to the country? He was approximately 1 year old. As a 1-year-old child, he had little to say, and I think most persons would agree, little to say about where his parents would take him. So he wasn't brought here by some third party, some person who was paid to bring him in. His mother brought him to this country. And there are those who would say, well, his mother was not right for bringing him. She broke the law. I thank God that I've not always been as blessed as I am today, because it inculcated in me a sense of caring, a belief, and an understanding that I haven't always had what I have now. And that, but for the grace of God, I wouldn't have what I have now. I'm not where I am because I'm so smart. Most of the people here are not here because they are so smart. Most of the people here because somewhere along life's way, they were afforded what we would call a break. It happens. So, but for the grace of God, I'm not sure I'd be here. But I thank God I was born in this country. I love this country. So I'm not a guy who puts the country down and doesn't salute the flag, won't sing the national anthem, doesn't say the Pledge of Allegiance. That's not me. But I do defend those who choose not to pledge allegiance, who choose not to sing the national anthem. I think that's what makes this country great. Every person has the right. Every person has the right to choose. I choose to do these things. But I also understand that I'm fortunate. I didn't control where I was born. And I understand that if my mother had been born on the other side of this border, this southern border, I just believe that my mother would do everything that she could to get to this country so that her young child could have opportunities and not be in fear of harm from various and sundry circumstances that are occurring across the border on the other side. So, but for the grace of God, it could be me or you or any of us. And I'm just thankful that I have been granted this sense of understanding the plight of others. I'm not a guy who says that we ought to open the borders and bring everybody that wants to come into the country. That's not me. I think that we ought to have comprehensive immigration reform so that we can make decisions about immigrants and migrants, people who simply want to come to work and people who want to come to make a life here. We ought to do this. This is what comprehensive immigration reform should be all about. Yes, we ought to talk about what's happening at the border. I'm not shying away from that. But I do believe that we ought to talk about some other things that are exceedingly important. I want to talk about what are we going to do with the Jaimes of the world. I think that we have to have comprehensive immigration reform because we need to know who's going in and out of the country. We ought to know who's coming into and going out of our country. I'm not one of the persons who believes that we just ought to have an open border. Come and go as you please. That's just not me. But look, I respect the opinions of those who do believe it. I just think that we ought to have comprehensive immigration reform so that we can establish standards, policies, procedures, methodologies, so that we can have all of the things that would make it acceptable for those who qualify to come and those who do not. Well, they can't make it this time if they don't. So I'm not an open borders guy, but I am a person who has great sympathy and empathy for people who are not as fortunate as I happen to be. And as a result, I'm making this appeal for Mr. Avalos, Jaime Avalos. I just think that we don't have to wait until we get comprehensive immigration reform to allow him to return to his wife and his baby. I don't think we have to wait. I believe we can do this under the discretion that is accorded the secretary under the law. I believe that comprehensive immigration reform is something that we ought to work on immediately, if not sooner. I think that we can see a need, but there are other needs that we don't see. They're not as visible. And Mr. Avalos happens to be one of the persons who is in that invisible zone. Won't be seen, won't be heard of, just suffer. We in this country think that families ought to stay together. We encourage families to stay together. Yet, we find ourselves now with a baby being separated from his father, while we have the authority to change it knowing that he is not in the hands of a hostile power. He is in the hands of people in this country who, with the stroke of a pen, can make a difference in the life of a law-abiding person who stayed in this country for more than 2 decades, more than a quarter of a century, and left lawfully, but cannot lawfully return. Left lawfully because he went to the consulate that I visited, by the way, in Juarez, Mexico. People at the consulate are not proud of the decision that they had to make to tell him that he can't return to his baby and his child. They're not proud. They genuinely believe that this is something that is going to be reviewed, hopefully, and that maybe we'll get a different circumstance. I believe we can get a different circumstance. I just hope that it won't take us until we finally pass comprehensive immigration reform to have it occur. I am honored to speak on behalf of Mr. Avalos, and I pray that we can get a Christmas miracle, that he can come home for Christmas to his family. I'm begging, I'm pleading with the Department of Homeland Security and the Secretary to please let him come home to his family. Let him come home and spend this special time of the year with his baby and his wife. Please, let him come home. I've introduced legislation that can help those who find themselves similarly situated in the future, but that's not going to help him. The chances of our passing legislation between now and the end of the year are not good at all. Not good. And this has nothing to do with the mindset of a given person or personalities or the political philosophy of any given party. Nothing to do with that. It's just that at this point in time, very few things are going to pass this House. So this is not casting any aspersions, any sort of negativity toward any other persons. It's just the facts. But I do believe that this discretionary act can make a difference. I will talk to Mr. Avalos. I will talk to his wife. And I will talk to them within the next day or so. It's my hope, to those who may be listening and can speak to the Secretary, it's my hope, Mr. Secretary, and to those who are listening, that we can have this Christmas miracle, and that I can give them some good news, and I can say to them, he'll be home for Christmas. Christmas is a holiday that he respects, that he celebrates. This is a family that celebrates Christmas. I want to give them some good news. I want to mention one additional thing before I leave this chamber, probably my last time to speak this year. So I'll mention a piece of legislation that I'll be introducing next year. This too is very near and dear to my heart. I don't expect everybody to understand this piece of legislation, but it's pretty important to me and pretty important to a lot of other people. And for many people who are not aware of the circumstance, it's pretty important to them too. In my research, we discovered that this House of Representatives, on July 18th of 1956, accorded congressional gold medals to Confederate soldiers. Congressional gold medals to Confederate soldiers. We live in a country where we revile the slaves, those who were enslaved, my ancestors. We revile my ancestors who were enslaved, and we revere by virtue of our actions. That's some proof of it, there's much more. But we revere those who were the enslavers. Revile the enslaved and revere the enslaver. I refuse to accept it. There's something in the way I have been wired that just won't allow me to accept certain things. This is a wrong that has to be corrected. When I say revile the enslaved, let's examine that statement, this statement of reviling the enslaved. What does it mean to be enslaved? Or what did it mean to be enslaved in this country? It's almost a word for polite society to say enslaved. Because the truth of the matter is, for this to occur, someone was kidnapped, stolen from their homeland. And by the way, a good many of them were sold into slavery by people from their own land. A good many. So we cannot cheat history. We can't overlook certain facts because they're uncomfortable. I don't feel good knowing that people of African origin sold other people of African origin into slavery, but it's the truth. Undeniable truth. And I have to accept the truth. And I just pray that others will accept the fact that there were many that were kidnapped, put on a ship, and then brought across the vast ocean. But it wasn't just that simple. Easy to say those words. But those words, when properly amended, would include those who didn't make it across the ocean, those who were thrown over to the shark-infested waters. Sharks would follow the ships, waiting for bodies to be thrown over to feast upon. Just to say that they traversed the ocean doesn't include how they were shackled and chained, treated like lumber, treated like just another piece of property to be brought from point A to point B. Just to say they were brought to this country does not acknowledge that along the way, women were raped. Along the way, they were dropped off at various ports, and that at some point, they were sold. Families were separated. To just say they were brought here or kidnapped doesn't speak to how many were brutalized. Yet, they were brought here, forced into labor, and they served this country for centuries. Here's a fact that ought to cause somebody to pause We enslaved babies in this country. We enslaved babies. If you were born of parents that were slaves, then you were a slave at birth. Many lived, and died, human beings as slaves. So it's just not enough to say they were slaves without explaining their circumstance. Forced into labor, forced to do unthinkable things. It was their humble hands that helped to facilitate the construction of the Capitol, the White House, roads and bridges, planted the seeds, perfected the harvest, literally, in some cases, fed the masters. Yet, they are reviled. And the Confederate soldiers are revered. I am going to ask this House to correct the injustice to the extent that the injustice can be corrected. If we can accord congressional gold medals to the Confederate soldiers, then we can accord congressional gold medals to those who were enslaved. I believe that there's a certain amount of righteousness in this house. I have been told that it'll never happen, but I believe that there's a certain amount of righteousness in this house for people to see the injustice in this. I just believe that there are people who will take a stand with me. I don't know how many, but I hope that we'll have 290 because that's what it will take to pass this type of resolution. And I hope that the Senate will take it up. And I hope that the Senate will pass the resolution as well. And I'd like to see a president of the United States place these congressional gold medals in appropriate venues. We've granted gold medals, by the way, congressional gold medals posthumously. Yes, we have. So that there's nothing but the will that's missing. The way is clearly there. It's just a question of will. The question of, will we revere the slave to the extent that we revere the enslavers? I believe there's a certain amount of righteousness that will allow this to happen. I don't believe that everybody that we assume will vote or not participate in a positive way in this type of debate. I don't believe that we should assume that everybody that we already assume will do this. I just think that there are some people, they have principle within that we have not necessarily seen, and that they'll stand forward, and that they'll challenge those who would see things differently and conclude, no, we can't do this. Well, why? We can. So I just believe that there are people of goodwill who will take a stand for the righteousness associated with giving those who worked and lived and died as slaves, giving them a congressional gold medal, just as we gave the persons who sought to keep them in bondage congressional gold medals. I will be asking for this next year. I've already prepared the dear colleague. I have within my hands the dear colleague that we will be circulating. And there will be some people who will be offended because I have said that the Confederate soldiers were enslavers. Well, they fought to maintain slavery. Now, I know that there are many who are going to say they were fighting for economic reasons. Well, that economic reason had to do with slavery, but whatever you choose to think, put that aside if you would, and just look at what happened to the people. Let's try to correct this injustice. So I'll be circulating the dear colleague, and I will let the world know the progress that we're making. This is the kind of thing that you don't simply put in motion and then see if it'll make its way to the finish line. I'm not wired that way, to just watch and see what happens. I plan to announce the names of those who have signed on. Those who signed on, I plan to announce their name, and I plan to thank them for signing on. Thank them for doing a righteous thing hundreds of years after the event that occurred. I will keep a log, and I will let the world know who's signing on to the legislation. I just believe that we need this kind of transparency. By the way, it won't surprise me to know that there will be people who won't sign on, but I just believe that there are enough who will, such that this can move. And my hope is that those who will have an antithetical view as it relates to this, who may be of the same hue as I. Yes, there are some people who look like me who will have an antithetical point of view, because there are some who are going to say, keep the metal, give us the gold. They'll make this an issue associated with reparations, and they'll say, let's go for the reparations. I'm going for dignity. I want respect. Gold can't buy it. I'm not opposed to those efforts. And I would hope that they would be opposed to these efforts. But I'm addressing it now because I want people to understand that that will not deter me. I believe that we have a duty to the people that helped this country become the great country it is. I call them the foundational mothers and fathers of the country, those who were enslaved, the economic foundational mothers and fathers, because they helped to build the economy. They gave us the start that we benefit from to this day. So to those who would say, let's just go for the gold, you do what you choose. I'm not getting in your way, but this is about dignity, and this is about Maya Angelou's commentary that some of us, she said, we are the hope and dream of the slave. They never had what I have, but I have what I have because they survived and suffered such that my parents and my grandparents and those that I associate with my lineage produced me. So, Mr. Speaker, as I close tonight, perhaps for the last time this year, at a special order, I want to express my gratitude not only to those in this house who have shown me kindness and have been of great benefit, but I want to express my gratitude beyond the walls of the Capitol buildings. I want to express my gratitude to a country that has noble ideals. Noble ideals. I am grateful to live in this country. I am proud to wear this necktie. I love this country. I love it because I believe that we can make real these noble ideals of liberty and justice for all. That we have, as Lincoln put it, government of the people, by the people, for the people. But we have to protect it. I believe that all persons are truly created equal and endowed by the Creator with these inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I love my country. I just want to make my country, help my country, live up to these great ideals. And among them, as I thank the country itself and the people within it, among these great things that we can do would include honoring those persons who were brought here in chains, the foundational mothers and fathers, foundational economic mothers and fathers of this country, and babies, I might add as well. My last opportunity to speak this year, but I'll be back if it's God's will. And when I come back, I'm humble, but I'm not the person who is going to be so humble as to walk away from my duty. That's not me. I'm not wired that way. I'll be back, and I'll have these two. No, I'm praying that Mr. Avalos will be home with his family, and I'll be presenting this piece of legislation for us to correct a centuries-old injustice. Thank you, Madam Speaker Pelosi, for all you've done. Thank you, Mr. Hoyer. You have been a great help. Thank you, Mr. Clyburn, for the sage advice you've accorded. All of the persons in leadership, I thank. The newly formed leadership that's coming in, I appreciate and will celebrate and work with you. But I also plan to appreciate and celebrate and work with persons across the aisle. I believe in compromise. I abhor capitulation. I don't want persons to capitulate as it relates to me and what I present, and I trust that they don't want me to capitulate as it relates to them and what they present. I think cooperation and a certain degree of negotiation will allow us to get some great things done. So I look forward to working with all. I am grateful. And I yield back the balance of my time. God bless the best.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
I thank the Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Texas, and wish him well and a very Merry Christmas with his family and safe travels home. And I too share his affinity for wanting to work across the aisle. I've done so on numerous occasions. I'm fairly well known for speaking my mind on the House floor, but happy to work across the aisle, and also an equal opportunity basher of both sides when I disagree. But I wish we would have vigorous debate here on the floor of the House. A lot of the things that the gentleman from Texas talked about, I agree wholeheartedly. The immigrants he discussed wanting to come to the United States, I'd like them to have safe passage under our rules, and under our laws. Right now, we have a broken system that is endangering lives of immigrants, endangering the lives of Americans. We talked about the ideals and the values of this country, and I share those ideals and values. And I would ask and inquire of my colleagues in the body broadly, how can we maintain those ideals if we're bankrupt? How can we maintain those ideals if we're writing checks we can't cash? I can give speech after speech after speech about this topic, but unless we change our ways on both sides of the aisle, this country will not survive. I don't know what it's going to take to get the people who are entrusted to run this country, and that starts in this chamber, the power of the purse entrusted to the people's house. We are abusing it. We are conducting our duties irresponsibly, both sides of the aisle. Today, the United States Senate, supposedly the, quote, upper chamber, the House of Lords in the United States, if you will, sent us, or is in the process of sending us after voting for it, a 4,155-page bill unveiled yesterday morning at 1:30 a.m. that will cost $1.7 trillion. This bill will increase spending $118 billion. This bill has $45 billion for the country of Ukraine. 21% over President Biden's request, by the way. $40 billion for disaster relief. $15 billion for 7,234 earmarks. With the senior senator of Alabama, Richard Shelby, walking out of the Senate with a legacy of $670 million. I believe the senior senator said that monuments are from pigeons and dogs in response to my criticism. Well, there's a lot of stuff in your name in Alabama, and you just got some more, Senator Shelby. Is that what this is about? Because who's paying for that? He's not paying for it. Our kids and grandkids are paying for it. You know what else we're paying for? We are paying for $500,000 to the Long Island Gay and Lesbian Youth Incorporated, $113,000 to the LGBT Center of Greater Reading, Pennsylvania, $1.5 million for the Loft LGBTQ Community Center New Home Project in New York, which I got excoriated as somehow being hateful for tweeting that out earlier by one of my colleagues. Now, hold on a second. So I'm hateful for raising whether or not we should have $1.5 million set aside for a Loft Community Center in New York that is then divvied up by both age and sexual identity or preference. Okay, I'm the bad guy for thinking that maybe taxpayers are thinking, why are we doing that? $750,000 for New York-based In Our Own Voices, Inc., which aims to strengthen the voices of LGBT people of color and increase their capacity for combating oppression and marginalization. $250,000 to support Wisconsin's first-in-the-nation gay rights law book and archive. How about the climate agenda? $1.3 million for workforce development activities at a climate change education center in the Los Angeles Community College District. $3 million for clean energy workforce development at the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority. $200,000 for the Rhode Island AFL-CIO's Climate Jobs Workforce Training Initiative, $875,000 for Green Energy on Demand at Clarkson University, $400,000 for the placement of at-risk young adults into the green jobs industry, $2 million for community-driven air quality environmental justice assessment at the University of Illinois, $2 million for a climate change impact on water initiative at Texas State University. I represent Texas State University, and that's garbage. Why are we doing this? $10 million for the state of Hawaii's zero-emission bus program, $1.6 million for the Center for Wind Energy at UT Dallas. Texas is pretty well represented with all these earmarks. Inequality and equity. The Omni funds pointless equity initiatives and subsidies even more radical ideologies, such as $1.5 million for equity and ecosystem health through water column development, $2.25 million for the Shoreline Equity and Adaptation Hub, $750,000 for the acquisition of a building in Brooklyn, New York to create the Brooklyn Center for Social Justice, Entrepreneurship, and the Arts, $300,000 for the City of Sacramento's Neighborhood Equity Initiative, $477,000 for the Equity Institute's Teacher Professional Development. How about racial wokeness? A few examples. $443,000 for the Racial Justice Improvement Project at Montgomery County DA's office. $1 million for the Penumbra Theater in St. Paul, Minnesota to develop and implement a curriculum for racial healing and equity training. $1 million for, $800,000 for economic development for black communities in Colorado, $750,000 for a minority-owned small business emergency assistance program in Seattle. I could go on and on and on for all of the things that are put in here, divvying us up by race, divvying us up by gender ideology, all of those earmarks just flooding out with money we don't have. But that's not even the worst of it. That's not even the actual irresponsibility of this body. That's just pork spending that this body is used to doing to the tune of $15, $16 billion. The real problem is that we are funding a whole alphabet soup of federal agencies that are demonstrably not doing their job, but more importantly, are demonstrably targeting the American people. The Department of Homeland Security is getting $3.2 billion more with no policy changes required, and in fact, unbelievably, with restrictions on how that money can be used. It may not be used for security. It may only be used for processing more people. That is what our Democratic colleagues, and unfortunately, a sizable block of Republicans, believe is a good use of your taxpayer money. Hey, guys, the Department of Homeland Security is doing such a crack job of securing the homeland. They're doing such a great job at the border. Hey, let's give them some more money to not secure the border, and let's restrict it from being able to be used to do any of the security that the line Border Patrol agents actually want to do their job. There you go. That's what you got. And what happened in the Senate today? What happened in the Senate today? I'll tell you what happened in the Senate today. Blunt, Boozman, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Graham, Inhofe, McConnell, Moran, Murkowski, Portman, Romney, Rounds, Shelby, Thune, Wicker, and Young. 18 Republicans who campaign on fiscal responsibility, who campaign on securing the border, who campaign on balancing the budget, who campaign against the swamp, who run commercials saying they're going to change this place, did the swampiest thing you can possibly do, and that is to vote for a 4,100-page bill. They got just yesterday, not knowing remotely what all is in the bill because it was cooked up behind closed doors with no appropriation meetings, jamming it over a new House Republican majority, doing it intentionally to prevent us from being able to debate and vote on how we're going to fund Ukraine, how we're going to fund our own national defense, how we're going to fund non-defense discretionary spending, and ensure that we use that money to secure the border of the United States. That is what your Republican senators, those 18, did to you, America. Remember it. Remember it when Republicans going around thumping their chest, talking about changing this town when they are neck deep drowning in the swamp. When they are emblematic of everything wrong with the swamp. Remember it. Remember it. I don't like saying it. I've got friends on both sides of the aisle, and some of these 18 are my friends. But you know what? John Adams and Thomas Jefferson had a pretty testy relationship because they fought over the way this country should be run and be set up. We are hired to fight for the people we represent. So I'll be damned if I'm going to give a rat's rear end whether I offend some of the people in this godforsaken town because I dare question, regardless of which party they are in, regardless of who they say they're friends with or who they campaign with. I'll be darned if I'm going to be cowed into not calling out what you see unfold before you with your very eyes. Leader Mitch McConnell called the bill, quote, a strong outcome for Republicans. The arguments that I've heard from some of the members include this argument. Having lost the vote for a continuing resolution until the new Republican majority takes over in January, we had two bad choices: cast a protest vote against funding our military, veterans, and Border Patrol and other essential government functions, or vote for a flawed bill. That is what happens in this town. This was a setup, ladies and gentlemen. It was purposeful, well orchestrated by Mitch McConnell. I do not question that. He's good at playing these games in this town, as are virtually everybody associated with the appropriations process and leadership of the House and the Senate. Oh, they've got all the excuses in the world. Oh, there's a troop pay raise. There's a helicopter that we need to buy. There are missiles we need to buy. There are boats and planes we need to buy. So because of that, we must cast a vote for a flawed bill rather than, quote, a protest vote. A protest vote? What, it's a protest vote? So my vote, which I will cast whenever we get this monstrosity finally sent over here, whenever the Rules Committee goes through their sham process, and it's a sham process, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, they'll entertain some amendments, and they'll give some perfunctory, oh, let's review it. They'll kick it down here to the floor. There will be no debate, no amendments offered. It will be jammed through because every one of the people in this chamber, both sides of the aisle, maybe not everyone, the vast majority, oh, they want to get on their jets and get home for Christmas. You should have seen the wailing and gnashing of teeth last night when Mike Lee was offering an amendment over in the Senate to try to address the expiration of Title 42 and what is going to occur if the Supreme Court lifts its stay, and what is going to happen to Texas, what is going to happen to the United States, what is going to happen to migrants, the empowerment of cartels, the fentanyl pouring into our country. Mike Lee dared to try to do something about that. Oh, and you should have seen the wailing and gnashing of teeth of, well, what are you going to do? We don't want to be here till Christmas. Why don't you tell that to George Washington and the boys crossing the Delaware in 1776, or the boys in Bastogne in 1944? What were they doing on Christmas? Were they trying to fly out of the nation's capital in their jets back to their homes around their warm fireplaces so they could be with their families after they absolutely just royally screwed the country and their kids and grandkids? Because that's what they just did. That's what this body, this House chamber, the People's House is going to do tomorrow morning. $600 million more for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, while doing nothing to stop it from colluding with big tech, targeting parents, or harassing pro-lifers, all of which the FBI is doing as we speak. Oh, it's better than that, ladies and gentlemen across the country. They're getting a brand new headquarters. And you want to know what almost derailed this lovely $1.7 trillion piece of legislation? A fight over where to put the fancy new FBI headquarters. Oh, these are the important things we do here in this city. Let's figure out who can get their pork back home in the form of a massive federal agency that is involved on a daily basis in targeting the American people in the name of law enforcement. That sounds like a winning prize for the people of either Maryland or Virginia. Let's grow this greater metropolitan area even more. What could do more for the people of the United States than to have a fancy new FBI headquarters filled with all sorts of people that are conspiring to target the American people and actually label a father as a domestic terrorist for daring to go to a school board meeting? By the way, the superintendent of that school system has been indicted. These are all the things that get just swept aside, just pushed to the corner. Nobody wants to talk about it. Where are my colleagues, by the way? I got an hour of debate time down here. Where is everybody? Hey, sipping on some eggnog with some whiskey and having some steak dinners or something? What is more important than sitting down here on the floor and highlighting the fraud being perpetrated on the American people right before our eyes? A complete and utter disastrous fraud endorsed by 18 Republican senators. I hope none of my Republican colleagues in this chamber, but we'll see. A bill that will fundamentally limit our ability to secure the border. It's actually in the dang bill. They don't even pretend anymore, ladies and gentlemen. They don't even try to hide it. They actually put the text in the bill that says this money cannot be used to secure the border of the United States. It can only be used to process people. That is in the text of this bill. Let me be clear to those 18 United States senators. That alone should have been enough to have you vote no on this bill, and yet you voted for it. It should have been enough that we're giving another $600 million to the FBI and building a new headquarters. It should have been enough that there's more money for ATF and all sorts of provisions to go after law-abiding gun owners. It should have been enough that there was $2.5 billion more for NIH, which funded gain-of-function research in Wuhan and pays Anthony Fauci's salary in perpetuity and hires CRT propaganda speakers. So I want to say again to those 18 Republican senators, you own this. You own every one of those earmarks that I listed and said in this speech. Every one of those earmarks that I put out in a tweet thread earlier. You own it. And you own it with the kind of reasoning that says, well, you vote for a flawed bill instead of casting a quote-unquote protest vote. It is not a protest vote to come to the chamber where you are hired by your constituents to fight for them and vote against the funding of the very tyranny you campaigned against, to vote against the very irresponsible spending that is driving up our national debt, increasing inflation, weakening the dollar, undermining the American family. to vote against that, to vote against the funding of the federal bureaucrats, like, for example, the $760 million more going to the CDC, whose director lied about vaccine efficacy, while the CDC colluded with big tech to suppress free speech about vaccines. Or how about the World Health Organization, giving them more money? The State Department, $3.6 billion. They fund drag shows in Ecuador and an LGBT group in Kyrgyzstan that advocates for trans women's sex workers with migration experience. I don't care what you believe about these things. Why in the hell are the American people borrowing money to fund them? Someone explain that to me. Someone explain to me how it is in the interest of the United States, when we're sitting here $31.4 trillion in debt, to borrow more money, to build more federal buildings, to hire more federal bureaucrats, to fund these kind of earmark programs throughout the world. Things that nobody in America are actually wanting to see happen. Poll it. Go ahead. Elon, if you're listening, throw this out on Twitter for a poll. I promise you what the result will be. The American people are beside themselves at an incompetent chamber in this body and the other side of this building in the Senate, who seem to wake up every single day and decide, how can we screw the American people over more today than we did yesterday? Well, today is a banner day in the annals of this supposedly august institution known as the United States Congress. $560 million for an EPA destroying reliable energy. $574 million for a Department of Interior that has leased fewer federal acres for oil and gas development than any administration since World War II. Before I turn it over to my friend from Pennsylvania, as we head into, I assume, tomorrow, after voting for this monster of a bill, as a body, not individually, I assume that we'll all be heading out for Christmas. This bill will pass. This bill will become law. My question for this body heading into the 118th Congress is, what are we going to do to change the way we do business? This is no way to operate. You cannot drop 4,000-page, $1.7 trillion bills onto the floor of the Senate, jam it through, send it over here so bad that we're having to wait to get it by midnight, work through the Rules Committee to vote on it in the morning so everybody can get out to beat a winter storm. We had all year we had to try to fund this federal government responsibly, and we failed. We fail every year. No corporation would put up with this garbage. Every one of us would be fired, and we should be. And I'll just say right now, if my colleagues will join with me to all resign, I'll resign. I'd love to clean this place out. I'd love to get rid of every last person in here, including my friends, because if you took, in the words of William Buckley, the first 435 names in the phone book, could they do any worse than the schleps in this body? I don't, for the life of me, understand how it could be possible to do worse than we do. And the Senate itself, hell, the Senate makes us look like William the Conqueror. They don't even bother to do Appropriations Committee work. They just scoff and sit at their tables and go, well, we'll just do the work for them. Yeah, thanks, Mitch. I yield to my friend from Pennsylvania.
I thank the gentleman from Texas, and I wish to offer him a Merry Christmas and a Merry Christmas to the people of the United States of America. Unfortunately, in your stocking's not going to be something you probably hope for. I don't think it's going to be a lump of coal. It's $1.7 trillion that we don't have. $1.7 trillion, 4,155 pages plus, I don't know, a couple thousand pages of what's called report language that barely any of us had an opportunity to read, right? Released in the Was it last night, Chip?
Yeah, 1:30 in the morning, night before
1:30,
last.
the shortest day of the year,
Yeah.
the darkest day of the year, and now we're voting on it without, let's face it, the things we do know, let's talk about some of the things we know that are in it. We already know, as the gentleman from Texas told us, that we're prohibited. Your tax dollars, the dollars your federal government is spending, is prohibited from stopping people coming across the border illegally. Prohibited to be used for that. Here's what can be used. $400 million for the border security of Jordan, Lebanon, Tunisia, Egypt, and Oman. You think about that. Right now, while Title 42 is on the verge of going away, we literally have they're estimating 18,000 people per day coming across the border illegally. We're going to spend $400 million in the Middle East to secure their borders, and we're going to say to the United States of America, you can't spend any tax dollars to defend your own border. That passed in the U.S. Senate today. $140 million on carbon dioxide removal technologies, $540 million on energy storage, because the preferred sources of energy by my friends on that side of the aisle don't work. So we need that. $220 million on solar energy. I thought solar energy came of age and was supportive of itself without subsidy. $380 million for alternative modes of transport, because, ladies and gentlemen of America, my friends on the other side of the aisle actually don't want you to drive a car or own a car. And if you do have the temerity to think you're going to go somewhere in your own car, it better be an electric vehicle that you're going to plug in and charge when they allow you to charge it. So we need $380 million for that. I was at the grocery store a couple days ago with my family. My wife, our girls were there, having a conversation about what we're going to buy for Christmas for the in-laws and family coming over. And a lady was listening to the conversation, Chip, and she said, I am not paying $5 for a dozen eggs. I'm not paying $5 for a dozen eggs. I don't see anything. I didn't see one darn thing in this bill that's going to solve that lady's problem, whether it's gas prices. Right now, the temperature's dropping all across the United States of America, and people are going to have to pay for the electricity, the heating oil, the propane, the natural gas, something to heat their homes. And they're going to be paying a lot. And there's nothing in here for that, but I'll tell you what is in here. $1.3 million in an earmark for water storage tanks just outside of Washington, D.C. The wealthiest counties in the United States of America right here, but we've got an earmark for them because they need a water storage tank. How about $1.5 million for the Pasadena on-street dining project? $1.5 million for a student garden in Sacramento. I'm not saying that these projects aren't worthy of discussion for somebody. If you live in Pasadena and you want on-street dining, God bless you. It's probably important to you. You tell me, Mr. Roy, when our country's at $31.4 trillion in debt and careening headlong into 32, how in the world is that a federal project? Why do the people in Pennsylvania who would love to go to Pasadena, we'd love to see our team in the Rose Bowl. That's on our team.
I say there's a joke in there somewhere.
That's on our team. I get that. But how is it the people of Pennsylvania or Texas or Maine or anywhere across the country's job, why is it their responsibility to pay for that? I don't get it. $2 million for programs promoting career pathways into government service. Because goodness knows there's not enough people in government service. We need to find a way to get them into it. How about $50 million in endowment fund at the University of Alabama? Let's not stop there. How about $10 million for an Institute on Public Service and Leadership at the University of Alabama?
Hey, wait a minute. Does the gentleman have any ideas about why Alabama might be receiving so many of these earmarks?
Well, the retiring Senate chief appropriator, Senator Shelby, happens to come from Alabama. And I got nothing bad to say about Alabama. I spent a fair amount of time down there. I love Alabama. Here again, I don't know why Pennsylvanians, Texans, North Dakotans, Californians, whoever, have to pay for this. What is the federal nexus to this spending of money that we don't have. And I'm going to turn it back over to my friend here in a minute. We can just go back and forth because I got plenty here. I know he does too. How about $4 million for a Bahamian Museum of Arts and Culture, Florida? $1.4 million to restore an outdoor amphitheater in California. $1.7 million for an urban agriculture garden in California. Look, the list just, we're going to get into it. But people, when are we going to start asking ourselves whose responsibility this is? And when are we going to start asking ourselves, is this ever going to change? We haven't had the process here where the Senate and the House passed its own budget, its own appropriations bills, conferenced them, worked out their differences, and then had a vote on that. That process that I just described, how our government was set up to spend your money, that hasn't happened since 1996. It's 2022. What is it going to take for us to finally say, man, we've had enough. I call uncle. I can't take anymore, and change this place? I would submit to you that the leadership that has allowed this to continue, and not only allowed it to continue, to ensure that it has continued, is derelict, is irresponsible, and is accountable to this tragic, epic, enormous failure. This is a failure, and there's got to be an accounting for it. And just because it's hours and days before Christmas, and it's real cold outside, and we got worries about our children's schooling, being able to pay the bills, grocery bills, fuel bills, electric bills, don't think that we as the American people don't see what's happening here. We see it, and we see who's doing it, and we're not going to tolerate it. I'll turn it back over to my good friend from Texas.
My friend from Pennsylvania makes a great deal of sense, and I can't help but observe the utter hypocrisy of, with all due respect, so many of our colleagues on this side of the aisle in both the so-called upper chamber and the so-called People's House. How about the junior senator from Utah, Mitt Romney, when he said in 21, quote, Democrats want to spend boatloads of money at the wrong time and in the wrong ways instead of addressing inflation and dealing with the emerging threat of China. They're dead set on raising taxes and government giveaways. This isn't how we solve the problems facing Americans, end quote. Well, the junior senator from Utah just supported this monstrosity, opposed, I believe, the senior senator from Utah in the election this year, the senior senator from Utah being the one who is trying to stop this monstrosity today. How about the exiting senior senator from Alabama in July of 2022, just this year? Inflation hit, quote, inflation hit 9.1% today, another record high. This is devastating news for millions of hardworking Americans. The Biden administration remains remiss in getting inflation under control. Passing another massive tax and spend bill would be a mistake we cannot afford, end quote. Well, here's the problem with Republicans, with all due respect to Republicans, is that they love to use the phrase tax and spend. But my Republican colleagues who oppose tax increases, which I generally do as well, sure have no problem with spend and spend. Spend for defense, spend for non-defense discretionary, and then go with their tail tucked between their legs back home and go, I'm sorry, I couldn't really do anything about it. Our hands were tied because we must have the spending for defense and we must have the spending for Ukraine because somebody gave a fancy speech in this chamber last night.
Will the gentleman yield for a question? You were talking about defense, and of course, as a citizen who's been honored to wear the uniform for over 3 decades, certainly the number one priority outlined in our Constitution is defending our nation and its citizens. When we talk about spending for defense, are we talking about spending for the defense of the United States? Or is there anybody else here that you'd like to discuss where we're spending on their defense?
Well, it's a great question that my friend raises. The omnibus spending bill that is coming over to us from the Senate to the best of my understanding, raises defense spending somewhere in the neighborhood of 8 to 10%, right?
Is that what the president asked for?
It is more than what the president asked for, I believe.
President is the commander-in-chief, right?
Correct. But in addition to the increase in spending for our national defense, there is also an additional $45 billion, which is almost the entire budget of our Department of Homeland Security, by the way. $45 billion additional to go to Ukraine, on top of the almost $60 billion already approved, authorized this last year, bringing it to somewhere around $100 billion, again, for Ukraine, well eclipsing, almost doubling our own Department of Homeland Security budget, well eclipsing the entire defense budget of Russia. And American taxpayers are paying for that. And we talked about the, I think, 8 to 10% increase in defense spending. I'd have to look at my notes, a sizable pop of money. Is the gentleman in agreement? Because the gentleman served in the United States military for 30 years, and I thank him for it, just like I thank every other veteran and every other active duty member of our United States military for standing up to defend this country. But I don't think the gentleman did that in order to rack up more debt and to destroy our financial security. I don't think the gentleman did that in order to throw 10% more money to the Department of Defense, a Department of Defense which is continually more of a social engineering experiment wrapped in a uniform than it is a military designed to kill people and blow things up. Would the gentleman agree?
I would agree with that. And I think that the gentleman from Texas would also agree. Look, neither of us like what Vladimir Putin or the country of Russia has done to its neighbor, Ukraine. Being a bully, invading, blowing up their buildings and their infrastructure, killing their citizens is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. We all know that, and we all want to help. At the same time, our military is being destroyed by our own country, not some other country. We're not focused, as an individual, a citizen who's been privileged and honored to serve in uniform, I can tell you, we're not focused on keeping our country safe. We're focused on a bunch of woke policies that are undermining the good order and discipline and the fighting spirit and the focus of our military. If we're spending money on the military, we need to spend money on our military. If we're spending money on the borders of Ukraine or Tunisia or Egypt, we certainly need to spend money on the borders of the United States of America, not just to process individuals coming across illegally. That's what we're doing. But actually to thwart those people coming illegally, and as importantly, the criminal element that's coming in, the cartel involvement, the human trafficking and smuggling, the fentanyl that's coming in and killing American citizens now, just reported at a record rate higher than the year before, which was at a record rate. What will it take? 4,100 pages? What will it take before we start concentrating on the citizens of the United States of America? No one raises their right hand in this chamber and takes an oath to defend Tunisia or Ukraine or any of these other countries. It's the United States of America, our Constitution, and our citizens. Not you.
I would just ask the gentleman from Pennsylvania, do you recall when the gentleman and myself came to the floor of the House right after the invasion of Ukraine by Putin, and we spoke right here at this table, and we spoke about the horrors being inflicted by the evil, and the evil being perpetrated by Vladimir Putin, the extent to which we were in solidarity with the people of Ukraine and wanting to stand up and defend their country against the thuggish behavior and the willful destruction of lives and the carnage that has been carried out by Vladimir Putin and the Russian army. Do you remember, does the gentleman remember, our being here on the floor talking about that in the early stages, wanting to stand up and support the people of Ukraine before this chamber embarked on a 9-month spending spree without any pay-fors and without any significant accountability or knowledge of how the dollars are flowing, and without any care and concern about what we're doing for our own sovereignty and security on the home front? Does the gentleman remember that?
Of course I do. Of course I remember.
And does the gentleman believe that it is possible for people who have concerns about these things about the spending, about the ridiculous decision-making in this chamber, to want to stand up and be able to say that they stand with the people of Ukraine in solidarity, but don't believe that writing a blank check is in their interest, our interest, or anybody's interest.
That's exactly right. We all want to help, but you don't write a check that you can't afford. There's no money in your bank account to pay for somebody's house down the street while leaving your house unpaid for and your back door open where you know criminals are going to be walking in and taking your children out and leaving life-threatening drugs on your kitchen table. You would not do that.
And so would the gentleman agree with me, and I wanted to lay that foundation about our shared desire to stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine, whatever that means in terms of resources, that should be debated. And by the way, side note, have we ever had a full, robust debate with amendments and being able to offer any kind of discussion here about Ukraine on the floor of the House?
Have we had any debate?
On any matter whatsoever. So what I would inquire of the gentleman is, does he agree with this? That if you go back and look about what's going on, everything you are seeing unfold before your eyes, America, is a setup. It's a complete setup. You go back to September, and a block of us, about 42 of us, wrote a letter to the leaders of these august bodies saying, hey, how about not doing a continuing resolution into the middle of December right before Christmas? How about you not do that? Because we know exactly what that results in. We sent that letter. What happened in September? A continuing resolution right to the middle of December. Now you get to the continuing resolution in the middle of December. And there's all sorts of chatter about, well, will there be a continuing resolution into early 2023 with a new House majority? Never in the last 70 years have we had a transfer in the majority of the House chamber and had the Senate do what it did today, which is jam through a massive spending bill with the existing House soon-to-be minority and jam it through. Now, fast forward to right now, and what do you have? We have this bill sent to us that spends $1.7 trillion, a 10% increase in defense spending, $42 billion increase in non-defense spending, which is 6%, Ukraine funding of $45 billion, disaster relief funding of $40 billion, and $15 billion of earmarks that I went through and described a little bit ago. And who spoke in the chamber in the United States House of Representatives last night other than the president of Ukraine? Now, does the gentleman believe, as I do, that that's not an accident? That the entire setup from the House Republicans and the Senate Republicans, working with the Democrat leadership in both chambers, was to set that up so that you have the president of Ukraine speaking here saying we've got to pass this massive spending bill because you had the whole theatrical event set up from the beginning, set up to expire right before Christmas, to then jam through 7,200 earmarks, a massive amount of spending, continued explosion of the bureaucratic state, a restriction on the ability to secure the border, all because you knew you had a handful of Republicans on the hook who couldn't help themselves because we're talking about defense and we're talking about Ukraine. Does the gentleman think that maybe that stuff is not a coincidence?
Is the gentleman suggesting, even though we all know that we want to help, what's happening in Ukraine is objectionable, we disagree with every bit of it, what Russia's doing, but is the gentleman suggesting that the first time since the war started that the leader in Ukraine left the country, you're suggesting it's a coincidence that he ended up in the United States speaking on this very House from that dais right there on the night before the 4,155-page omnibus passed with billions upon tens of billions in funding for his country was included. Are you suggesting that that wasn't just a coincidence?
I am suggesting that it was in no way, shape, or form a coincidence. I am suggesting that it was purposeful theater designed very specifically to create the winds and the sails of the appropriation process, which is badly broken, and you get a 4,100-page bill dropped on us that you then must vote for, right? Have to vote for it.
We don't want to shut the government down right before Christmas, Chip. You don't want that can never happen, which is why my good friend from Texas, the gentleman from Texas, suggests that this is a setup. The CR, the continuing resolution, because we don't pass budgets, because we don't complete our appropriations process, so we don't know what we're going to fund. So the continuing resolution has to keep going, and we do it right into December, right before Christmas, knowing, like this has never happened before. But we know that, guess what? People that come to Washington, D.C. from around the country, you know what they'd like to do, Mr. Roy from Texas? They would like to go home to see their families on Christmas. But the only way they're going to be allowed to do it is if they vote for whatever in that bill, whatever is in that bill. And they can object or whatever, but they know if it doesn't pass, if the 4,100-page bill with $1.7 trillion loaded up with earmarks doesn't pass, what happens then? Well, you just have to stay during Christmas. And oh my goodness, just like you said, the gentleman from the 28th Infantry Division fighting in Bastogne, fighting to save Bastogne before the 101st could get there, they spent their Christmas away from home. This is all designed. This is all designed to get exactly what we got. This is broken. And the leadership here in the House and the Senate has done nothing to change this trajectory. It cannot continue.
I would add that my 13-year-old son was telling me yesterday morning while I was getting ready to catch the plane to come to Washington, as we were stacking firewood for my wife and daughter and my son to use during this cold snap coming into Texas. And he and I were talking. He said, well, Dad, basically begging me, you're going to be home for Christmas, right? And he's my 13-year-old son, and I don't get to see him a lot when I'm up here. And he's saying, Dad, you're going to be here for Christmas, right? And my daughter was saying the same thing, but my son was asking the question. And I said, look, son, I hope so. Of course, I want to be here for Christmas. But under no circumstances am I going to walk away from my duty to fight to give you the country that I inherited, that my dad inherited from his dad, and so forth and so forth. And yet, most of my colleagues in this chamber were so itching to be able to get on their plane or get in their car and go home that last night there was a group that were apoplectic that we might be stuck here, till Sunday, which is Christmas Day. Had multiple people come and say, well, what is Senator Lee going to do? What's going to happen? Well, heaven forbid we do our job. Heaven forbid we do something responsibly. And I would ask the gentleman, with a $118 billion increase in spending on our annual year-over-year spending, not including the Ukraine spending, not including the disaster relief spending, the emergency spending, on top of the almost $5 trillion we spent in response to COVID, do you think there's a correlation to government action and government spending to inflation? Would the gentleman agree that it is government that causes inflation based on our actions, our spending, our policy choices?
So the Federal Reserve, the good gentleman from Texas, the Federal Reserve is trying to cool down the fires of overinflated, overheated economy by raising the interest rates, targeting the housing market, new folks, new home buyers that are hoping to get out there and start their life in their new home. They can cut their purchases in half or whatever because they can't afford it. Federal Reserve's trying to cool down this overheated economy, inflationary pressures in food and gasoline and oil, electricity, housing. Meanwhile, the House of Representatives and the Senate and the presidency here in Washington, D.C. are throwing the gasoline on the fire, the gasoline of unaccounted for money, unprinted money, untaxed money, just creating money out of thin air and throwing it onto the fire. I would agree with the gentleman from Texas. I would tell him as well that my daughters, my wife and I, our daughters would like their father to be home for Christmas too. My daughter texted me today and said, when she knew I wasn't coming home yet, she said, stay strong and save America. So me and Mr. Roy, the gentleman from Texas, we're going to stay here to the bitter end and do our duty. And we're going to say things like, $4.2 million in earmarks for parking spaces in the Northern Mariana Islands, or $6 million to expand the reach of the Ulysses S. Grant Presidential Library might be important things. But can we afford them? What is the federal responsibility? And oh, by the way, regarding the Ulysses S. Grant Presidential Library, look, I'm a fan. But the lady that offered that, her party is in favor of tearing down the statue of Ulysses S. Grant in New York, the great emancipator, right? The guy that carried out Lincoln's order to make sure that slaves were no longer held in the United States of America. But, you know, you can't tear it down on one hand and then spend $6 million on it on the other hand. Well, people are struggling to buy their Christmas presents or their Christmas meals. I yield to the gentleman from Texas.
I assume the gentleman would agree that when we're talking about this spending, let's pause for a second. Let's just set aside the fact that we're giving a $76 billion increase to a Defense Department which has not been held accountable for its departure from Afghanistan, leaving billions behind, walking away from Bagram, undermining our interests, no accountability, no review of the woke policies, the, orders not to use terms like mom and dad at the Air Force Academy, or a whole story yesterday about the Marines maybe walking away from the use of sir and ma'am. Like the just fundamental undermining of the culture of the Department of Defense, purposeful, by the way, which every recruit, every member of the Armed Forces active duty that I talk to says it's gutting the ability to recruit, it's gutting the ability to have strong morale. Let's put aside that. Let's put aside $45 billion for Ukraine without accountability and a knowledge of how it's being spent and what it's being used for in our national security interests. Let's set aside $40 billion for disaster relief. I don't even know where all it's going. Let's set aside the $16 billion of earmarks you just talked about and that you and I outlined. Let's set aside the $3 billion for DHS with no policy changes and, in fact, language inserted in the bill that prevents us from actually securing the border while processing more people. The $600 million for the FBI, the new headquarters for the FBI, the $215 million for ATF, the $2.5 billion for the NIH, which has been basically at war with freedom and forcing needles into the arm of the American people and undermining the freedom of the American people in terms of their health choices and paying Anthony Fauci's salary, a CDC of $760 million, the World Health Organization, the State Department of $3.6 billion, an education department which is administering Biden's $400 billion student loan bailout. All of that stuff, let's ignore all of that. Let's ignore all of those horrible policies, all the things that it's doing to undermine our freedom and creating the alphabet soup and expanding the alphabet soup of bureaucracy that is tyrannizing the American people. Let's put all that aside. We're just talking about inflation, and we're spending more money and dumping more money while we're raising interest rates to cool it. We're going to spend more money, causing more inflation, undermining the dollar even more. And you had Mitch McConnell just saying in July of 2022, a few years back, Republican policies created the best economy for American workers in a generation, low inflation, robust growth, record unemployment. Democrats' recklessness, he said, has produced soaring inflation, slowing growth, and growing risk of a full-on recession. How about Shelley Moore Capito from West Virginia in August of 2022 in an op-ed, thumping the lectern about the Inflation Reduction Act. Quote, Americans understand pumping hundreds of billions of dollars into the economy and raising taxes will certainly not reduce inflation. How about Todd Young from Indiana, quote, about the border, this is a national security crisis, we must strengthen our border security. How about Mitt Romney from Utah, told Mayorkas he needed to secure the border and urged him to keep Title 42 in place and just worked against the whole effort today by the junior senator from Utah. Things are upside down, and we're spending money we don't have, causing inflation, and Republicans go out and campaign against it, and then they do it. And my Democratic colleagues have never once had an honest conversation on the floor of this House about what we're going to do about inflation, what we're going to do about spending money we don't have, racking up debt. When I came to Congress as a staffer on the Senate Judiciary Committee,
Our national debt in 2003 was about $6 trillion, I think. And we're at $31.4 trillion and climbing. The question here is, are we going to do anything about it? And the resounding answer from this body, and including my colleagues on this side of the aisle, are no, we're not. So I think my question for the gentleman is, does he share my belief that it is time to end the status quo and it is time for a radical departure from the way we are doing things? It is a time to change the way we are doing business in the House of Representatives. It is a time for a change to do the way we're doing business in the United States Senate, and that it is our job to keep our heads up high as not conservatives, not Republicans or Democrats, but as Americans who want to actually do the hard work necessary to be responsible stewards of this country, of our great birthright. Does the gentleman agree with me that as we head into the 118th Congress, and as Republicans are in the majority, that we must fundamentally change this institution from top to bottom, from the leadership down? This place must change, and that we will not accept anything but change. That's why we were sent here. And that as we exit here for Christmas, as you go home to your daughters, as I go home to my son and my daughter, that I'm not going to look them in the eye and say that I didn't do everything I know how to do to change this place so that we can save America for them.
I agree with the gentleman with this caveat. It's not just time, it is long past time. I would suggest to the good gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, that you have worked diligently in your time here within the system, within the status quo, to make these changes, to not make too many ripples because, you have to work with these folks, and this is a system that's set up, and, if you make everybody mad at you, how are you going to be effective, right? The status quo is not working, ladies and gentlemen. We have tried. We have tried to work within the system that's here. The system that's here produces this. You know how I know? Because since I've been here, this isn't the first time I've come to the mic. I can come here probably every few months and go through the same thing. It's not the first time. Right around Christmas, we got a short-term continuing resolution right before Christmas so we could pass an omnibus and just keep on spending the money that we don't have and more programs that don't make any sense. We got $2.997, that's $3 million for the University of Maine system to research wild blackberry production for changing markets and climates. Well, oh my goodness, as a guy who grew up and I had to pick blueberries, that was my first job, was picking fruit, and blueberries is one of them. I don't know why it's the job of the whole country to pay for the University of Maine to figure out about blueberry production. Ladies and gentlemen, this system is broken. The status quo doesn't work for Americans. The lady that's got to buy these blueberries that can't afford them doesn't care about this system here. Doesn't care about the status quo and making colleagues uncomfortable in this chamber or the other one. What she cares about is feeding her children, feeding her family, and right now she can't afford to do it because of the status quo. This cannot continue. Something has to change. Einstein said doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome is the definition of insanity. Well, ladies and gentlemen, citizens of America, we're doing the same things under the same conditions with the same people, and somehow we think something's going to change. Well, it's not going to change unless we change it. And we're highlighting this tonight. The gentleman from Texas and I are here highlighting this tonight to tell you how egregious it is, how long it's been going on, and to elicit your support, calling your representatives and your senators and saying this will not stand. We are sick and tired of this. $2.52 million for an electric battery and electric charging station program at some community college. $6.85 million for real estate strategy to obtain equity property acquisition and redevelopment in Delaware. Why is that your job to pay for that? We don't have the money to pay for that. You would like it in your community, I bet, but you're going to pay for it in someone else's. I yield to the gentleman from Texas.
I know the gentleman, actually, can I inquire the Speaker how much time we have left?
The gentleman's time has expired.
Oh. Well, Merry Christmas to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, and Merry Christmas to the staff here. God bless you all, and thank you for all the work you do for this country.
Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair and not to a perceived viewing audience. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.